Well, no, asking you, but then when you actually get there, and somebody's blocked it because somebody else is there.
Yes, back now! Trouble!
Essex, welcome to all players supporters joining us from Somerset. We're going to be happy to all of you as well as in Brent territory. News is that Essex have won the toss and have elected to be your first. Essex have won the toss and have elected to be your first. So congratulations on the team's very shortly. Players set to go. very good morning. Just joined us here in Somerset. Day one in just 20 minutes time on the Essex to your first confirmation of the two teams starting on visitors Essex. Number 64, Dean Elgar. Number 23, Paul Alton. Number 21, Captain Thomas. Number 56, Charlie Anderson. Number 20, Matt Pritchard. Number 19, keeper Michael Pepper. Number 8, Noah Faye. Number 11, Simon. Number 29, Shane Smith. Number 16, Sam Hook. And number 44, James Wood. Confirmation of the Somerset starting in number 8, Josh Thomas. Number 15, Tom. A warm welcome to the meeting number 64, Henry Williams. Number 55, James Wood. Number 28, Tom Abel. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworth. Number 66, Archie Hall. Number 24, Captain Lewis Gregory. Number 17, Jack Church. Number 27, Miguel Victorious. And number 14, Jake Ball. A reminder that prior to the start of play, during the lunch interval and team tours, the Somerset Museum will be open. It's situated next to Somerset County Sports, relying on the WPA. Entry is free, but a donation towards the substantial annual running costs will be free for overseas volunteers users of London museums. There will be a WPA and museum office as well during the lunch break, trying to raise all of the prices. The Somerset Museum open now. A big thanks to our marshals for all the games, James and dental practices. Founded in 2014, dedicated to providing exceptional care tailored to your unique needs in a welcoming and comfortable environment. Whether you need routine care, cosmetic enhancements, or quality treatments, they strive to exceed your expectations every visit. Our match wants to always towards the dental practice. And a reminder of other exciting events coming away next month. Comedy zones are very rich, as John Bishop shows to the stage for one night only. Here Associates Amsterdam on the 5th of September. It's all part of this summer's Stuff on the Stage Festival. It's a special show that marks Bishop's first UK performance since last year, and is expected to attract audiences across the country, eager to see one of his best teams back where he belongs, in front of that tower. Joining the stars next night, Justin Moss and Alan Haley. Tickets and hospitality parties in our official website, or from the section in the and also Stuff on the Stage the following night, Saturday, September 12th. Join the tour at the Associates Amsterdam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are T-minus about 5 minutes before the start of play, the resumption of the county championship, the Rothesay County Championship, Somerset taking on Essex. Let's have a look at the teams as they shape up. I'm joined by Vic Marks first thing this morning and Harry Everett later in the day. And let's have a little look at the teams. They have, opening the batting, Dean Elgar, familiar name for many Somerset fans, and of course, Tall Paul, back from his very successful stint in the 100, followed by Wesley Allison Critchley. Pretty strong.
Absolutely.
Top 5 batters there, Vic.
Yeah, lots of experience there.
Yeah, in the middle order we have Pepper, Thane, Harmer, Snater, Cook and Porter. I mean, really well balanced team. Looking at it, obviously high quality batters up the top, and that bottom row there for very, very prolific county bowlers there. Porter and Cook, a great partnership. Snater does a good job first change, and Harmer, and also the leg spin bowler and Matt Critchley. So a really well balanced team.
And I think, taking the broader view, it's actually quite good to see Cook, who was in the Test squad, whistled down like all the other non-players in that Test team to play some county cricket. Absolutely,
Vic. Totally agree. So, yeah, really good team. We've got an amazing 4 days ahead of us. We've had a little bit of inclement weather that the grounds of the UK have been absolutely desperate for, but it looks absolutely fantastic out there. There's a live bit of grass. It looks like a tinge of green, but it's browning at the ends, as you imagine, with 2 months of pretty arid weather here in the UK.
Yeah, well, what about the Somerset side? There's one piece of news. No Craig Overton for a very happy reason, actually.
He's given birth, I believe.
Well, he's sort of given birth. The Overtons have just had a baby.
Congratulations, Craig and wife. That is fantastic news. Another Overton. We'll be coming to watch the grounds. No doubt.
The baby's only 4'5" at the moment. But
yes, we'll, I'm sure another budding fast bowler. But here we go. We've got the Somerset team there. Josh Thomas and Tom Lammonby at the top of the order. The new arrival, Henry Nichols, a high quality batsman from New Zealand. James Root, Tom Abel, Lewis Goldsworthy. I'd like to call them the engine room, really. I mean, Rue and Abel in particular have been absolutely phenomenal this season.
Yeah.
When fit.
Yeah. It's a long time since they've played a championship match, of course. And poor old Tom Abel's hasn't played much cricket at all, because he's been at the 100 but not played one game. And similar for James Rue, actually. So they're hungry. They'll be hungry, but perhaps not necessarily in rhythm.
Absolutely, but being around the ground, they've the practices they've had that I've been sort of watching from the periphery looked pretty intense. If we can have that, just the team sheet just on the screen for one more second, just to finish it off before we watch the players walk out to bat. Essex have won the toss and have elected to bowl. So Lammonby and Thomas on their way out to the middle.
I mean, I can remember the team, the bowlers. There's only 3 frontline seamers: Pretorius, Ball and Brink. So Ball's there, batting probably at number 7, I would say. So he's there as a off-spinning all-rounder. And Jack Leach. That team, you'll see that team, and you would hope, from a Somerset perspective, that at some point, preferably not today, it spins. But we'll wait and see. So obviously it's a big hole when Craig Overton is not in the team. He hasn't missed a match, I don't think, this summer. Yeah, but it's the right call. Obviously.
I mean, he'd be a massive loss for anyone. The standard of summer Craig-O's had, I think he's been, if not won it, in the top 3 nominee PCA player of the month. Pretty much every month he's been phenomenal with bat and ball this year. But looking at the teams, I mean, in terms of well balanced and a great contest, this is it. I mean, you've got 2 quality spinners on both sides, good seamers, and prior to the 100 starting, a batting lineup in really good form. So shapes up very, very nicely.
And there have been some terrific games actually between these two sides in the last few years. High quality cricket, sometimes quite feisty, but always entertaining. And it's an important time of the season. Just about every side in the First Division has got a chance of winning the championship.
Absolutely. Jamie Porter from the River End bowling to Josh Thomas. Starts with a no ball. Another two chaps on the field that I'm sure will play an important role. Martin Saggers and former Somerset player Ian Blackwell are the two standing umpires. Martin Saggers stretching the arm out first ball. That ball just looked like it darted back in towards
I think they would
Josh
have had
Thomas.
a shout for LBW if it hadn't been a no ball. I don't know whether he got bat on it or not. It's a one change, of course, is that for the first time in quite a while, Tom Lammerby's opening the batting.
Yeah, that first ball was very reminiscent of the first England wicket yesterday. Actually, just that, you know, slightly different in terms of release point, Porter, but he's got a phenomenal first-class record. He's very similar, albeit a little bit shorter than Ollie Robinson, but similar tactics. Wobble seamers, then that ball that can shape back in towards the pads of the left-hander. So always a challenge facing the Essex seamers. They don't really miss these two, Vic, do they?
No. You don't get many freebies either. You might see, although I'm watching Josh Thomas there, you know, he's the sort of bowler where the likes of, if you take England's best players, you know, Joe Root or Harry Brook, if the wicketkeeper's standing back, they'd be right out their crease to try to, well, minimise the chances of LBW and also just make him worry about his length a little bit. Would have to change his length. But Josh Thomas is in an orthodox position there. Then he's off and running.
It's a really confident shot there from Josh Thomas, pushing that through the covers.
Nice big bender out there, isn't it?
Will pick up 3 runs. Yeah, you always feel like bowlers, you know, in the mould of Porter and Cook, you kind of have to put them under some level of pressure. They're very metronomically accurate. But a good start there from Josh Thomas.
I mean, the other one, he's not quite as successful, but the Pakistan bowler Mohammad Abbas, who, you know, it's 77 miles an hour, but just wobbling it left and right. He can hold his own at the highest level too, can't he?
Well, I think such is the quality of the batters. Now, Vic, it's the lateral movement, not the speed these days.
Yeah.
The skill bowlers seem to be the ones that terrorise batters, certainly on the first morning of a championship match. Hard to argue against the fact that this is, across the 4 days, probably the best time to bowl for a seamer.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a bit of a mystery what happens with the pitches here. They often leave a little bit of grass here, in part just to get a little bit more bounce, don't they? I mean, it might offer a bit of lateral movement, but it certainly helps everyone if it bounces a bit more.
Yeah, it was always the sentiment of one of Somerset's great bowlers is Tom Lammerby gets off the mark there with a lovely cover drive, timed better than the previous one for Josh Thomas, and does make the fence. First boundary of the morning. Nice start for Somerset. Yeah, Andy Caddick always used to say, you know, a lot of the England bowlers would come down and they'd be like, why do you bowl? Why do you like playing here, Caddy? And he was like, as long as there's carry and pace in the pitch, I feel like I've got a chance. And I think that's the key. I think that's probably one of the focuses for the ground staff, is to make sure there's good pace through to the keeper. First over complete, 9 on the board, and for Jamie Porter, that's normally about 5 overs worth of bowling. So a nice start, even though very early days here.
Yeah, I bumped into Glenn Lammerby coming up on the train from Exeter. He lives in Exeter. Lovely, very good cricketer from WA originally. And we were saying, well, we don't know where Tom's going back today. Looking at the lineup. And he said, you know, I think Tom probably first back at 3, he's back at 3 for the last. But I couldn't avoid making the point that actually this season, by and large, he's come in when it's 2 for 1. So it's actually better to start an innings at 0 for 0 than 2 for 1.
Absolutely.
So it is a change, but it's not a massive change. And of course, he's done it for a couple of seasons or more for Somerset as an opening.
Yeah, I spoke to Lammers yesterday, and we got that little bit of inside info that he was going to open the batting, and he was absolutely
fine.
He was relishing the opportunity, and also, Vic, the the confidence and rhythm that he would have taken from the Metro Bank. A lovely shot there from Thomas to the boundary, over-pitched by Sam Cook.
Well, that's right. He had a terrific Metro Bank where he scored a lot of runs. Still can't get to about 150, can he? He's not greedy enough.
It's not the worst problem.
No.
He absolutely did miss out on a couple of, as Graham Gooch would say, daddy hundreds.
Yeah.
But he was super consistent, looked in really good rhythm, and all set fair for today.
And in a way, it's quite convenient that they've had to juggle the side a bit. That allows Goldsworthy to play, who was also in prime nick throughout that 50 over series. Whether he would have played without Overton's absence, I don't know. Probably might have done, but he is at least someone who is in good nick, or has been in good nick.
Yeah, it's probably quite hard to predict that. You'd think that it would probably be one of the two big seamers that may have missed out for Craig, and just have that extra bit of batting depth. Like you say, Goldsworthy's in super form himself from the Metro Bank.
Yeah, it's quite unusual for Somerset to go in with three seamers, unless you count Lammonby. Lammonby should bowl a little bit actually in this match, possibly, if it swings a bit. But the pattern is slightly different. I mean, quite often in the era I played, it would be three seamers and two spinners. That's not necessarily the case nowadays. In fact, Somerset have got an array of spinners in this team. They've got the pros with Leach and Vaughan.
Josh Thomas also bowls
Thomas.
Decent quality left arm spin. You've got Lammonby
and Goldsworthy a little bit. I think Thomas is potentially a more likely bowler, more potent bowler than Goldsworthy with a red ball. Because I think he sort of spins it a bit more. May not be quite so accurate, but anyway. For the moment, his job is to get some runs.
It's been a promising start so far, 13 without loss. A couple of rare over-pitch deliveries from the Essex opening pair, but I do expect them to correct that quite quickly. Yeah, echo that, Vic. Brilliant that the ECB have released the players not playing against Pakistan to keep up the rhythm, especially with the quite a void between the last county championship match and today.
Yeah.
Hence why there's a nice crowd in this morning in stands that are open for championship cricket. I know a lot of the locals here at Taunton will be very motivated to come and watch a bit of cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 2 overs gone, 13 without loss.
Yeah, well, you'd tell we're back to red ball because there's clouds over the Quantocks. We haven't seen any of them for a while. It's probably raining on the Quantocks, quite a long way away at the moment. And we might get the odd interruption, but I don't think it's going to be too much. Yeah, and you can't really complain about a drop of rain.
No, we absolutely need it. The cricket grounds, golf courses, and everyone's garden definitely needs a bit of a spattering. It was quite a downpour actually in Western Super Vegas this morning when I was preparing to leave. Nicely into the ball there, Tom Lammonby. 3 slips and a gully waiting, so an aggressive field setting at the start of this match, as you'd expect. What are your thoughts, Vic, on the overseas signing? Nichols' superb test record, first-class record.
Yeah,
has always struck me as a very fine player.
Yeah, well, it looks good news. It's an oddity, isn't it? That he's probably. I mean, I haven't talked to Andy Hurry about this or any of the others, but he's probably been signed because the 17-year-old Tom Rue is injured.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he was in great form, wasn't he, towards the back end of that championship run, and Massive shame for him. I think he was sliding into an advertising board.
Well, I didn't watch too much of the 100, but I did watch some of it, and I happened to be watching when he was. That's right. It was a sprint from mid-off to long-off, diving, as they all do, over the rope, and then something went. And it was it looked bad at the time, because I'm not sure he's not one to be over dramatic, even though he's only just started. But you could tell he was struggling, and that's probably the end of his season. Although I read that it's not impossible that he might be fit just at the end of the season, but it was quite a serious injury. Such a shame, because he played so brilliantly in the championship when he came into the side. 2 great hundreds.
Yeah, back-to-back hundreds, was in great form, but as we know, this game does test us, injuries and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was. It's been a brilliant start to his career.
And he was keeping wicket, of course, as well, actually, wasn't he, in those games. But he's got a long career ahead of him, and this will only be a pinprick within a few months, I suspect.
Yeah, that seems.
But it's weird that we Somerset have signed an experienced Kiwi middle order batsman to try and make up for the fact that Tom Rue is no longer available. And it's not just Tom Rue, I suppose. Coda Cadmore is not really fit.
Yeah, I think he's still labouring on the thumb injury that he come back for. It hasn't quite looked the same, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, since that injury, and I think some further investigation potentially on that. But that there, Vic, those last couple of deliveries, that feels like the danger ball from Porter and Cook, that one that just darts back in towards the stumps.
Yeah.
Got to be mindful of that there. These two, once they get their rhythms, it can be deadly.
That's right. He might have good memories, of course, Thomas. I think his debut was against Essex at the end of last year, and he got runs in his first knock against this sort of attack. But they are, both this pair, a lot of openers, modern openers, particularly if they've played international cricket, they'd like to be able to play off the back foot against pace, really. I think Marcus was like that. And, you get used to playing pace. So when you come across the sort of very much medium pace, probably about 78 miles an hour, Porter, Cook's a bit quicker, but nonetheless, he's a full-length bowler. They're looking for LBWs all the time. They're not going to bowl you many bounces. They get some openers twitching, I think. They prefer extreme pace to nibblers like, well, you experienced this when you were bowling, getting wickets in April that year, or all those years ago.
It was one of the times where I actually felt good about myself batting with Trez, especially in the one-day game where, we'd go over to Wales to play Glamorgan, Sean Tate at one end, Jim Allenby at the other. Trez would be like, I can't face Jim Allenby. And I was like,
let me have Tate.
Deal. That is a deal.
I could see you trying not to lap that up too quickly.
Yeah. I'll snap your hand off for that. Trez, you faced the 95-mile-an-hour slinger, and I'll take on the wobblers. Yeah, I think maybe it's just a rhythm thing, isn't it? I suppose he's a very.
Oh, that's not quite carried, but it almost did. I'm pretty sure that didn't carry, but it was in the air for a little while. Third slip.
Yeah, it's just died in front of third slip there, unfortunately for Sam Cook and the Essex team. Let's have a little look there. That probing line around off stump, just straightening. I suppose you give Lamberby some credit. He's played that with quite soft hands. But I think that's the sort of delivery on Taunton pitches that does infuriate bowlers at times. That's a pretty genuine edge, and at different grounds that does carry. Yeah, it was a lot of what you'd call, and I'll use the term respectfully, county seamers. Trez, when he retired from England, came back to Somerset, he was an absolute run machine. But if you ever saw him feel sort of out of rhythm, it was always against a 75, 78 mile an hour bowler. As soon as the pace was on, absolutely
provided
phenomenal.
They could bowl accurately. Yeah. And I mean, it's not quite the same, but talking about great players, I remember talking to Martin Crowe when he was here, and he outlined how he didn't mind facing the bowlers, quick bowlers, who could bowl you that unplayable delivery. If you had a choice between the quick bowler who could bowl you something that's, you know, just out of this world unplayable, but you knew you'd get some freebies, he'd much prefer that to a Hadley or a McGrath, who gave you absolutely nothing. Even the great players, they want to know that they can score, and they'll take their risk. They'll punt against the wayward, very rapid, slightly terrifying Sean Tate.
The old short wide cut ball,
yeah.
just to keep your confidence up. And there's a rare stray one there from Sam Cook down the leg side off what looks like the thigh pad down to both of them stand for 4 team runs for Somerset. Somerset 18 without loss.
I mean, given the makeup of Somerset, I don't know what Somerset would have done had they won the toss. But given the makeup of their side with 3 seamers, which seems, you know, in this day and age, was a bit shallow, it actually helps if you bat first, because it potentially breaks up your bowling if you bat well. If you bat to somewhere around lunch on the second day.
Yeah, I mean, my gut feeling is, you know, with the amount of dry weather we've had, and even though it looks a very good surface, you know, it is already quite sort of brown, especially from Leachy bowling from the river end to the end that Lammerby's batting now. There is an area there, and I think common sense would say that you would want to be bowling last on it if you feel like it's going to turn.
Yeah, you never know what happens here, but that pitch, we know if we get reasonable weather, it will be brown by the 3rd day, won't it? Look, there's smidgens of green there at the moment from this distance. But anyway, we shall see. There's much to look forward to. 2 good sides looking to see whether they can. There's a lot of cricket left, actually. Is it 6 matches? 6 championship matches in quick succession. And the championship wide open. Somerset second at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is wide open. Somerset have positioned themselves very nicely, as Lammerby has there to meet that delivery from Jamie Porter. Beautiful full face of the bat drive back down the ground, and after months and months of T20 and 100-ball cricket, a lovely straight drive to whet the appetite of all those cricket purists out there.
Well, he played a few of that in the 50-over game. You could have still led a straight drive along the ground in the 50-over game too. He looks so elegant when he plays that shot. The other factor, the other potential bonus of batting first, is that suddenly Somerset have a very left-handed side, and there's Harmer, key attacking weapon for Essex in the team. So if it does turn later, well, it's good that these left-handers potentially have got the scope to play against Harmer when it maybe isn't going to turn quite so much. I imagine they'll stick him on quite early just to check it out.
Yeah, he's always an absolute key player for Essex. Simon Harmer, vast amount of wickets for Essex.
He's quite a rarity in the sense that Harmer is absolutely now equated with Essex. In that, not many overseas players you immediately in this era say, "Oh, he plays for Lancashire, he plays for," but he's been at Essex so well. He's managed to fit in some international cricket in the meantime, but essentially, he's been at Essex now for I don't know how long you played against him.
Yeah.
So that's starting to be quite a long time.
Yeah, he's
almost a decade.
Got to have been there over 10 years. I would have said, yeah. Yeah, quality bowler, brilliant. Use of pace and flight for a big man as well. He's not afraid to flight the ball up, and I think one of his real key assets is that over finishes Somerset 24 for 4 is his height, but he doesn't get drawn into bowling too quickly. Because of his high release point, he really gets the ball to drop down onto the pitch and give it the best chance to spin. He gets a lot of bat pad catches as well with the bounce that he gets. Massive feet, enormous hands as well.
Yeah, so he spins it. He
yeah,
gives
he
it
really
quite
does
a,
give it
quite
a rip.
tweak.
Yeah, I think he's like a size 15 feet.
Really?
And massive hands. Yeah, you always, when you do the handshakes when you greet
Yeah,
someone,
yeah.
it's like, yeah, you feel like a little child
Yeah.
going to see your headmaster. But a good start here from
Yeah.
Somerset.
Not too many alarms. The odd player missed, but some lovely drives. He likes it there, doesn't he? That's a fine shot. That's a beautiful. I mean, it's not a great ball, but he does lap those up beautifully.
Yes, I'm trying not to be too excited, not to commentate and
Yeah.
curse the start, but yeah, Lammonby is looking in superb rhythm at the moment, and that there just a fraction straight, quite a bit straight actually. Looking at that replay from Sam Cook, really unusual. Actually, a little bit
so straight that it was crooked, really.
yeah, a little bit. Would you say a little bit of a greedy start from these pair?
Yeah.
They've been quite early searchy, which is unusual for these two.
He's
And
done it again, and that's a slightly better shot in that it wasn't. The first one was more or less half volley length as well. That was more of a length ball, but it was on middle and leg, and he picks those up well. So yeah, you're right. They're both being a bit greedy. Of course, they haven't played any championship cricket for a while, and you're thinking, let's get into it quickly.
They're probably both trying to bowl wide Yorkers at the moment. No, but like one of the features of
I don't think Porter is.
I think one of the features of what these two do when they're operating at their best is whatever the ball is doing, it finishes on off stump.
Oh, he's got 4 more.
Yeah, they normally both of them bowl through to the keeper's gloves a little bit. That sort of
Yeah.
second set of stumps off stump, and subtly move the ball in and out from there. But they've been very sort of stump hunty and a little bit greedy there. And Lammonby is
Well, and not only greedy
Played
in terms
another
of
great shot.
line, but a little bit with length. Once they've overpitched, I mean, this pair have latched onto it. Lammonby's picked up 10 in 3 balls. That one was okay. It went very fine. Backward of point. There's one slip's come out.
oh.
Oh, well, how did that happen?
I think that's the underside of the thigh pad, I reckon. One of those rarer than run out backing up dismissals. It looks like it's just got caught underneath Lammonby's thigh pad and it's ricocheted back onto the stumps, and that great start from Tom Lammonby in Somerset is over. Somerset 34 for 1. Not the dismissal you'd expect. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but you see the way the thigh pad hooks around the pad. It looks like it's just caught underneath there. Yes, it has. That's so
unlucky. That is. I mean, Cook didn't even consider celebrating that wicket. Really, it's such a bonus wicket.
No, the thigh pad is shaped to protect the thigh around the batting pad. It sort of hooks down. It's just got caught up under there and gone down and back onto the stumps. That is desperately unlucky for Tom Lammonby, but Essex, after an indifferent start, will be happy they've made a breakthrough, albeit not the way you'd expect. Goldsworthy in at number 3.
Well, it's. I mean, if you're in the Lammonby household, you're thinking, oh, you're just beginning to lick your lips. He played 3 or 4 glorious shots, looked in good nick. We know he's in good nick, and he hasn't really done much wrong apart from not hitting the ball. But it was nowhere near an LBW situation. It was down leg.
Anything on the full of the thigh pad or the pad that's 4 leg buys, and just unlucky. It's just caught underneath the thigh pad. Desperately unlucky, and I think a double happy moment for Cook and Porter as they do like bowling at right-handers. It's where they're most dangerous.
So Goldsworthy at 3. Going for the form men, I suppose. This is what happened in the 50-over matches. Lammonby and Goldsworthy at the top of the order scored a stash of runs.
Well, I think that's it's a really looking batting lineup with Goldsworthy at 3 in good form, because then you've got Nichols, Rue and Abel 4, 5 and 6. I mean, that's quite the middle order with Lewis Gregory as well.
Well, and Archie Vaughan. In theory, it's quite a long lineup. You've got Gregory at 8, probably, and Archie at 7, who hasn't actually scored that many runs this year. I was talking to his dad the other day, who said, I sort of see him as a bowling all-rounder rather than a batting all-rounder. And that's how he's performed, actually. He's bowled really nicely in the 50-over game, I think, and also with limited scope in championship cricket.
Yeah, that's certainly the way it's panned out. I know early on in his career he used to get quite frustrated because I think it took a long time and a lot of wickets taken. He would always describe himself as a batting all-rounder. I think all of his representative cricket, junior cricket, he was a number 3. Yeah. That was more of a part-time bowler, but obviously the success he had bowling for Somerset early on, and I think it's always going to, I think, hamper your batting, the amount of overs you have to bowl.
Yeah, and I guess there was this sort, because he looks like his dad at the crease and plays a bit like him. The cover drive, when he plays a nice cover drive, it's very like Michael Vaughan, vintage Michael Vaughan, isn't it? So the sort of expectation, is he playing there? He probably is, isn't he?
Yeah, that looked an absolute beauty there from Jamie Porter, just angling in and leaving Josh Thomas. Yeah,
there was a sort of expectation. Oh, he must be like his dad. He bowls a bit of off spin, but he's a classy batsman. Well, he looks a classy batsman when he scores runs, but he's still got a bit of work to do to stay in long enough to score.
And I think as well, in defence of Archie Vaughan, I mean, he's performed brilliantly with the ball and has played some really good knocks in patches. But in that era where the Somerset opening combination resembled some form of dressing room tombola, I think it was probably, it was a lot to ask to go in at the top of the order, and actually it's probably one of my grievances is young players getting into the first team without scoring lots of second team hundreds. That was normally the thing that you'd have to do to force your way in, and going in there with almost straight out of school really was a huge ask. And I think that sort of first 7 or 8 games that he played where he didn't have great success really probably knocked his sort of development confidence in a lot of ways. But seeing him round the place now, he's starting to produce some really valuable knocks, and I'm sure he'll find his way back towards the upper half of the order. Yeah,
well, even when he started, he got in the team because he was capable of bowling off breaks on pitches that were spinning a bit. But there was a problem at the top of the order. So what we can do? Well, we'll toss Archie in. He's batted in the top 3 or 4 when he's played for the under-19s or something like that.
Yeah. His number came out of the ball, didn't it?
Yeah. So it's a consequence to Somerset struggling to find a solid opening pair. So that's how Josh Thomas has got the job at the moment, and he has done pretty well this summer.
His first 100 for the club came in that early part of the championship season. He's definitely deserving and cemented his spot at the top of the innings, but feels like the Essex bowlers until that ball have just found their rhythm. But another loose delivery from Jamie Porter, nicely put away through the onside by Josh Thomas. 7 overs gone, and Somerset, in terms of run rate, flying 36 for the loss of Tom Lambenby, albeit quite an unfortunate dismissal.
Yeah, he doesn't get very grumpy very much, I don't think, but he will be grumpy because it's always worse when you go out there and you're batting like David Gower or someone. The timing is there, the runs are coming. Sweet shots, it all seems to be working, and then something happens. Yeah,
it's one of those dismissals, as I said, almost sort of has the frequency of a run out backing up kind of dismissal. Really unlucky, but Essex will be happy. They haven't started great. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, experienced pros, they will be finding their rhythm before long. Which strike me as the sort of bowlers that would look up at the board now and seeing 4 overs for 18, 3 overs for 14 and be quite motivated to pull that round.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they've got this bonus wicket with that. I mean, it's a real bonus. Lammonby's scored a lot of runs against Essex over the years. And they've got in freakish circumstances. Where's the ball gone? There's a certain amount of chaos. That was a big in-swinger. He wants an LBW. He's got his hands in his head saying, how can that possibly not be out? Well, look, a good shout.
Yeah, I think...
I don't know how the ball got down to long leg in the end.
First impression is I think that's just done too much. That's absolutely hooped in. Great delivery. Yeah, I think that's a good decision.
Is it?
Yeah, that's going down.
You reckon?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm sticking up for my old roommate.
I know you are.
No, that's done a lot. That's gone big. But again, a great indication.
It must have gone between his pads and the leg stump. And how did it not miss it? How did it miss leg stump after it hit his pads? It went very fine on the leg side in the end, didn't it?
A great indication for the
terrific
viewers.
Delivery.
Great indication for the viewers of the skill level of Sam Cook, just probing around that off stump and then that big booming in swinger. I mean, you see those given, but I do think that's a really good decision from Blackie.
Well,
let's have a look again. This will give us a good view of the bend on this ball. Yeah.
Wow.
It struck him on middle and leg. That's going. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe he hasn't got very far to go.
Yeah. I don't even think that's umpire's call. I think that's missing by a good few inches.
I think they'd have reviewed it. He's just got a bit of rhythm now, Cook, with that bonus wicket. He's just shaped that one away, and we've seen him zip that ball. No wonder he was a bit of a burden, but he was compared to Anderson in some ways. He's obviously not in that calibre, but he's pretty damn good.
He doesn't have the big away like Jimmy's got. He's got the wobble seam and the in swinger as we saw there, but it doesn't have that big shaping ball towards the slips. I mean, this is where as a batter your brain gets a little bit frazzled when you've seen that big in swinger. There's always a risk that you'll play at wider balls. So yeah, Cook's very much on top here.
But you'd think if he could bowl that in swinger. Well, he obviously can't do it to order, but you'd bowl it more often, wouldn't you? Because that went late. Surprised.
Well, there are periods, especially to left-handers, where Jimmy almost exclusively bowls the in-swinger, and it's actually an unusual ball for a right-hander to face. You don't. That's not the norm. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see the in-swingers being delivered slightly more frequently, but a good over for Sam Cook and one that Lewis Goldsworthy's only just about survived. 40 for 1 now. Yeah, I think one more replay of that LBW if we have the time, just to take a look at it one more time. I just think absolutely boomeranged in towards the pad to Lewis Goldsworthy and couldn't have been far away from hitting the stumps.
No, I don't know. I mean, it went very fine down to. It went for 4 leg buys. It's a very fine leg. Anyway, I am going to summon up Harry.
Just as Essex have summoned up Shane Snater, who's going to replace Jamie Porter from the River End. Jamie Porter, not quite as metronomic as he normally is, but maybe having an early rest to follow Sam Cook whenever his spells over at the Marcus Roscothic stand end. Snater normally pitches the ball up, gets the ball swinging. A little bit of a loosener there, looking to swing the ball away from the left-hander. not the start I was expecting here. I was expecting it to be a little bit more attritional in terms of run scoring. The Essex bowling attack, but Somerset have got away. Essex fortunate to pick up that first wicket of Lammonby. There's a lot of runs on the board in those first 8 overs. Somerset, I think, will be quite happy, apart from Lammers, who I think feel a little bit disgruntled at the way that he got out. He was batting beautifully. Morning, Harry.
Yeah, surprisingly leaky spell from Cook and Porter. I can't remember them ever going for that many runs in the early overs. 2 left-handers as well. They didn't have the excuse of trying to adapt to a right left-hander like they are now, but
yeah, it just looked a little bit searchy, which is
agreed.
unusual for those two. They yeah, again, times have changed as Thomas picks off a straight delivery there from Snater. Looks like he's just going to come up short of reaching the boundary and picks up 2. They're normally incredibly sort of pressure buildy in and around your off stump, and there are a number of deliveries into the pads and slightly full. I think they definitely had their intent on, I know it sounds obvious, but taking early wickets, but the way those two normally get wickets is just giving you nothing. Somerset did get away, but signs that Essex are back to the modus operandi. Snater just getting that ball to shape away from Josh Thomas.
But like you say, they are 2 bowlers that you don't associate with searching. They're 2 that you know they're going to hit their spot. They're going to just keep nagging away and be patient until something comes. So yeah, very unusual. Maybe the white ball break in the season. They've not played red ball cricket for a few weeks.
That excitement as well of getting a swinging Duke delivery in hand as well. Trying to bowl those magic deliveries. Snater looks like he's bowling a really nice shape to the left-hander. Angle in and swing away.
I mean, it's pretty good man to have first change. I always think Shane Snater's one of the underrated of this set of seamers. You know the big 2 starting up, and then you have Shane Snater come on first change. Sam Cook didn't even play in that professional county select 11. I thought he might have a go in that against Pakistan. That had been a bit more red ball cricket for him, warming up for the county championship, but no, didn't play in that game against Pakistan tourists.
False shot there from Thomas, but he's going to pick up runs. It won't be a boundary.
Soft hands.
But 3, Lewis Goldsworthy scampering, pushing his batting partner. And probably quite happy to get down the other end, because Sam Cook has been all over Lewis Goldsworthy since he got to the crease. He's faced 8 deliveries, hasn't got off the mark yet, but Sam Cook really has found some movement as we have a look at the scorecard there in that middle order that I think will play a big part in this game. Nichols, Rue, Abel and Vaughan. Plenty of batting depth.
Do you expect Nichols to come in at 3? I wonder if it's just breaking up the left-handers, but
yeah, I mean, I think it's a great asset to have. What you would, you know, if you had to bet who's going to score the most runs in this game, you would probably go with Nichols, Rue and Abel, just because the nature of opening the batting number 3, and if you can get that first, second spell out of the opening bowlers, get that shine off the ball, that hardness out of the ball before your heavy run scorers come in, I think that's brilliant. And Goldsworthy and Lammonby, I think, were really good decisions to go up the top of the order based on the form and the rhythm that they're in from the Metro Bank. I mean, not to underestimate, I know it's different white ball cricket, but just the rhythm of being out there, batting, confidence of runs under your belt. I think it was a really good call to put Lammonby and Goldsworthy up the order. I think it's paid off. 46 for 1. I think Somerset will be relatively happy in this situation. I think really was a superbly unlucky dismissal of Lammonby, who looked $1 million when he was out there.
yeah, totally agree. I actually think this could be one of Somerset's strongest top 6 in a long time. It's easy to think there's no Banton, there's no TKC, there's no Thomas Rue, but I just really like the blend, like you say, Nichols, Rue and Abel still to bat. 3 of the best players Somerset have had in red ball cricket in recent years. To have them still going, and you know, they're not even in the first 10 overs.
You've also got through the order left-hand, right-hand combinations, which I think is, you know,
More
it's
left-handers
definitely
than
an asset. It's an absolute asset to have. You know, just to be continuously changing the line as a bowler can challenge as well. Every single, you're having to completely change the field and, you know, where you're aiming, what you're trying to do with the ball. So,
But then do you put James Rew back to 6? Do you put, I reckon you probably go Nichols, Abel, Rew to split that right-left hand thing again. I mean, you're not going to do a T20 thing, I wouldn't have thought, where you have both padded up and wait and see who falls. I mean, you could do.
no, I think it'll be fixed as
Abel
it's
at 5,
scorecarded by the
yeah.
looks of it. Oh, what a ball that is from Sam Cook. That's what we expect to see plenty of throughout this game. A high quality bowler, and it looks like he's settled into a lovely rhythm there. Oh, that's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, that's what you expect from Sam Cook. Released to play in this game, having been in that England squad, not picked as the 4 right-arm seamers for the Test match against Pakistan. Essex delighted to have him. But yeah, then you've got Archie Vaughan and Lewis Gregory at 7 and 8. Really strong batting lineup for Somerset. And just hope they can get enough wickets out of that. Mickey Pretorius might be down to probably 10 today. Leach and Bull can get a slog sweep away off his captain Lewis Gregory last night. Cloughed a slog sweep off his captain bowling offies.
Yeah, I did say to him when he came in that he was due a few runs, but
thought I might get him in touch, but no.
He did laugh. Yeah, it's been a bit of a strange one. That he's definitely got batting credentials. We've seen it time and time again. Really valuable half centuries down the order, but hasn't managed to get any rhythm. But yeah, it's two very good teams today. I mean, just on paper,
Yeah.
both perfectly balanced, lots of bowling options, you know, superb batters with great records. I mean, it really does shape up to be a great 4 days. 10 overs gone, 47 for 1 here on day 1. Sam Cook looking dangerous and looking in great rhythm.
Yeah, Cook's bowled 5. Porter just 4 before Snaith come on. You wonder whether they'll go Cook for 1 more. Might go Noah Thane while it's overcast this morning. Don't think we'll see Critchley or Harmer quite yet.
Yeah, I feel like the early change at the river end, I think that smell to me like Porter will follow Sam Cook as a
change of ends, yeah.
Yeah, every bowler has a preference of ends at most grounds in the country, and off memory, Porter does bowl a lot of overs from the Marcus Roscothik end, so I'm sure he'll try and turn his fortunes around pretty soon. They won't want to bowl Sam Cook too deep into his spell to keep him fresh for the day.
New overseas around the ground as well. So Henry Nichols making his debut. There's a couple of Indian spinners knocking around the county championship. South African Ray Toole is playing for Glamorgan. It's that sort of time of year where there's different players coming in for the, well, now 6 match August and September stint. Well played by Lewis Goldsworthy. Soft hands, late edge down into the ground. Wow, there's a few wickets falling elsewhere. Yorkshire 9 for 3. Adam Lyne's gone now against Hampshire. And Notts 14 for 3. 2 big games there with early wickets. Defending champs not doing too well at the Oval. Zach Crawley is playing for Kent. He's not played much. Not got 50 yet in the championship, but he's having a bat. Bit of rain around some of the other grounds, but
well, in terms of rhythm for championship, it's almost like starting a new season. It's such a long break between championship games. So much travelling around the country for those players that have been involved in the 100 as well. Completely different feel and format. So it wouldn't surprise me if a couple of batting lineups have bad days today. So far, Somerset have looked good. Goldsworthy scrapping hard out there. He's faced 14 balls for his 1. A good LBW shout. Turned down by umpire Ian Blackwell. But yeah, Goldsworthy came in just as Sam Cook hit his straps. It's in good rhythm, and often happens, Harry, in red ball cricket, that once that initial bit of lacquer comes off the ball and the ball shiners start doing their thing, the swing can sometimes evolve in that first sort of 20, 30 overs of an innings. The Duke ball, once it gets looked after, can start swinging more when it gets a little bit older. Certainly what the Essex bowlers will be hoping for.
Yeah, agreed. Just think the overcast conditions will excite Tom Wesley, obviously winning the toss, opting to bowl this morning after the heat wave. Weeks and weeks of sunshine. We've barely seen clouds since June. So it is the Essex seamer's paradise at the moment. A bit of a greenish tinge to the wicket, a little bit of overnight rain. The pitch was covered straight after the rugby clash of the captains last night. Outfield a little bit greener and lusher than it has been. So Sam Cook's going to come and bowl a 6th over. 1 for 16 with 2 maidens. He's gone near the umpire. He's given a bit of TLC to the 6 fielders. Don't see that very often. Is he cutting something off his trousers? I think he's cutting his trousers. Would he keep scissors in his pocket? Slight delay in proceedings. Cook's run up seems to be a bit longer than I seem to remember in the past. A couple of steps before he gets going, kicks his heels and then accelerates through the crease. A bit of work with England coaches, I suppose. Oh. That's a lovely shot, Josh Thomas. Save them, that's 4. Even with a little bit of overnight rain, the outfield's quick enough. Just donk it on the head, punch it down the ground. Lovely stroke.
What a shot that is, a lovely crack of that bat that he's holding there. Absolutely flush out the middle, a great sound.
Caught up with Josh Thomas last night. He was here watching the Jamie George, Lewis Gregory match, and it's quite nice to see him. Tom Lammonby, Archie Vaughan, Tom Banter, they're all here. You know, players they want to enjoy support an occasion like that. And he goes again. That's a great cut shot. Brilliant piece of fielding at backward point, because that was rocketing for 4. Unlike Sam Cook to over pitch, then go short and wide outside off. Could easily have been 8 off too. Brilliant piece of fielding. Yeah, Sam Cook not quite right at the start of this over.
Slightly surprised that bowlers of the skill level of Cook don't occasionally just try with the movement away from the left-hander over the wicket, just change the angle up. Not for me to say, because he's a fine performer, but Josh Thomas looks like he's got a good handle on the angles at the moment as he plays and misses at the next one, right on cue.
Handle of the angles, I like that. I feel like that could be a book. Welcome to those of you in the live chat. He's had a few weeks off. Some of the fans don't particularly enjoy white ball cricket, so they've been looking forward to this moment for weeks. Watch it from all over the world. That's not good bowling from Sam Cook. It's a lovely shot again from Josh Thomas, punching royally on top of the bounce. Could easily be 12 already off this over.
2 unbelievable shots this over from Josh Thomas. The straight drive, and that was like Damien Martin in a mirror. That was beautiful.
Sound of his world-class willow thundering around the ground. Dean Elgart back on his former home patch, trotting over and getting the ball back. He's been a bit disappointing for Essex this year. Still a class act, but we expected a few more from him. Better from Sam Cook, but not as threatening as you'd expect him to be. Fine legs, very square. A long way away to James Hildreth's stand. The only man out on the boundary. Sam Cook looks a frustrated figure. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Porter now come off and just got the full in end. Give Cook a rest. Yeah, there we go. Bit of warming up. Loosening up those shoulders. You enjoyed last night then, Pete? You giving it the old arm waving as you come out? The old, what was it, get your shoulder loose?
Yeah.
Long way to walk, wasn't it?
It was a long way out to the middle. Perfect time to get loose. Yeah, I've done that since I was about 13. So something I'll continue to do. My little pre-batting routine. Yeah, it was great. It was brilliant. You know, I think the crowd really enjoyed it. Seeing the rugby players and the cricketers do battle. Some of the rugby players, I thought, you know.
Yeah. Max Malins was brilliant.
Malins looked a proper player. I mean, I think he was.
Soft hand, I think.
I was trying to get him to sign for Burbage for the Whipple running. He looked like a cracking player.
Were they your Burbage gloves as well?
Yeah.
Red and black gloves. Didn't notice them. Enjoyed the orange pads as well. Have you kept the orange pads, or were they?
I wore my own, but soft hands there from Lewis Gregory, but a decent ball there from Shane Snater, just moving away. But
Goldsworthy
played really late there from Goldsworthy. Played it well in the end. To get that down to the floor in front of Simon Harmer, picked up a boundary for it. But
I actually think we should credit the batters quite a lot. There's been a lot of runs scored through the cordon, that very few have been actual thick, genuine edges. A lot of them have been soft hands, controlled enough. You know, they're on top of the bounce and letting the ball hit the bat rather than pushing at it.
Yeah, that particular delivery there, I think Lewis Goldsworthy was sort of committed to a shot there and just pulled out at the last minute, which is just taking a bit of pace off the ball. And again, as we discussed with Vic, that's the sort of delivery that frustrates the bowlers. Good piece of fielding down here at fine leg. Not sure if it was pad or bat. He certainly saved his team a run off the thigh pad, according to Martin Saggers.
Yeah, Matt Critchley with a brilliant sprint and dive and flick back. A few sweaters out in the field. I don't think I've worn a jumper for weeks. County Championship comes back. Bit of cold weather. Yeah, still not quite right from the Essex seamers. Shane Snater making the umpires have to move from square leg to square leg with the right and left hander.
Another loose delivery, that's going to go all the way for 4. I mean, there's absolutely a threat out there. I mean, the balls have been beating the bat, but in between that, a lot of poor deliveries from the Essex attack that Somerset, to their credit, have put away. Josh Thomas, like Lammerby, has started his innings really nicely. Anytime he's had the chance to score, he's jumped on it.
Yeah, beautiful batting again. Still 3 slips in play, but fine leg goes back. That's more runs. Josh Thomas on the charge here, not quite as controlled that one. It's going to go for 4. They're going to chase really hard but not quite get there. Just not consistent areas from the Essex teams, which is very unlike them. Somerset playing aggressively to Porter. Porter's warm-up is getting more and more ferocious. With every bad ball, he's more eager to come on and bowl this end.
Well, it might force Wesley into an early bit of Simon Harmer, potentially, with the run rate at the moment. You'd be happy with the start in the Metro Bank a few weeks back. Yeah. 70 for 1 off of nearly 13 overs. Somerset flying here. Oh, another one, another boundary. Hefty over this. With 2 leg byes and 4 boundaries. Thomas has rattled on to 36, just shy of a run a ball.
Yeah, 18 off the over, wow.
Lots of poor deliveries. It's been really surprising, actually, with the quality of the bowlers. I think you're absolutely right there, Harry. You know, that period without 4-day cricket, a lot of these players would have been bowling 1-day cricket, honing their Yorkers and slower balls and
trying to bowl a different ball every ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they're doing that today. Bit of a bag of licorice, all sorts going down at the moment. And the predicted change, Jamie Porter is coming on at the Marcus Trescothick stand end in replace of Sam Cook, who bowled nicely. Picked up that one rather fortunate wicket of Tom Lammonby, but looked like he had really good rhythm.
18 off the 13th over then. A lot of talk about who would open today. There was talk about Sav Pereira having been signed for the One Day Cup. Well, he's not been picked for this game, but he's 157 not out overnight. Somerset 2s playing Notts 2s. Up at Notts Sports Club, Lady Bay. Bit of rain up there, so delay going into day 3. But yeah, Johnny Connell and Sav Pereira are both signed for the One Day Cup, and they're both still playing for Somerset 2s. Your Burbage mate Will Tripconey's got a game in that one as well. Bertie Michael from Taunton Dean got 94, so positive signs for Somerset 2s as well.
Yeah, Savin Pereira, was that his 15th 100 now in second team cricket?
Good memory.
Wouldn't have surprised me if he'd have opened the batting in this game.
Correct,
to be honest.
yeah.
I mean, he looks like he's got a brilliant technique for opening the batting, and great to see him putting in a shift for the 2s. My teammate Trips has got a low score, unfortunately. He's had a slower second half of the season. Hopefully he can turn that around for the important day, which is Saturday, obviously.
Next 2 Saturdays. That's what he's saving them for. Another slightly wider, fuller ball. Goldsworthy punching it well. It's probably going to be 2. Think about the third. Oh, a bit of hesitation. Yeah, probably a sensible stick at 2.
There's not much wrong with that delivery there, but well played by Goldsworthy. He's done some hard graft early on in his knock, but looks like he's finding a bit of rhythm.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Sav Pereira would be a shout. I guess if Henry Nichols hadn't been signed, you could have kept Lammonby at 3. You could have gone Sav Pereira and Josh Thomas with no Nichols and Lammonby 3, then Abel and Root. Goldsworthy as well. No Banton in Red Bull cricket anymore. Thomas Rue injured at the moment. TKC's not been right for months really. It was Essex, wasn't it? Chelmsford, Essex away when he had that thumb injury and Will Smead flew in from Abergavenny.
The slip catch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unusual to damage your hand as severely as he did and take the catch. It's normally associate broken fingers with drop catches, but yeah, it sort of went in awkwardly, unfortunately, and has made it hard work for TKC as Goldsworthy punches that over-pitch delivery from Jamie Porter down the ground. And the runs are flowing here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset now 80 for 1 inside of the first hour's play.
Somerset fancy some batting bonus points. Didn't normally go this quickly. The first innings in overcast conditions.
Well, that many runs in the first hour was not on my scratch card this morning.
Agreed. Aggressive. Well, these are the 2, well, the 3 stars of the One Day Cup. I do quite like that Somerset have gone with the top 3, the 3 men who did the best in the One Day Cup. Goldsworthy, Thomas and Lammonby. All 3 of them had multiple 50s. Josh Thomas just missed out on 100. The other 2 did score hundreds. And they were rocks, really. With Sav Pereira and Johnny Connell in and around them, and a lot of shuffling of those 2. These and Archie Vaughan moved around a bit. These 3 were ever present once Goldsworthy got past that concussion he had at Headingley. That's a tighter line from Porter. Nearer off stump. Goldsworthy not taking a risk to try and score off that ball. Yeah, you're playing 50 over cricket here. White balls, you know, two white balls and 34 overall is obviously a different game, but still confidence of runs on the same ground just a week or 2 ago. The 3 men that have been here, so you can see them taking that form into the championship.
Well, you can see that they're in that sort of frame of mind to capitalise on any loose deliveries. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support here at the Cooper Associates County Ground and the club as a whole. Brilliant partnership we've had for them. We hope they enjoy it as much as we do. Often here downstairs watching the game, in between scanning and repairing broken fingers from Somerset players. Snater on a bit of a clutch back there after that last over, 3 overs for 21. That last one going for 18 runs.
Yeah, 18 off 13. Yeah, Jamie Thorpe was a busy man. Caught up with Thomas Rue last night. He's having to do a few ankle exercises Tom Cullen-Campbell. Tom Lammonby, of course, has had the tendon injury in his arm. Hopefully, I think it's a positive side that Somerset have gone with just 3 seamers. I think there's a little bit more faith and confidence in Tom Lammonby's arm. He's had a week or so rest since the One Day Cup. Somerset not getting to the quarter-final or semi-final of the One Day Cup means Tom Lammonby had a few more days off. Didn't play for Exeter on Saturday, so I think they will see Lammonby as a 4th seamer. You could argue Somerset have got 4 spinners in their attack today, with Goldsworthy and Thomas, if needed, after Leach and Vaughan.
Well, if it doesn't turn, they're definitely going to have to bowl some overs, that's for sure. We hope as the game develops, you know, the pitches here at Taunton, they offer a little bit to the seamer early on, then they become quite good to bat on for a couple of days. You've got to work hard as a bowler. But then the real good pitches here at Taunton just deteriorate to the point where spin on the last 4 sessions of the game comes into play, and we very much hope that's the case, because that would be an outstanding week's cricket, as that ball just darts back in towards the thigh pad of Josh Thomas. He's on 36 now. Even though the runs are flowing, you've still got to be watchful. Both these bowlers on at the moment have got that ability to bowl that Jaffa that can find the edge or the shin. And there we have one that has Snater absolutely convinced that was out. Head on hands. That would be an interesting replay. I think that looked closer than the one against Lewis Goldsworthy.
Going down leg, I think.
Yeah, good decision there from Martin Saggers. That one just continuing on that angle down the leg side. It's probably struck him on. Yeah, that's quite a long way down leg.
Yeah,
struck him on leg. I think that's probably missing by 3 or 4 inches at least.
Slightly overzealous appeal from Snater. There have been better shouts than that he's not been quite as confident appealing on. That's another lovely shot from Josh Thomas. Yes, it's only 1, but the full face of the bat, the noise, dumping it through. Got to be up there for most improved player of the year for Somerset.
Yeah, he's done really well. He's taken the opportunity. I did speak to him before the season started, and I think the vibe was he was going to get the nod, and the way that he's grabbed that opportunity, scored some big runs. Not only that, I think his first game he batted a lot of time as well, which I thought was excellent, and then got that 100. Really has grabbed his opportunity, played well through the Metro. Yeah, brilliant season as Goldsworthy punches off the back foot through extra cover. Another boundary. Won't be long before the Essex captain starts to get a little bit concerned about how many runs are being leaked here on day 1 here.
Yeah,
numerous poor deliveries. Unusual for the Essex attack.
Very much so. I haven't seen Essex be this loose with the ball. Might they have to go to Tall Paul Walter for an early bowl? Hasn't bowled much this year, but she's still an option.
Well, the skipper has just waved to the dugout for the shin pads and helmet, so almost certain Simon Armour will be bowling the next over from the River End.
I feel like conditions are irrelevant here. The seamers have not bowled well enough, so they're just going to have to go for someone who they know will give them control on whatever wicket. It's not taking turn. You'd have thought Simon Harmer. And Josh Thomas has had a bit of a weakness against spin. A couple of dismissals this year. But I think it's apt that Goldsworthy and Thomas against Essex. I was at Chelmsford end of last season. I had a wedding in the States and I flew straight back to Heathrow and then went from Heathrow overnight flight straight to Chelmsford. Ended up on comms on 5 Live with Gibbo for what was the last game of the season, I think. And Josh Thomas had just come in the previous game here against Hampshire as a concussion replacement for Abel. And Josh Thomas batted really well at Chelmsford. Goldsworthy got 100, and those two, the two batting now, were the best batters at Chelmsford when it was sort of the end of the season feel to the game. But both batted well against the Essex attack then.
Well, he's moving well today. Another straight delivery clipped off the defensive field. About 45 minutes ago, there were 3 slips in the gully. Now reduced to 2 slips and a man out on the boundary on the leg side. Tom Wesley clearly desperate to stem the flow of runs here this morning, which is now the afternoon.
Yeah, it's always that's a cheeky single from Goldsworthy. Actually, good cheeky single. Easy enough. Yeah, the old morning session in which half of it's morning and half of it's afternoon, but that's the lexicon of cricket. So Somerset 50 come up in the 12th over. It was 74 for 1 after 13, after 18 came off that 13th over that Shane Snater bowled.
Yeah, it's certainly not panic times here for Essex, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's something like a robust conversation at lunchtime. I don't know if those kind of things happen nowadays, but I think there's enough in the wicket. Just a little bit of ill discipline, and it will give the Essex bowlers a little bit of scope, as we will probably mention a number of times. There's quite a layoff between championship games. I think the captain will be urging his bowlers just to lock into that discipline that they're pretty famous for, the Essex openers in particular across the circuit.
Yeah, and Porter getting a bit greedy there, attacking that leg stump, allowing Thomas to work a ball into leg for 1. You think of him just being that impeccable line of length, outside off, but a nibble either way. Looks like he's trying to bowl that miracle ball, which he doesn't need to do. If he keeps bowling dot ball after dot ball, something might happen. But Simon Harmer will try a slightly different approach. Didn't expect Simon Harmer to be bowling in overcast conditions just 66 minutes into the championship's return. Bowling from Jack Leach's preferred end, the river end.
Well, you always feel like when you play Essex that the Porter-Cook combination is obviously a scrap, but quite often, especially in the last sort of decade or so, where Taunton's been a pretty good place to bowl spin, how you handle Simon Harmer has been game-defining. So it's a lot earlier than I think Simon Harmer and Tom Wesley would have liked to have introduced him into the attack, but quite an important moment coming up. 88 for 1, 16 overs gone. Hour and 5 minutes of play, and Somerset very much on top. Brilliant start from Lammonby and Thomas. Super unlucky dismissal from Tom Lammonby. Looked an absolute $1 million, looked in great form, carrying that on from the Metro Bank, where he was right up there with the top run scorers. Josh Thomas with that flurry of boundaries from Snater is on to 39. This partnership's already past 50. It's currently 54.
Bowling with the sunglasses on, despite it not being too sunny, but as is tradition for Harmer. We saw Thomas get out to Patterson White early on, first game here of the season against Notts. Just that change in pace, change in tempo. He's been thumping the seamers around, got to 39. No time at all, really. What's the change here going to bring? A slip, a short leg. Deep square, the only boundary. Fielder. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Straight away on the money, Harmer. No loosener needed.
Well, at the very least, I think Simon Harmer will get control of the run rate for his captain. Not ideal for the seamers at the other end that the spinners bowling this early, because it does age the ball quicker than normal, having a spinner bowl.
Yeah, he's still shining it for the seam the other end. 13 extras as well is pretty poor from Essex at this stage. Very surprisingly unprofessional start from an Essex bowling attack. You just expect to be on it.
Well, they often do talk about setting the tone, and I think I don't know how close it would have been LBW, but the first ball of the day was a no ball.
Yeah.
From
Yeah, good point.
Jamie Porter. It looked like it had a chance of being a good LBW shot.
And does that set the tone as well? They just bring the man up from the leg side and exactly where they brought him up from, and the gap that's now there. Josh Thomas hits for 2 because Harmer strays to leg. He's just brought the fielder over to the offside to bowl that side off. He's chucked one down the leg, which again you didn't expect from Harmer. 3 balls on the money. Slightly looser. 4th ball. Does stick with the same field now though.
Ooh, spin. That turned.
Yeah, Josh Thomas seemed to play it comfortably enough, but yeah, a little bit short, I suppose, wasn't it? Turn from outside off.
Well, you know, with Simon Harmer, if there is spin out there, he'll find it. That did spin quite sharply. That one not so much, and beautifully played by Josh Thomas. Another boundary. He's moving on rapidly to 45.
Yeah, flying along it. They put mid-off back as well. Quite defensive from Essex, and Harmer going for 6 off his first over. We saw Cook go for 6 off his first over. Josh Thomas is batting beautifully. Well, so was Lammerby, to be fair, wasn't he? Before the thigh pad brought about his end. I enjoyed your analysis of the angle of the thigh pad and the unluckiness of, you can't really, if you wear a thigh pad, that's what's going to happen, I guess, in that exact situation. But
yeah, it's so unlucky. I mean, normally that just ricochets off the thigh pad, four leg buys, and no one bats an eyelid, but it's just that one tiny area that it can just sneak up underneath. Oh, nicely played there from Goldsworthy, and I think the start from Somerset is just starting to show in the body language of the Essex bowlers. It's important as a home and away team here at Taunton that you don't get into the, oh, it's a flat pitch mentality, because that can make it a very, very long day.
that's better from Porter. Dotting up Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy's been pretty positive. Straight drives down the ground. These two really complement each other nicely. Squaring up a little bit. That's better from Porter, these 3 balls. To start his 7th over, a bit more on the money. Baz McCullum on the live chat says, nice to see you bowling yesterday, Peter. Still with the same run-up? Yeah, I don't think your bowling action's changed much over the years, is it?
Yes, not sure I'd call it a run-up anymore. It's more of a shuffle. Yeah, it was a good day. And Nick Porter has got the wicket and deserves something like some luck. I mean, he's bowled a number of balls that have beat the bat. 6.3 overs now, 1 for 27. Hasn't been a standard sort of Porter quality spell, but he's picked up the wicket. You know he's dangerous, and Goldsworthy's just followed that slightly wider delivery. A little bit of shape, maybe a bit of nip. He's found the outside edge, and that's what good bowlers do. They keep nagging away, and he looks fired up.
I've not seen Porter give a send-off like that for a while. Properly pumped up. But like right in staring at, I mean, Goldsworthy, fair play to him, turned and went straight away, so it wasn't going to be an issue between the two of them. But Porter was running down towards him, face and shouting. I think the frustration of a bit of poor bowling.
Yeah, well, he definitely have like a personal pride thing. He would know that he hasn't quite been on it, and that's the catalyst for him, no doubt. 1 for 27 now. He's managed to stick in. He's got that breakthrough, and wasn't it needed? Goldsworthy will be slightly disappointed. Looked like his weight was slightly off that one. It was a wide ball. A healthy nick through to the keeper. He's gone for 16. But no, the Somerset new boy, Henry Nichols, strides to the crease. The quality New Zealand left-hander, looking good in maroon.
Here it is, yeah, and a few Kiwi friends text me in, ready for this moment. They thought he was going to bat at 3, but here he is at number 4, Henry Nichols. I think the best batting signing available for this 6-match September run in. Australia have been playing in Bangladesh, so you rule them out. England are playing Pakistan, so that's 4 Test nations pretty much ruled out. India, Sri Lanka, another 2, rule them out. New Zealand not got much on at the moment. Kane Williamson's replacement. Top Plunkett Shield run scorer the last couple of seasons. Henry Nichols is a mighty fine player. Yes, he didn't have a great stint for Worcestershire, but adapting to English conditions is still pretty different to New Zealand. I'm really excited to see him here in the County Championship. And his bat's as big as a barn door, first ball. Strong defensive shot. Henry Nichols at number 4. Two slips are in for Henry Nichols then. Aggressive from Porter to try and get through. I think that's an ambitious appeal from Porter. He's properly pumped up and firing.
I'm going to take a little break, Harry.
Get Victor back in.
We've got maybe a double change.
Okay.
For the last 45 minutes.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's a double. Go on.
You up for it?
Go on. You go. We'll go one. Yeah, I'm on my way.
We're gonna stick with it though, because it is gonna be another double act of a Vic and Peter.
Simon Harmer, meanwhile, is going to continue from the river end. Just having a little chat about the ball. Good time for us to swap out.
Okay, well, we've just about managed to switch microphones. Double change is very difficult. So I'm here with someone you may recognise from a previous game, Peter McGivern, young man, commentated with us. Which game was it?
It was the Sussex game, I believe, earlier on in the season. Yeah,
You've got to be able to remember that.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was so good that we've got to have him back.
Thank you very much for having me.
We've both climbed. I've just climbed the stairs.
Yeah, it's a long way up those stairs. It really is.
Which meant I just missed the Goldsworthy dismissal, but I'm reliably informed. A bit of a drive outside the off stump.
Bit of a loose one.
Yeah. So I can't remember if you're still at school or not. Have you?
I am going back to school for my last year in September. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you haven't been fretting on.
Not for
A
results
levels.
or anything. No. So,
Okay. Right. So we've got Harmer, and we've got the interesting side of Somerset's latest signing.
yes. Henry
Who's
Nichols.
Henry Nichols? Have you been doing deep research on Henry Nichols?
I have a little bit. Yeah,
Oh, good.
he's,
Thank goodness for that.
well, he's been a key part of the New Zealand Test side, so I'm very excited to see him in his first game, because we've had quite a few Kiwi recruits, haven't we, over the last few years. Matt Henry comes to mind.
Yeah. Well, I think Ben Warren, who does our sort of helps with the kind of media output, was thinking about Henry's back.
Yeah, Henry's back. Yeah.
Which would have been slightly misleading, because we all thought the world of Matt Henry.
Yes.
But this is Henry Nichols. Carry on with that. Tell us about what you know about Henry Nichols.
Yeah. So well, he played a good part in the Test series against England earlier on this season, and then yeah, he's been in the Kiwi setup. He's played a bit of 50-over cricket for them, but I think his game is more suited to the longer format. Test cricket obviously 5 days, but I think 4-day cricket is his best format. But he's come in the right time of the season. Somerset looking to push on and get their first county championship.
Well, the bizarre thing is, we were talking about earlier on, that Henry Nicholls has been signed, I would have thought, primarily because your contemporary Tom Rue is injured.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think so,
Tom Rue came into the side, scored 2 brilliant hundreds. Peter's at the same school. Well, so Tom has eventually left now,
Yeah,
I
he has,
suppose. And so they've whistled in, I think he's 34, Henry, and he's probably played about 50-odd test matches.
Yeah.
So it's the best we could do to replace Tom Rue.
Yeah.
And anyway, here he is, making his debut for Somerset. And it made sense. It's not just Tom Rue, actually, who's missing in the... Cody Cadmore's not fully fit.
No.
He's never really recovered from that thumb injury.
Yeah, he never really got going in the Blast, did he, after?
Tom Banton's had a bit of an injury and is now starting to concentrate on white ball cricket.
Yeah.
So suddenly there was a little gap. And of course there's 6 games, isn't there? To try and win the championship.
Yeah.
So have you seen much cricket since I last saw you?
Yeah, it would have been in May time, wouldn't it? Yeah. Been keeping a close eye on not only Somerset but also the England matches as well. And yesterday was a really good day for the new route era, or the second route era, should I say?
Yeah.
I think we were on the Sussex game when I was last in. Ollie Robinson was playing, and it was just as he was announced in the Test squad for the New Zealand series, and he bowled nicely, and we said that he only bowled a few overs, and he was probably preserving himself for that opening game at Lords, and he was well rested, and it was worth it, wasn't it?
Well, he's had an amazing. So he got all those wickets at Lords, and now he's done the same at Headingley. He's a great advert for the people who think, probably quite correctly, that you don't have to bowl 88 miles an hour to be effective at the highest level.
Yeah.
But what an amazing start with a wicket first ball.
Yeah.
And of course we've got 2 exponents with Essex who haven't been at their perhaps best today, but Porter, Cook, they prolific wicket takers who were, in Cook's case, low 80s probably.
Yeah.
And in Porter's place, probably high 70s. But at county level, they've been very successful. So pace isn't everything.
No. It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because the county championship season starts in April and ends in nearly October, doesn't it? So you've got to adjust to your lines and lengths as the season progresses. And early April, pitch it up and get them driving with 3 slips in the gully. And now it's Taunton pitches, a few months old, and it's not offering quite as much. But
no, you can get. I suppose you can get. By the time you get into mid-September, you can get that sort of equivalent to the April.
Yeah.
But at the moment, of course, it's been so dry, and it's not obviously seam bowling paradise.
No.
And I was mildly surprised, although I haven't studied that pitch from any further or nearer than this, that Essex opted to bowl first, actually. And I gather that Lewis Gregory was intending to bat had he won the toss.
Yeah.
Just like to get away. It doesn't matter how experienced you are. New club, new teammates.
First run of the ball.
Just to get going. I want to show her, gain the respect. I'm sure that he's already got the respect, but I want to just show the new teammates that he's up for it. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, interesting him at 4. Would you have bumped him up the order a little bit? Or?
I mean, he's not open. That's where the big gap always appears in the
Yeah.
Somerset lineup, isn't it? And again, he's another of your ex-pupils, Josh Thomas, has come in, and he's managed to do a good job this summer. I mean, he's had his down moments, but he's got 100. He still gets in the team. He's very positive. He's played really nicely today. And good luck to him for doing it, because it wasn't obvious. I don't know whether he opened the batting at Kings, whether you know.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I doubt it.
The last year I was there, so I was in year 9 when he was in the year 13, the upper 6th. So
Right.
saw
But
bits.
what I do know is that last summer he went up to the sort of coaches and said in the second team, I'd like to open.
Yeah.
Never having obviously been an opening batsman, but I'd like to open. And it was an intelligent thing to do, because that's where the gap
That's
lies.
where the gap is.
And then, of course, he got his chance in the last game of last year against Essex and got runs. Started this season. I think I'm right in saying he's played every championship game, but I may not be. But it seems like he
Yeah, I
has.
can't remember one he hasn't.
Yeah.
No.
So, yes, the batting order is a bit of a puzzle. So Tom Lammonby came up today. And the oddity is we'll have, if you like, our obvious trump cards. Another King's boy, James Rue and Tom Abel, coming in at 5 and 6. Which is slightly odd.
I think so too.
But it might. We'll see how it goes. I mean, we've got to 96 for 2. It's not too shabby. Runs have come pretty quickly this one. It looks quite a good wicket to bat. It hasn't done that much for the seamers, does it?
No. Be a little bit annoyed if I was an Essex seamer and captain's won the toss and had us the bowl, and he got 2 in the first hour and a half. But as you said, it's look like it's come onto the bat quite nicely. So.
Harmer, well, he could be quite busy this game. He could be quite busy this innings. He usually is quite busy. He's not frightened of hard work either. That'll do. Not necessarily off the middle of the bat, but he's often running as a Somerset player, Henry Nichols. I don't know, I haven't been part of it, but I think he's from Christchurch, which is where Matt Henry is from.
Oh, really?
So I'm sure they would have.
They're in contact.
Might have been a couple of phone call with Matt Henry. Well, what do you think about it? I'm guessing, but I would have thought. And I'm sure Matt Henry would have said to Henry Nichols, because he's clearly enjoyed his time when he's been here. Oh, yeah, I should go if I were you. It's quite handy to build up a reputation on the international circuit that actually, if you want, it's a nice place to go, Taunton, and they'll look after you, and etc.
Yeah. Cloud looming over us at the moment. We've done all right, haven't we, to miss it so far.
I think you're not allowed to grumble too much if it rains just at the minute. No. But I also think that any interruption is going to be brief. There's a nice breeze and there's fluffy dark clouds at the moment, but I think they'll blow over. There's still sunlight.
very comfortable in that forward defence. It was always promising.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
He looks. I mean, I've seen him play a little bit, but he's been around the houses, and he's got a sort of pragmatic, slightly open stance.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure he's. Well, I don't care what they look like. He's not, he's not a beautiful, graceful Tom Lammonby, even.
No.
I suspect, but it's runs that count.
It's runs, yeah. I would say no pictures on the scorecard, but nowadays everything's on video.
there's no scorecard.
Yeah.
Well, there is a scorecard actually,
Yeah.
but they've given up. I think what they do now as a slightly cost-cutting exercise is that they give you a blank scorecard.
Yeah, and you got to fill it in.
You've got to fill it in, which is it keeps everyone awake.
Keeps it busy, yeah.
Yeah, well, they say that playing golf, don't they?
Yeah.
When you put down a 4, which is actually hit a tree,
Yeah.
gone backwards and gone forwards and dribbled into the hole. So I think Essex will be thinking they saw a little bit of greenness out there. They were thinking this hadn't done quite as much as I thought it would do.
No. And then you go searching for wickets, and that's in the experience that
I think
I've had at limited multi-day cricket, it doesn't really work.
No, you're right, I'm sure. Searching for wickets is tempting, especially if you're defending a very small total. But actually, you've just got to bowl the same. If you go searching, by which we mean trying to bowl these magic balls, pitching it up a bit more bound. The usual outcome is you concede a lot more runs and lose control of the game. Oh, that turned.
Wow.
That turned, and ding dong. It's the first one we've seen
Quite
spin.
a big grip there as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
A lot of left-handers too in this Somerset side at the moment.
Yeah, real time.
Don't quickly too. Actually, bounce too. Isn't it? Been pretty positive, hasn't he, Josh Thomas? That's the way he plays, and that's the way you'd want him to play. That's his natural game, but he's not frightened to hit the ball. And he's not a classical player either, but
yeah. As you go into your shell, you can let the bowler get on top of you, and that's always dangerous. And
well, I think especially and I think that's especially the case if you are a naturally aggressive player.
Yeah.
When you when you're playing your natural game, you're looking to hit the ball, your feet move better.
Yes.
And then you fall into the trap. If you think, I've got to defend here, you also stop moving.
Your natural game, yeah.
And that's a deft little
played,
golden face. He's scuttling back for a second. Played that nice and late. Very good time. 23rd over. So you can do the math, but that's over 4 and over.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. Solid start. You wouldn't say it's excellent, but they would take it.
I think so. Yeah. Where are we now? It's still 25 minutes till lunch.
Yeah.
Hung around. To be fair to Essex, they don't hang around in terms of getting their overs bowled.
That's true. I saw Essex 6th in the table, I think, towards the bottom half, but they've actually had 4 wins in their games, and they're actually tied with Notts for the number of wins, and so they've had 3 losses and only 1 draw. So actually, they're not shy of getting a result, which is
they play
never a bad thing.
No. Well, it sort of indicates that they like to play a positive game, and also I think it's fair to say that at Chelmsford, which is their home ground, obviously, the wickets tend to be, I was going to say bowler friendly. It's quite capable of getting 40 wickets.
Yeah, that's true.
But also, I can't remember how many points they're behind, but it's not that many, is it? It's like less than 20, probably. So if you can be 7th in the championship, or certainly 6th, and still have a chance of winning it. When I last looked, which is a while ago, Notts, who were top of the championship, were 16 for 3.
Well,
but that's a while back. Yeah.
Sorry, took 3 early ones, didn't they?
Yeah, I don't know. I might be able to sum it up, but you just keep talking when necessary. It is. It's not radio.
No. Backward point. Tom's just trying to get to his 50 with a nice backward cut.
I like the freedom with which he plays, doesn't he? If it's there to hit, he'll hit it. I mean, you
see a lot of players dabbing to deep square for one for a half century, which is. That's a lovely shot. Yeah. Josh Thomas lent on it beautifully in a lovely way to bring up his half century. His last point to the order, his last point in the championship season. Yeah, sweet shot. We've seen a lot of good straight drives. And he, of course, we think of Lammonby and Goldsworthy throughout the 50 over contests. Were prolific, but actually Josh Thomas got quite a few runs as well, sort of lower down the order. And they've all come in, and actually Goldsworthy and Lamby have gone, but they've all looked in good nick. Yeah. They're in rhythm. Yeah. Well, it's raining at the Oval. There's quite a bit of rain around. We're lucky here. Yeah. But Nottinghamshire are 41 for 5. Ooh, that's handy.
It is, although we don't want Surrey to win the championship either. But you're right. They were the top team. There's quite a bit of rain around, obviously, because we're lucky here. Yorkshire at Southampton are 33 for 3, and it's delayed there. Just trying to scuttle through the first division. Leicester are 53 for 2. That's a fine shot. That is a lovely shot. Just a back foot punch from not a terrible ball.
Particularly bad ball. No, definitely not.
They're not playing at the Test match. They've only had 6 overs at Birmingham. We're lucky here. And Leicester just lost the wicket 53 for 3. So that's the first division catered for. It's an oddity, isn't it? Ben Stokes. I'm just looking at Durham, who are playing Derbyshire in the second division. They've had a delayed start, but you've got to keep looking. And Ben Stokes, who played all through the 50 over game, he's playing for Durham today.
Really?
Yeah. Let's have a look. Can't see what's Henry Nichols there. What the?
I don't think
prodding forward. No, I don't think he did.
It was dropped a slip anyway. So.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it came off the. Well, we can have a look at that replay. You're closer.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Probably just sliding.
Sliding leg side.
Yeah, his leg slide didn't quite grip as much as the one we saw earlier, and didn't carry a slip anyway. So
you're right, I think, in that if he's around the wicket, although he gets quite close, you need to see the ball as turned.
Yeah.
I don't think the last one might have done, or unless it's a very deftly played fine of slip there. So there's already the signs that this might turn. Sometimes it doesn't get any worse here, of course.
It's just kind of going with the arm. It's not. There's only been one or two that have really gone.
You only need one or two
though,
to get a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Slightly too leg side.
Yeah, there's no man on the boundary on the leg side, just the 3 men saving singles. So once he'd beaten them, he was in clover, and that was just an orthodox sweep, the ball outside leg stump, really. But he caught up with it nicely.
Tell you what, you wouldn't want to be standing at short leg when you get a leg stump half volley. Have you ever fielded at short leg?
I have, yeah. Mind you.
Any catches? Any?
Well, one or two.
Yeah.
But I had the best. I mean, this is ancient history, but I had the best bowler probably ever to field short leg to. I remember because I fielded there to Joel Garner.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that. But I mean, I would have fielded there to other people as well. But I always quite enjoyed fielding there, partly because I felt safe.
Yeah.
But I had we did have helmets, but we didn't have such elaborate sort of leg protectors.
Leg pads.
I did used to buy, because I used to have a short leg when I was bowling off spin. I remember buying Nigel Popplewell, who fielded for short leg. You know, those things that footballers put in just below the knee, the shin pad, those shin pads, which were, you know, token really.
Yeah.
Nowadays they come much higher. But when I fielded for short leg to Joel, it was just quite an interesting exercise because batsmen were stressed, and I would just observe them there, and some of them would be kind of talking themselves because it was an ordeal to face Garner if he was at full pelt. Yeah. And it was just quite an interesting observation to see how they reacted to the very considerable challenge of facing Joel. That'll do. That's 4 more for Nichols. He was aiming a little bit squarer than that, don't you?
A little bit straighter, yeah.
But yes, I took my hand, hat off to the people who fielded for short leg, like to the spinners. And nowadays, especially when people are more inclined to play the sort of slog sweep or sweeping from outside off stump, wham square. And it used to be, actually, it used to be very much the position that the newcomer in the team got.
Short leg.
The most dispensable youth. But now I think merit comes into it. I mean, if you were really shrewd and you didn't like the idea, you just make a complete hash of it early on. And so that, you couldn't be considered because it's just totally useless. Well, I wasn't quite clever enough to do that. But I didn't do it that often. He wants that. I think you could be a good umpire, especially when Somerset are back. He wanted that.
Yeah.
We'll have another look.
We've missed it.
No, it might come again, but I don't know. I don't think it's going over the top.
No.
It might have been missing. It might have been it may not have done enough to sort of straighten like an off break. He's looking grumpy though, Snater. He wanted it. He's not a big man, Snater. He's not going to get the ball over the stumps that often.
It's a good lead.
Nichols, like a lot of modern bats, he's batting quite a way outside his crease against Snater, which makes sense against almost all the actually Essex bowlers. They've got no great pace from Porter or Snater or even Cook. And they are big LBW bowlers in they attack stumps.
Yeah.
But he's outside his crease, I reckon. Kept a little bit low when he got back on it. He's grumpy. You can tell.
You can tell. Yeah.
He is grumpy.
I think. I'm sure he's going for much. On first sight, it looked like it was just.
It needed.
Didn't look quite right, did it?
Well, the same as we were talking about Harmer, I suppose. When he had an LBW shot against Nichols, that you needed to see the ball turn.
Yeah.
Likewise, you probably needed, if you're coming from that angle and it's pitching on middle and off or something like that,
Yeah.
you sort of need, or middle, you need to see it straighten, I guess.
That's
the defence for the umpire anyway. But this is a sort of, we haven't had an LBW, he has some good shouts already today. I think it's going to be a sort of game where the umpires can't relax.
Yes.
You can play on certain venues. I mean, years ago I played a season in Perth at the WPA in Western Australia, and the bounce, it was hard, prodigious bounce by modern. So you didn't get many LBWs there. So I always felt, an umpire, he's not quite under the same stress. You're not going to get many LBWs. It had to be very full for it to be. But that's not the case here, or in England generally, I suppose. We saw Robinson yesterday, didn't we? Got several LBWs.
Yeah, you can make a decision first ball of the match. You wouldn't think that, would you?
That's deft. I mean, it'd be nice to replay that, because I don't think that. We've seen one sweep from the ball outside leg stump, but I think he's just nibbled that around from off stump, probably.
Especially.
But are you an engineer?
No, not by day.
I always because our screen's just gone blank. I usually decline to touch it.
Yeah.
Change of pace there. Look, he's decided he's going to bowl slower. Okay, not all the time. He's varying it.
Did chuck a quicker one in the last over, I think.
I think
Thomas navigated well, but.
Got drama here. We're testing young Peter. He's looking for a switch on the television. We've got one of our engineers heading in this direction. One of our team of engineers. Stand back, Peter.
Thank you.
Hang on, don't go away yet. Oh yeah, no, it's back. We can't function without that screen working. We don't know what the score is, what's happened. Thank you. Very well. That's very good.
Better now.
So you're not going to be an engineer when you finish?
No, I don't think so. It was my moment, wasn't it?
Well, no. I'm with you though. I refuse to touch it. That's a nice little push couple. Yeah, they're going to scuttle back for two. It's been a very positive performance so far from, well, Thomas in particular, but all the batsmen really.
Yeah, from both teams, Essex have got through the overs quickly.
Yeah.
We've put the runs on.
Yeah.
He's got away with that, Snater.
Yeah, well, he's just the one. It could have been worse, I suppose. Yeah. He's no, I don't know what he's having a chat with Ian Blackwell. I think it's a fairly friendly one. Fairly friendly. I don't know what it's about.
Is he running down the strip, is he? Or?
Well, I don't know. I thought Snater initiated that conversation,
Okay,
but I'm
maybe
not sure.
He's staying quite wide. Let's follow through, it's all right.
I mean, he could be saying, I'm guessing,
give it out next time.
well, no, I think he's going to be more subtle than that. But I think he might be one to point out how he gets relatively close to the stumps when he bowls, even though he's round the wicket. Ergo, it's not necessarily sliding down.
No. Yeah.
I think what you need to do is he should say to Ian Blackwell, could you just stand back a bit, because I like to get very close to the stumps when I bowl, as you probably noticed.
Plant the seed.
Yes. And he's really not. He's bowling. He's bowling wicket to wicket. He's bowling. He's almost bowling for LBWs. I think he hasn't given them that much width. He's not really bowling to his slip cordon. I think.
No, he's not. I don't know why he's got one in really.
Well, you got to have one in there, but there's not that much pace, and he's not bowling. I think he's varying his pace. He's bowled quite gently in some ways. It's not. Right. Well, important. Well, very good sponsors actually. Taunton Dental Practice are sponsoring us today. Get to my age, they're very important people, dentists. You're all right for a bit, I suppose. I think Harmer is bowling a little more slowly to Nichols. And my guess is that actually if you've got someone who likes sweeping, that's a quicker line. But if you're sweeping, you love pace on the ball.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to put much force into it, especially when you're dabbing it fine. So there's not much pace on the ball. It's slightly more difficult to sweep effectively, or even glide it on the offside. But he's varying his pace, mind you.
Darting in there.
Yeah. So I mean, he's great to watch in many ways. He's not in any way unorthodox, but he's got the confidence to vary his pace, his flight, and probably the angle of delivery too, a little bit. Varied his line there.
Yeah.
I don't know if he did that intentionally or not, but because he's such a good bowler, I think he probably did.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he gets away with it.
2 more. But I think Snater's not rushing, but they've already bowled 29, which is pretty good going.
Yeah.
They don't hang around. None of the bowlers got huge run-ups. Harmer's bowled 7 already, as has Snater, who's yielded 42 somehow. Quite know where that's come from, but he has 6 and over. No wonder he's grumpy.
Yeah.
No LBWs, and he's going at 6 and over. Wicketkeeper's going to stand up now to him. So
You see that on the white ball a bit with Snater, but red ball, I suppose it's 30. It was old now. It's not doing as much.
it's almost 4, but not quite. Straight to the fielder. Well, it's become very prevalent actually when England played, because they the Kiwi keeper Blundell, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tom Blundell
was standing up a lot, particularly when Root and Brook were batting, and they were clearly uneasy about it, and they had to change the way they play. And that sort of filters down. Obviously, in one-day cricket too, it helps. And it's great to see, because years ago, I think keepers did stand up more frequently to seam bowlers. But it's much more difficult. Have you ever tried keeping wicket?
No.
It's not, I tried it in emergencies, but I stood back to everyone practically.
Yeah.
Well, I just about stood up to an off spinner, but it's. I mean, it suddenly becomes an art when you're standing up.
Yeah, especially sort of low 80s, which Blundell was
Yeah,
keeping
yeah.
to. That's
And of course, the Aussies did it very effectively with Carey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Standing up to
Carey's also
Bolland and Nisa, who were both very effective. So it's an art that's coming back. It's a sort of trend that's coming back. So that specialist wicketkeeper is more necessary
important to
now.
the team. Yeah. Especially with with Nick as well, standing out the crease. You're just pushing them back immediately, aren't you? They're not going to wander out their crease as well, so it's...
Yeah. And, well, someone reminded me the other day, but you know, I mean, by Jack Russell, obviously the Gloucester keeper who kept for England. Quirky, but very, very gifted. And in the early part of this century, end of the last, Gloucester were a very effective one-day team. And he would stand up to... They didn't have any quick bowlers, really. But he stood up to just about everyone in a one-day cricket. And he was always, not in an inappropriate way, but he was right on the batsman all the time.
Yeah.
They were fizzing the ball back to him, just missing the batsman. They were very aggressive. And he wanted to make the batsman feel uncomfortable throughout the entire stay. But somewhere, I don't know if it's true, and forgive me, Jack, if it's not true, but apparently before the big games, he wouldn't clean his teeth for 3 days before. To make it ever more unpleasant. Now, I don't know whether that's true, but it's. I hope it is.
Yeah,
really.
yeah, that would be quite a good story. Yeah.
That's attention to detail for you. That's that extra 1%
that
they
bit.
talk about.
Yeah, the fine margins.
But I wouldn't recommend that to the King's
No.
King's keeper. You know,
No,
it's not really.
Wouldn't
Not
advocate for that.
So this will be the last over before lunch, and I think Somerset, if they could get through it without losing a wicket, would be relatively content. They haven't done that yet. Thomas on strike. Essentially, we've seen one ball turn a lot, but just one. The odd one, the other one, maybe the odd one's just fractionally straightened, but the one went quickly, but just the one at the moment. No major alerts.
No.
For pitch inspectors and all that. We've had that against Essex a few times. I think he meant that.
I think that's well played, yeah. He's played it with soft hands, but this thing it's nervy when you've got a slip in there.
Yeah,
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, I'm with you there. We don't want Josh Thomas being too cute. We like him hitting the ball. Anyway, he's on 63 and he's done a terrific hand so far. I think Essex think he's quite a good player. Got runs early against them. And if he sees our volley, oh, they're thinking about, no, don't worry, they're coming back for a second. So that's 2 bonus runs in a sense. It was a slight misfield, miscommunication, and then they ran for the overthrow where there's another bit of a misfield. All is well. They're having a quiet post-mortem.
It's quite hard to...
They're getting to know one another.
I mean, he would have been out, but I mean, Snater's throw was barely in the frame.
Okay.
So he would have been close, I think, but well navigated. And lunch will taste much better.
I think the 134 for 2, Somerset would take that. Hasn't done as much as Essex would have hoped, I don't think, do you?
No, I don't either, no.
And it's, I think it's Somerset's morning.
I'd agree.
Whether challenges to consolidate. Nichols, I like the fact that Henry Nichols, in his first game for Somerset, he hasn't caught the eye, but he's got 20
No,
already.
he's got 20, he's on 20, yeah.
And Josh Thomas, well, another important innings at the top of the order, and for Somerset, runs at the top of the order of gold dust because they can't seem to find a regular opening pair very easily. Wow. Well, it's great to see you again, Peter.
Yes, you too.
I don't know what's happening after. Well, I know it's time for us to go and have some lunch. Whether you qualify for lunch, I don't know. You might not. I mean, it's quite a complicated operation now.
That's fine, I'm sure I'll find something.
Well, it's very important to us. Anyway, we'll be back in about 35 minutes to see what happens next. But from Peter and myself, have a nice lunch yourselves. I don't know what's on. There's usually something going on, actually. But it'll be an exciting mystery if you stay tuned. But there'll be something well worth listening to and watching. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, welcome back after the luncheon interval. Mr. Saggers and Blackwell have players ready to go, and Sam Cook is going to bowl from the Trescothick Pavilion end to new signing Henry Nicholls. Straight away, there's going to be a 1 off the pads down to fine leg. Myself, Harry Everett, with you. Vic Marks alongside me, and Pete Cheek will be back later on. A very good morning session, Vic. Very good from Somerset, particularly.
Yeah, it's another good innings so far from Josh Thomas, who likes playing against Essex, it seems. He started off quite spectacularly against Essex last year, right at the end of the season. He's still here. Henry Nicholls, well, bedding in as a Somerset player.
So 2 slips in place. Oh,
That's
lovely
a sweet shot.
drive.
That may not get there, but having said that, it will. He times the ball well. And it's a beautiful shot, that straight drive. It is over-pitched, but to get full value from it. Dead straight bat. 4 more to Thomas. Essex will be disappointed. I think they put Somerset in. They haven't done a great deal, really, has it?
No, indeed. Tiny bit of spin for Harmer before lunch, but nothing major.
Ooh, that's close.
You could hear Don Topley getting a bit excited.
Yeah,
next
well,
door.
even he thought it was going down, so it must have been going down. Don Topley once of Essex, of course.
We got double glazing between us and the comp box,
Yeah.
but when Don's getting excited, we can do it.
It was going down too. Hit the middle of that front pad as he was playing it square on the leg side. I think it was just missing leg stump. It didn't need to sort of straighten somehow. There's been a few good shouts though, and none have been able to convince the umpires.
Very solid is Josh Thomas. Those straight drives he played down the ground, this end, most of them actually. Straight past Sam Cook and Jamie Porter for 4. A couple of punched off the back foot 4s through the covers. Tom Wesley has come back out as captain with his short leg pads on. You don't often see the captain with the short leg pads on.
No. Selfless act.
Yeah, ready for maybe Simon Harmer. I really thought they might open with double seam to see if they can bowl better than they did earlier, but
I don't know. I think it's done so little that you would think Harmer's a greater threat somehow. 2 left-handers in. They played pretty well before lunch, mind, but
yeah. I've just never seen Cook and Porter bowl as poorly as they did this morning as a collective. Snater was okay, but then had a really expensive 13 over, went for 18 off 1 over. You just normally think of these guys as hitting that line and length. Don't normally miss.
we're lucky here. There's more cricket going on here than around the country. I was at a quick look before lunch. I think Notts were 41 for 5 when I last looked.
Yeah, they were struggling.
He's going to go with Harmer. I think if I was in the Somerset dressing room, Harmer would be the person I didn't particularly want to bowl. So
Yeah,
I think
okay,
that's
yeah.
okay. I think he's going to be busy this match. They've got, at some point they might have Critchley's leg breaks. There's just one ball that really turned, just one I saw, that really turned and bounced to the left-hander. And then the other ones that have just offered a fraction, nothing too alarming. Well, he's not got a man out there, and so he swept it away. I think he'll be considering now, I might not be able to keep bowling at Nicholls without a man on that boundary. Let's have a look.
Well, we know that Nicholls plays the sweep shot well. It's whether they want to see if he goes for it early on.
I think they'll stick one out there now. He's played 3 sweeps, all slightly different. No, he's going to keep him in, is he?
A bit more leg stump, I think, than Harmer intended.
Yeah. It keeps the option of a mistimed sweep LBW, but he's judged it so far very well when he's swept.
Long off being back surprises me. I don't see Henry Nicholls going through.
No,
I
don't either. I don't. I think you'd quite like him to try and hit over the top.
And it's not really his game. You know, we've watched Henry Nicholls in Test cricket enough over the years and in the Plunket Shield. He's very good at sweeping. He'll go deep and pull and cut anything back for length. But you don't see him shimmying down. He's not, you know, Ravindra, his fellow left-hander in the top order for New Zealand. He might want to go over the top. That's the sort of Nicholls shot.
Yeah. Well, that's where he scored. He scored square and behind. He scored behind square a few shots, little glides on the offside, and he swept, I think, 3 boundaries. 2 of which have probably been balls to outside leg stump anyway. One was a little paddle.
There he goes again.
I think he's going to have to put one back there now, surely. I mean, it's suitably aggressive not to respond. But I think they'll be getting grumpy. So, I'll stick with it.
Is this overly attacking?
Well, I don't know. You get him out LBW, then he's all's well. But let's have a look, see what Wesley, he's still at forward short leg. He's not going anywhere.
He's quite happy, yeah. They can't have lost the ball. The ball's gone next to the dugout and the end of the Ondarchi family stand. How is the ball lost somewhere in there? Great work from our camera. Is there a gap underneath the dugout?
Perhaps our cameraman can find the ball.
We've got plenty of people looking for it. There's so much paraphernalia down there, the warm-up gear.
Do we get a couple more runs now? Lost ball, 6.
We've got the camera. Is it underneath the dugout?
Our dogged cameramen are looking for it. Can't find it though.
Oh, they got it.
No, they got it. Okay.
Great work. Sam Cook is the ball collector extraordinaire.
I would have thought if you're Sam Cook and the ball's not doing anything, I wouldn't have owned up.
That's a good point, actually. Sorry, lost ball. Need a new one.
Now let's have a look and see whether he leaves one out there. Surely he is.
Backward square.
Yeah, well, it seems to make sense. And
it is Sam Cook himself.
Wesley's gone from forward short leg to backward short leg.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think why they've moved from forward short leg to backwards short leg. I understand the sweeper going out.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I think it's unlikely. He's there. He might come into play from a paddle sweep, I suppose.
Yeah.
You don't get so many back pads, I don't think, nowadays. People play slightly differently.
I also don't picture Nicholls playing a paddle sweep against Simon Harmer's off spin that's turning away from him.
No, he's played
the
one.
Hard
though.
sweep's yeah.
He's played one.
But that was more in line, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't so sure. Anyway, so far so good for Nicholls and his sweep, and he knows what he's doing. He's been around a long time, and so far he's settled in nicely. And that is a glorious shot.
Josh Thomas loves scoring runs against Essex.
I know.
The confident stride and drive.
That's not much wrong with that delivery, really. It's fractionally over pitch. It wasn't quite a half volley.
Yeah, he can look absolutely brilliant for Josh Thomas. You're right, that length isn't, it's not a half volley. And that's the ball that Cook probably wants him to drive at, to bring in Paul Walter and Dean Elgar in the cordon. Sorry, not Dean Elgar. Dean Elgar's at mid-off. Paul Walter at first is the big figure he wants to bring into the game. Yeah, just thumping it through the covers. That's what Cook wants, though, isn't it?
I mean, it's almost sacrilegious to say so, but that previous shot, I mean, I suddenly thought, just Gothic.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I mean, he looks a bit like him. He's quite a sort of burly fellow, Josh Thomas, and no frills.
I dare
but
say
beautiful timing.
Scothic might well be watching this, not just with his England hat, and while they're raining at Headingley.
Is it still raining there? Well, he's leading England from the bench.
It's not a lot of leading to do at the moment when it's raining there.
No, it's all gone pretty well for him so far.
Exactly, yeah. Ollie Robinson bowling much better for England than he did here for Sussex.
Yeah.
That day we didn't look interested, he didn't want to bowl.
That's right. I mean, I did hear, I don't know, that he wasn't 100% fit, but nor was anyone else in that Sussex team.
But he didn't leave the field, did he? He stayed on as captain.
Well, he's captain,
yeah.
But he was conspicuously absent. And I think Sussex had gone through a lot of cricket, and they had a lot of people who were half fit playing.
Injured, yeah.
And they actually played that game as if they're just desperate, and to get the draw.
Yeah, they did. was the end of the block, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, it's just beaten. There's a nice line and length.
I think Nichols struggling a little bit with the slower pace. They're used to hard test wickets with slightly quicker bowlers. Not quite got going. Inside edged a couple, prodded at a couple, but
Still there.
Still there, exactly. They know how key a wicket he is. Still James Rew, Tom able to come. Very good top 6 for Somerset. Then Archie Vaughan will probably slot in at 7.
The one player who hasn't hit the heights with the bat this year is Pretorius, who seems to have gone through into a bit of a drought.
He got 4 last night, Vic. That was one of the highest scores for Pretorius this year.
Yeah.
Pete and I were joking about that earlier because he got out clothing a slog sweep off Lewis Gregory to a 25-yard boundary. Thought if you're not going to get runs in a charity rugby game, then he's not going to get runs.
Where was the pitch? Over on the left?
Oh,
there?
right over. You see where Shane Snater is? Further over than that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think it was 1 over from the Gloucestershire and Warwickshire one-day cup wicket. Oh, you can just see the white lines, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mick Pretorius might end up batting below Jake Ball soon. I think he'll be below Jack Leach today.
Well, in his first season here, he got invaluable runs.
He got 98 at Trent Bridge.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
He was a proper batter.
Well, he was always slightly extravagant in that he's got a terrific eye. And
You'd probably call him a bowling all-rounder for a while, though.
Oh, yeah.
After Craig and Lewis.
Yeah. But he really is struggling this year.
Yeah, I've never known form quite so. You normally find you'll edge a couple and you'll get going. Not really had that.
Well, some bowlers I've seen. Graham Dilley, do you remember Graham Dilley, who got 50 odd with Ian Botham at heading?
Yeah, the famous, yeah.
And he could hit a ball, but by the end he was a stock number 11. And in a slightly different way, but Stuart Broad, when he first played for England, but beautifully.
Yadav hit him in the head, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that seemed to be the turning point.
Well, we talk about Don Top. He mentioned apparently Rees was a batter in his youth. Well, that's turned. That's the beauty from Harmer. I think it's out. It's just turned.
Well, that's the second one we've seen turn significantly. We'll have hopefully here we are. It's a bit of a replay. It's a classic.
The most turn we've seen. I think
that is a classic. So you've got 2 to go significantly. The other one was a little bit wider and beat the outside edge of the left-hander by a long way, but that had to be played at, and it turned and bounced. So it's only 2 out of 50-odd deliveries from Harmer.
That seemed to turn a bit. The inside edge of Josh Thomas's bat as well. He's getting a little bit more excited. You can tell in his follow-through as Jamie Porter gives the Pete Trigo arm whirling warm-up. Long off as well.
I suspect batsmen rather be facing Porter.
Yeah, particularly didn't bowl particularly well this morning. Thomas has played the seamers better than the spinners in general.
Yeah, well,
Slog swept the spinners in the one-day cup a bit, but different format.
Well, this is a good test for him against Harmer, who's top quality, of course. And he's played some nice shots off it, and when he's given the chance, he hasn't done anything elaborate. And overs in the Harmer for Essex over the years now. He's not work shy.
No, indeed. Back in the South African fold. We're playing in the winter for South Africa.
So up against England, if he gets in the team, of course, he doesn't automatically, does he?
Well,
We've
him
got
and
Maharaj.
Yeah. I'd say if they go 2, they'd be the 2.
Yeah.
They don't seem to go that Shamsi's bit out of it now. They've had that Piet, the offie for a while over the years. I think they're the main 2.
Yeah. But I'm not sure in South Africa there are many pitches where you
no.
necessarily play 2. Or do you wouldn't.
St George's Park, Port Elizabeth, would that be one you might play 2?
Maybe. Don Best got wickets there, actually.
Yeah. Well, Harmer played against India in November. That was his last test.
Right.
He made his debut at Cape Town.
Right.
So 2015, his test debut. Let's see if he was a sole spinner in that one. Well, Dean Elgar bowled a couple of overs. That was I remember Dean Elgar used to bowl a bit.
Yeah.
Steven Van Zyl bowled as well. Harmer, 4 for 82 in the second innings. That was at Cape Town.
As a solitary spinner, though, or solitary, full-time
professional.
professional.
Yeah, Morkel, Philander, Stain, Harmer.
Yeah. you wouldn't play, in my experience, a spinner at Centurion.
No.
I'm not sure you'd play one at Johannesburg.
I guess it helps that Harmer's a pretty decent number 8.
Yeah. But Maharaj is also...
He's probably a decent 8 or 9, yeah. Those two can both bat.
Yeah. But that's where England are going this winter, 3 tests.
Yeah, of course, last summer for South Africa, they famously did not have a home test match, which was pretty shocking, really.
In the year that they won the
World
Test Championship. Yeah. The secret is not to play.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. They're playing Namibia on the 28th of August, South Africa. That's in a T20 Tri series. Because we talked about Jordan Herman playing in the A side against Bangladesh. The 1st of September they're playing Zimbabwe. So it's a Tri series with South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. I like, to have a continent, the 3 best African cricket nations, I guess. Playing in a Tri series makes sense. And then there's the ODIs, South Africa, Australia at the end of September. So you don't expect Harmer to be playing in them. So Essex should have Harmer for the rest of the county championship season. Wouldn't play him in white ball cricket internationally.
Oh, he's downed him.
That's hurt. Is that inside edge onto the leg? Oh, that's painful. Has that missed thigh pad and pad, I think?
It's got, I think...
Oh, is that knee-ish?
Knee, I think.
Oh, that's horrible. Got a feel for Josh Thomas and wince for him. He's batted so well. Could it be a shock blow? Oh, I think it's inside edge onto... Could it be knee?
I think so. I think his leg was bent, so the pad...
Oh, that is about as nice as they can get with all the protection you wear. Like you say, you can't really hit the knee unless the knee's bent.
It's been a tale for our Somerset openers. You've had Lammonby hit just below the thigh pad with the ball dribble onto the stumps. Yeah. And now the pads haven't quite worked properly for Josh Thomas. Maybe his bent leg. Out comes the physio.
Not a lot they can do either there, is there?
They've got to keep going. He's batting so well. But he is in considerable pain.
I remember getting whacked on the knee at Taunton Vale, the best I'd batted all year, and then blood started pouring out. But I didn't want to look. You've got to try and ignore it.
So carry on?
Carry on, yeah. And then at drinks, I made the stupid mistake of taking my pad off, and then the pad was almost a tourniquet, and then the blood started pouring out.
Oh, dear, what a heroic performance.
Well, then I got out, so it wasn't that heroic. We lost. We lost while I was in A&E, so it wasn't that heroic in the end.
Well, still, it's not your fault, that one. They can't blame you for that one.
Wow. Josh is going to carry on. No blood, it looks like.
His white's still very
white, yeah.
Pristine.
My whites were ruined. Is that Jake Ball that ran on?
Don't know, he's playing the match, so Jake Ball, isn't he?
Yeah. The twos are away. And knots at the moment.
It's the first bounce of the day.
Yeah, don't expect Sam Cook to bowl too many bumpers, but...
Well, he hasn't.
I'm surprised why that ball. Maybe because of the leg. Surprised Josh Thomas with the leg injury.
So you were here yesterday, were you?
I was, yeah.
So who... I know, someone said Elliot Daly looked a good cricketer.
Matt Malins looked the best cricketer. Max Malins.
Oh, yeah.
He looked brilliant. He got 80-odd. Bowled as well.
Right, he's the fullback, isn't he?
Yeah, he honestly, he looked like a proper cricketer.
Oh, right.
Jason Kerr was almost offering him a contract. More runs, Josh Thomas will get another 4. Not in complete control, but soft hands outside edge. Yeah. Another 4 runs.
He went down to third man. He'll take those.
So Malins also had 2 and 2. He had Jamie George and Burke.
What's he bowled, Malins?
I think he tried to bowl leggies.
All right.
Dean Saunders was the only non-rugby or cricket, the football.
I remember.
Welsh football chap. He was here, and he did not fancy it in the field. He jumped out the way of everything.
Okay.
Extra cover.
Well, but it would have been a turn up.
Yeah. And then Nick Pepper and his ground staff, as everyone walked off, they collared Dean Saunders and got a photo, which is quite funny. All the other players were walking off the pitch
because football is king.
Yeah. No, that was quite funny.
He must be I remember Dean Saunders playing up front, didn't he, for someone?
Yeah, Welsh.
Quite a long time ago.
Chesterfield, he coached, and Crawley recently, 62 now.
Yeah, well, no wonder he's a bit cagey.
82, 2001 was his career.
Oh, it's just a little glance there. There's a leg
isn't
slit, but he's got past him. He'll take 4. Thanks very much.
put a leg slip in, and it still goes between keeper and leg slip. Not ideal for Essex. Yeah, Dean Saunders played for Liverpool, Villa, Forest, Sheffield United.
How did they get?
I think he was mates with, I was asking Lewis Gregory's partner, was explaining the links with everyone.
Okay.
He was mates with someone who got him in, just an extra celebrity appearance, basically.
And a great time was had by all, I gather.
Yeah, it was a really good evening, actually. Cracking crowd.
Yeah.
Nearly 3,000 here last night. A lot of rugby fans who aren't necessarily cricket fans. And no one got injured. When Pete Trigo smashed one back at Jack Leach, we were slightly concerned.
I've just seen, Ben showed me a replay of that, and it did look nasty. I mean,
it hit his right sort of thumb rather than his left, fortunately for some, the one bowler who's probably our most important bowler for the next 6 weeks of August and September cricket.
Trigo nearly
ruined
it.
All these years of trying to get a championship title. Trigo's thought, I don't want them winning the title when I'm not here. Let's into Jack Leach.
Well,
no, we said we'd give him stick for it today.
It was a full-blooded drive. It was hip high.
To get off the mark, I think, as well.
Oh, was it?
Right. Pete did end up.
Otherwise, he did it for 6, obviously.
Well, yeah, he ended up getting past 50 and giving the strike to Ollie Hartley to hit the winning runs. It was well scripted, well conducted by our commentary partner. Triggs also broke a chair in the crowd, hit a 6 that smashed one of the chairs in the Somerset stand.
Okay, why am I not surprised?
Yeah, no, it was a really good evening. Shaw and Pretorius both faced hat-trick balls. So Shaw and Pretorius, Ball, Rue, Gregory, Kohler, Cadmore. They were all the cricketers involved. Leach, of course.
Oh, that's quicker. He was defeated there by the change of pace. He was nowhere near that, really. He kept a bit low as well. But it was a bit close to him to play that shot.
Sort of the undercutter, sort of arm balls.
Well, I think it was certainly a quicker ball, and he may have dropped his arm a little bit. It's good over, but they're still there.
$14 extras donating to the Somerset score from Essex.
Been a few leg buys, haven't there?
Yeah. 1 or 4 buys straight through the keeper as well. Pepper.
Oh, there's a no ball from Porter.
First ball of the match, yeah.
Looked quite close to LBW, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't far away.
So.
Still no Noah Thane. I thought he might have had a bowl in the
Bowl
first
little
session.
seamers.
Yeah. Had a really good one-day cup. Up at the top of the order in the one-day cup. Essex didn't make the knockouts, but he was impressive. Yeah, I can see that. Ben Warren, director, reckons a bit of a left-handed Hildreth vibe to the grey nicks and the red helmet of Henry Nichols. Ban at 4 as well.
Yes, well, that's a very keen observation.
The look, I like the cable knit sweater. I can see that.
Yeah.
He won't have a faded cap.
There are contrasts as well, I think. Well, one is he's left-handed. And the other, I don't mean to disparage Henry Nichols at all with all his achievements, but he's not such an elegant player.
A bit more crabby, isn't he?
But it doesn't matter what you look like. He knows how to do it.
Yeah. When he gets going. No, I'm very excited to see such a brilliant international cricketer playing here. He was just deciding, did he play a shot at that? I think he did just about.
Yeah.
To have such a legendary Test cricketer come and play here for 6 weeks is pretty special. He'll be signing a few autographs after each game. Each day's play, really. Made me chuckle last night how some of the cricketers were wandering around and weren't were walking straight past him, like Tom Banton would walk past him, but then Jamie George, all these rugby fans were trying to get his autograph.
Well, it's
It's a different crowd. Yeah, different crowd. Very different crowd last night. Late.
That's a good run. That's an easy run, but it's occasionally people don't spot it.
Yeah.
It's an annoying run if you're a bowler. You just bowl a perfectly reasonable ball.
But then annoying as a club cricket if you're watching batters out there and you're on that team. Why are you not running that? Easy single. I believe there'll be a few Devon cricket folk up here tomorrow. I think there's none of those. They have the Devon days, don't they?
Oh, do they? Right.
Yeah, I think they've got that up here tomorrow. A few of them coming up. There it is, the Henry Nicholls pull shot, absolutely nailed. That's not past the fielder by, what, 10 yards? But it's flown away to the long boundary as well.
Yeah, he hit that beautifully. Down, he got down, put it down into the ground. He got it far enough in front of square to get 4. It's not the sort of pitch that welcomes short pitch bowling if you're a bowler. It's not got that much pace, and nor is Cook, to be fair. It's not his greatest asset. It's a better delivery.
Matt Critchley's also not bowled, the leggy. Few
Yeah.
options in this Essex attack. Paul Walter bowls some left arm seamers. Probably, what do you reckon, slightly better bowler than Tom Lammonby? Similar?
Well, I often think Tom Lammonby's
Underrated, yeah, I agree.
Underrated.
I agree.
I don't know about that. I'm not.
They're
Walter
older.
Walter has bowled. I mean, he's made himself into a really quite significant white ball cricketer, hasn't he? He's had a really good 100. Just occasionally he bowls, doesn't he, in white ball cricket? But not often would he bowl his full quota. But he's playing in the 100 and doing really well. I hadn't thought about the Lammonby-Walter contrast as bowlers. Actually, Walter's done more bowling in his time, probably.
But I think in recent times he's not bowled as much. Yeah, bowled a bit in the Big Bash a couple of winters ago.
Did he?
Very popular, tall Paul.
Well, he's made a good career for himself, hasn't he? And he's earned it, obviously, by smacking the ball.
I remember I was one of 8 or 10 journalists at one of the first ever pilots of the 100 about 9 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe more than that. And Paul Walter was playing in that. We interviewed him and Darryl Mitchell and a few others, and they all said, oh, this will never take off, this format's never going to work. A few £1 million came in and it changed things, but they were there as cricketers. I can't remember who else was there. It was cricketers who weren't involved in certain formats at the time. Can't remember what time of year it was. I've still got the piece I was writing for Deep Extra Cover on this pilot.
It's a good placement. He's going to get 2 or 3 for that.
A bit later, isn't he? Might have to whip it into that gap. Yeah, could have come back for 3, maybe. No. Nicholls doesn't want to run himself out in his debut. No need.
I still wonder whether the 100 might not become a T20 at some point.
Yeah, well, the Indians will have all the power, and they're the Indian owners, you'd have thought. They'll have a big say, I guess. Well, it's put on, on stats, it's put as T20. If you go on the Cricket Info stats page or any stats page, they class, like Joss Butler got T20 runs in a non-T20 format. And Joss Butler is now officially the highest T20.
So his 100 runs count in the T20?
Yeah, apparently, yeah,
okay.
Which I thought was slightly interesting. But then I guess YB40 and CB40 would count in List A. You know, that you used to play, what, 60 over games that would count as List A?
Well, we played, at my time, we played 60 over games, 55 over games, 50 over games.
And they were all grouped together?
I guess so, and 40 over games.
Yeah.
That just beat the outside edge, didn't it, and kept a bit low. So there is something there. I don't think the pitch inspectors can get too excited.
No, I don't think
but there is something there. And what will be interesting for us, and for Somerset for that matter, is whether, it doesn't always happen at Taunton, but whether it actually breaks up a bit more and deteriorates, or sometimes it just gets better or slower. But at the moment there is a little bit there, but not much. We've just seen the odd one beat the bat, but Thomas, well, he's still there on 81, 170 for 2. Is a pretty healthy start. Not that much there for the seamers. Porter's coming back. Not the worst time to be batting. Not quite off the meat there. I think he's done partly by lack of pace.
Yeah.
He must have played. Well, I don't know. He wouldn't have played that much against Porter. Is Nichols? He's played a bit of county cricket. Is that right?
Played for Worcestershire. Didn't have a great stint at Worcestershire.
Right.
Was down to play at Derbyshire, but I don't think he batted. I think he had a one-game stint at
signing.
Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Well, I think call-ups and weather
Right.
affected as well. But no, he's one of those players who's blossoming with age, I would also say. It's going to be at least 2 down the ground. Yeah, he's 34 now, but because he was always behind Kane Williamson in the pecking order to bat 3, and then Ravindra and Mitchell, to get in ahead of Williamson, Ravindra and Mitchell in Test cricket was always going to be a hard ask.
Yeah.
He played 1 game in the Blast for Derbyshire, but didn't bat. Played a couple of big bash games for Sydney Thunder. His most recent cricket was the New Zealand West Indies series in July. The early eyes out there. Played for Durham 2 years back as well.
That was a long time ago, presumably.
Yeah.
Well, he's settling in quite nicely at the moment. It's a very odd experience for James Rew and Tom Abel. 2 weeks down, still not required.
They're not required, yeah.
Blow me, they got 170 on the board.
That's a very good point you make.
They certainly won't be used to this.
James Rew and Tom Abel, at the end of their career, they'll look back at how many times they were padded up after 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah.
But how many 3, 4, 5 or 6?
Yeah, how many times they've had to sort of come to the rescue. Well, there's still, I mean, Somerset will want to get a really substantial score. But they are not going to be accustomed to coming in so late.
Well, you make a great point. Also, Tom Lammonby opening. Well, he's effectively opened for the last few years when he's coming at 3 in the first few overs many times.
Yeah.
Opening behind Dixon or Mead or Vaughan or Thomas. So many opening partnerships. A new one today, of course, Thomas and Lammonby.
Davey. Gregory.
Steve Davies, not too many years ago. Yeah, Josh Davey, of course.
Green.
Leicestershire with Ben Green. Yeah. Eddie Byron we go back to.
Well, he's been opening latterly, hasn't he, when it's played.
For Glamorgan. Yeah. Nice piece of fielding by Shane Snater. Looked like it was going to be 1. Got round very quickly. A bit chilly today. The first day I've seen jumpers worn in a long time. We're not wearing jumpers up here, but a few of the fielders in the cordon have been. Matt Critchley's looking a bit more interested. No, he's just going to swap positions. He's going to run over to Dean Elgar and say, I'll do long on. Or long off, is it? I would like to see a leg spin from Critchley at some point.
Well, I expect you will.
Before Thane?
Well, I'm not as knowledgeable about Thane's potential as you are. But we've got 4 seamers already.
3. Are you including Walter? 3 seamers.
Have we only seen 3? Oh, we've only seen 3.
Cook, Porter.
Yeah.
Thane is the 4th seamer.
Okay.
Go on, I'll give you his first-class bowling stats.
Okay.
Only 20 wickets.
Yeah.
Best of 3 for 96 in an innings. Average of 54. So I'm not saying he's brilliant, but
just as well, really.
economy of 4.79, strike rate of 67, but I do think he's slightly better than those stats show. Still say he's an all-rounder.
It's a good whip, and he's going to get 3 or 4 for it.
Yeah, he's going to keep running away down there, but good chase, brilliant chase. Saves the run. So Thane bowled once in the One Day Cup, 0 for 21 at Cardiff. Oh, and he also got exactly the same figures, 0 for 21 at Chelmsford against Hampshire. And he got 0, yeah, so he didn't get a wicket in the One Day Cup. Okay, I think he might have bowled a bit more, but he was opening the batting, scored 2 consecutive hundreds and 3 consecutive 70s. He went 102, 109, 75, 76, 76.
Oh, right.
It's a pretty good run of One Day Cup form.
He's down about 7, is he?
Yeah. Yeah, they do bat fairly deep, this Essex side.
Yeah.
But then Cook and Porter are genuine 10 and 11s. Slip and a leg slip, neither with a helmet on.
Well, the leg slip's got very fine, and he keeps tormenting him. That one's gone to his right. If he knows he can place it that well, but he's going to scurry back for a third. So this is all, I mean, it's the run rate's terrific. 40 overs, 41 overs now. 78 for 2.
You couldn't have timed that any better. As you said, the leg slip, he sprung into action. Poor old Cook is meant to be having a breather. Porter, sorry. Porter's trying to have a breather at sort of deep
He's
square.
been charging around.
Yeah.
Well, he's fit, isn't he, I suppose?
Well, he doesn't look quite so fit as he trudges in and dived again to save 3. Yeah, they could just, you know what Essex do over the last however many years. They bowl Harmer from one end and rotate the 3 seamers. The 4 bowlers do most of the work. I mean, it's remarkable how they stay fit and strong. They don't need much from Critchley or Thane or Walter, as I've mentioned a few times.
Yeah, I mean,
Critchley's
had an interesting career, hasn't he, with his leg brace? And
yeah.
I mean, I suppose they use him as an attacking bowler rather than a holding bowler.
Yeah.
But what's his?
Well, Preston Ball played for
his
Langston
record with the ball?
Well, his first class record with the ball, 231 wickets.
That's quite
a lot more than Noah Thane.
Yeah, and at what cost?
Go on, what do you reckon? Have a guess.
33.
36.
Okay.
Not bad. Good guess. Economy of 3.88.
Yeah. Well, he's an attacking option. He's a handy option to have.
Well, that's a pretty good economy rate for a leggy, I'd say.
In the modern game, yeah.
In first-class cricket. 8 5-wicket hauls. 110 in a match. 231. That's a lot more wickets than I would have thought. In 174
How old is
innings.
he now then?
30.
Okay.
He just turned 30 last week. Yeah, played for Derbyshire for years. I found his home at Essex recently.
Big stride in there, Nichols.
He didn't take many wickets in the One Day Cup, but maybe more of a red ball leggy. He had 4 for in the first game at Radlett, and then only 1s and 2s. And the last 4 games he bowled, didn't take a wicket at all.
Best get him on.
Yeah, I'd say he's got to bowl before tea anyway. But whether you keep going with Harmer and do you try double spin?
I think you could legitimately give... Harmer's going to bowl a lot in this match.
He is.
So...
Is this game going to come a lot down to Critchley and Harmer versus Leach and Vaughan?
Don't know. It could do.
An early call. I mean, it has been a very dry summer, but we have had a tiny sprinkling of rain the last couple of days. Not that much of it's
Well, it
got
depends who
under covers.
bats better too. I mean, he's got to make the most. I think it's important obviously from a Somerset perspective, to get big runs in the first innings to sort of secure, to get your foundation. You know, not 350 from here, but.
What do you want? 460? Yeah,
from here. But that's.
They're both very strong batting lineups, as we said earlier.
Yeah.
They bat right down to 7 and 8. Somerset as strong as I can remember, without Banton, TKC or Thomas Rue, and they're still as strong as I can remember.
Well, it's tickled me that I mentioned this earlier this morning, that essentially Somerset have signed Henry Nichols because the 17-year-old Tom Rue, who might be 18 now, I don't know, is injured. That's what's triggered it, I would have thought.
Yeah, he's 18 now. Still the two slips in place, and still the two deep on the leg side, as if there's going to be a short ball. But we've seen one short ball.
I don't think you'll see
day,
a short ball from Porter. I think it's more. That's more. It's more to give him freedom to bowl straight.
Yeah.
And look, because it's a sort of LBWE type of wicket, although we haven't had one yet.
No.
It's not going to do zooming over. So you want to bowl pretty straight. You don't want to give them width, and that's your protection.
Someone's got some vigour. Do you want me to?
Who's going? I don't know. Who should go? Perhaps I should go.
I don't mind going. Whatever. Don't be polite.
No, we're
both
very eager to be all alongside Pete.
Go on, you stay and talk to
Okay.
Pete. We've not had Vic's dulcet tones for a while. Better keep him on.
Okay. Well, productive little session from a Somerset perspective. Harmer's got about 2 balls to spin significantly, but no more than that, and he's been well played so far. Thomas, 84 not out. Significant innings. Trigo, who smashed? How long did you bat for yesterday? About 42 balls.
There was no smashing.
Well, apart from your first scoring shot, I gathered.
Well, it was all about making the game exciting, wasn't it?
Hello, that's quite exciting.
Yeah, lovely sweeper of the ball is Josh Thomas. And what a knock.
I'd love to see that again, actually. I'm just always interested in old Thomas. What line's he taken that from? Let's have a look. Well, that's pretty straight, but he's hit it.
You wouldn't want to miss that one, I don't think.
No, you wouldn't want to miss that. And he still hasn't got a man on that boundary, I think I'm right in saying. No, he has.
No, that's the 12th man.
Yeah. So he's still inviting that shot. He's an aggressive bowler, Harmer. He's prepared to lose a few runs if he can get that wicket. But to get it, he needs Thomas to miss that ball.
He hasn't missed many today. He's played beautifully for his 88. Hard work, and that's going to race across the ground as well. The fielder should just about reel it in.
Yeah, but they'll get up. They'll get 3. Oh, no. There's a real treat coming in store. I mean, not that there's been dull here, but just to keep everyone watching, there's going to be Trigo highlights from yesterday.
Well, hopefully they're going to focus on the excellent play of the rugby players that polished off the game.
I think probably it's just Trigo highlights.
It was quite the day. I'll tell you what, there was a number of really quite serious performances by...
Well, someone's telling me Max Malins, who I know as a sort of gallivanting fullback, I think. He was pretty good, wasn't he?
Well, unfortunately, I believe he's busy in the next few weeks, but I did try and sign him for Burbage and Eastern Royal because he looks some player.
Okay.
Yeah, he was outstanding, and batted towards the back end with Ollie Hartley, and he showed some serious skill. I think played probably the shot of the night over mid-off for 6 to finish the game off. Look at Harmer, and
that's turned, by the way. A very slow delivery, but it has turned. Now then, I've promised you Trigo highlights, but whether they're thinking...
Well, there was a low light as well, which is possibly the first ball.
Was that when you nearly put Jack Leach out? Oh dear!
Yeah.
I mean, what sort of shot's that? Neither one thing nor the other.
The thing is, Leach he's not used to his teammates hitting the ball so straight these days. So, yeah, that was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for sure,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
well,
But
he's still in the side today, folks.
yes, we were in constant communication until about 11 p.m. last night.
Okay.
After he,
Where's
he had his
this going to
X-ray.
go? Oh,
Yeah.
well, it's a poor delivery, but it has got what it deserved. Where's that finished up? Outside the ground almost, I think.
Lovely little clip. As there
Well,
from Thomas,
I
he's
was-
not gonna risk that second run in the 90s.
Oh, here's another for you. Where's this? Is it going to injure anyone? Oh, he's not running for that Hildreth stand. Has it reached the Hildreth stand? Is it in the river? No, it's just crept over, I think. Very
Well,
nice.
Same wicket they used on the Metro, Vic. I'm disappointed I didn't get the call.
Well, I've got a curious item. Remember watching you at Sidmouth last year, celebration game, hitting all those sixes with Hildreth. Only, almost hitting them as far as Hildreth, in fact, in that game, which was very
He's put on a
impressive.
bit of weight recently.
Has
Hildy,
he?
hasn't he?
I don't know.
He's got mass moves mass. I
Anyway,
believe.
I was talking to the chairman of, well, he was the chairman of Sidmouth, I don't know if he still is, he was here today, and he said that in friendly matches now, you're not allowed to hit sixes, because there's been too many incidents.
Too many 99 ice creams destroyed on the promenade.
Yeah, and the odd bit of hitting innocent croquet players or something. So you can't. So you 1-6. You don't get any runs if you hit a six. No runs. And if you hit a second six, you're out.
Yeah, I think
It doesn't apply in league games.
that would take the joy away.
Well, it
from
would.
the game.
But that's what they have to do at Sidmouth because the ball's been flying everywhere.
Yeah, well,
Suit me fine. That would.
Certainly, when you want to just give it a little bit more flight.
Yeah, I'd love it. Well, I was also suit me as a batsman actually, but certainly as a bowler, it'd be wonderful. I'd play a friendly there now.
Well, for those who watched yesterday in Lewis's testimonial supporting the M&D Association, there was, I think, the finale of the game. There's a nice little anecdote that I can share with you when this over's finished. Water bowl into Nichols, who's looking in. Great touch as he just crept himself outside the line.
That was not a very convincing LBW appeal. There was a bit of bounce there too.
Yeah, batting on a very strong position outside off stump. Oh, it's closer than you think that, Vic. I reckon.
Height, perhaps.
Yeah, hit him
Compared,
in between the pad and inner thigh
Yeah.
pad, I think.
Yeah.
Bit of a stinger. Look again, that replay. Yeah, it's closer than you think, but I think a good decision again by umpire, ex-roommate, teammate Ian Blackwell. He's made some good calls, actually. There's been a couple of close ones I think he's been on the right side of, but Somerset 186 for 2 at the moment. As we have a look at the side-on view, I think that'll do enough just to, just on the inner thigh pad. Probably would have been fraction high. It was, so the game. So I think it's an insight into the competitive nature because the rugby lads came down. They were in the nets before.
Oh,
really
really?
looking forward to playing
Okay.
out here on the Cooper Associates County ground. And we had a bit of a wobble in the middle, lost a few wickets. And actually most of the wickets were Somerset players that got themselves out.
this is you were playing for Team Jamie George.
I was playing for Team Jamie George and I was batting towards the back end with Ollie Hartley.
Right.
And I think the game was ebbing and flowing. About 5 or 6 overs out, had a little chat with Lewis Greger. I said, well, we need the beneficiary to win his own benefit match.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Captain, as I still call him? He said, well, it'd be good if it got close. He said, if you could leave a dozen or so off the last over, but make sure it's rugby player versus rugby player.
Right.
So that equation sort of looked like it was going to pan out,
Mm-hmm.
which was great. To my surprise, my rugby player teammate started lambasting me for not going for the win and turning down singles. So I explained to him, look, I'm not going to be the man that hits these runs. If it's down to you, I'll give you the last over, and it's all on you. He was not happy.
Oh, really?
And I said, look, it's the done thing that the beneficiary's on the winning team. So there we go. And he looked at me square in the eyes and said, well, I'm going for the win.
And who bowled the last over at him then?
One of his rugby mates. If I have a look, I think it might have been, I think Nick Tompkins, off memory, bowled the last over.
Okay.
2 massive sixes, game over.
Right.
It was unbelievable, or a 6 and a 4. Yeah, I was like, oh, sorry, Lou, I tried, mate.
Well, it's all right.
Lads didn't want it. So you could imagine the team bus, and maybe this morning, I think they're on their way down to Cornwall for some pre-season training and games down there. I could imagine there's a fair little bit of ribbing about yesterday's game.
See, Jamie Overton was playing, was he?
Yeah, Jamie Overton's got a little bit of a.
He wasn't bowling.
Break at the moment. He bowled a couple of balls off a medium run up, but then sort of slowed it down a little bit. But no, it was a really good day. Really good day.
Well,
2,500 people turned up.
Well, fantastic.
Everyone enjoyed it. But yeah, it was a particular foot in mouth moment with that ball hitting
scudding
Jack
towards Jack Leach. Well, only his right hand anyway, isn't it? Right thumb, was it?
I went down to him and said, Leach, please tell me you're okay, because if I've got to drive into the ground tomorrow, someone's going to take a pop at me if you're out of the game. I saw Andy Hurry earlier as well. He went, Trigo, I need a word. I was like, I know what this is about, Sarge. Right, here we go. Josh Thomas into the 90s, 93. Somerset 187 for 2. Run rate incredibly healthy. Some brilliant batting throughout the lineup. Lambie, I think, started the innings off in superb form with his quick 20. Unlucky to get out, but Josh Thomas has stood firm and a lovely flashing shot through the offside. Catchable height. Put straight into the Trade Nation stand boundary. He moves on to 97. One more of those away.
Been a bit aerial, but it was right off the meat of the bat. Huh? I think he's got one first-class 100 to his name.
It was early on this summer. Yeah. He's certainly put his hand up and secured this position, and I think really showed through the Metro Bank as well. Just growing in confidence. Brilliant to see. It's a tough position, as you know, Vic, opening the batting. Not
absolutely, yeah.
Personally opening the batting necessarily, but the fact that you would have played a lot of cricket against.
I did open the batting a bit, actually.
Did you?
Well, not very often, but I was a genuine opener a few times.
How did you go?
Well, in the first game, I went pretty damn well, actually. Roebuck had the great idea that I should open the batting. And I got, I think, 69 against Lawrence and Walsh.
My apologies.
Yeah. However, I'm not sure the experiment lasted that long. But yeah, Pete made me open the batting. I made Pete do bowl his off-cuts when I was captain. But anyway, that's enough of that. More importantly, he's on the cusp.
Yeah, that last delivery there is what your mind's eye thinks of when you think about Porter, but quite a few stray deliveries in between, but it'll be hunting that outside edge, getting the ball to move either way into the shin, catch the outside edge. He's still very much in the game.
I think Henry Nichols has just come down and, I don't know, offered a word of encouragement, no doubt. And
get on with it, mate.
Well, probably not. I think more likely take your time, I would have thought. But then I'm not such a modern player.
Solidly in behind that. Josh Thomas on 97. Nichols 43. This current partnership is also on 97. So one more crisp one away from a double milestone for partnership. And when you looked at the team sheets, you know, if the top three went well, you always felt like Somerset's middle order was looking pretty strong on paper, and they're showing that to be true. Let's finish the over there from Jamie Porter. Harmer's looking dangerous. He's getting the ball to spin, and I think, you know, when I was on with Harry at the time, when you think about your perfect cricket surface, I think there's been enough in that for the seam. I don't think the Essex bowlers, I think they would even admit it, I don't think they've been as on it as they normally would be, but the fact that, you know, it's done a bit day one will probably be quite good to bat on day two.
Yeah.
And I think what we're seeing already, chances of this sort of spinning towards day 3 and 4, all looking like it's a very good cricket pitch for the 4 days that we have here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
I mean, for it to be a good cricket pitch, you would like it to turn more. It often turns so slowly by the end of the game that it's a struggle, but we'll see. I mean,
well, I think also the ball.
I was surprised that they batted first, actually. Given, well, it's easy to be surprised now. Sorry that they put Somerset in.
Yeah, I think also the ball condition as well. You know, if it is spinning, you can give the spinners the ball a bit earlier when it's still hard, because you get that slightly sharper turn.
It's turned more when he's bowled. He's bowled some very slow deliveries. It seems to have spun more when he's done that, for whatever reason. He's bowled 2 or 3 really terrific deliveries that haven't taken the edge, and then the odd one that just holds, isn't it?
Oh, as we always mention, when the opposition get a little bit of spin, I always imagine Leachy on the balcony rubbing his hands together. Maybe today he's got one hand in a bucket of ice, but I think he'll be.
It's too painful for him to rub his hands together at the moment.
He'll be happy that there's definitely a bit of spin on show there. We know how good Leachy is bowling from that end. Slightly short.
Well, it is an asset, because sometimes spinners can get intimidated by the fact that it's turning, because all your mates are looking at you and say, well, it's 4 for 5 for. He's there. I can't see him rubbing his hands together. But
there he is, cap in it. Is that Leachy with the cap on? Yeah, he's smiling. We're all.
I can't believe he's listening either.
It was one of the more relieved phone calls I've had when I saw Jack Leach come up on my phone, probably around about 10 o'clock last night. He went, "Don't worry, Triggs.
Another update, please.
X-rays clear, just a bruise." Oh, thank Lord for that.
But what I was labouring towards is that sometimes spinners can be intimidated by the fact that, hang on, I'm the chief spinner in this team, might be the only one. They're all saying I should get 5 for 6 for their blokes turning it square.
Well, we chatted
whereas Leach, I think, has coped with that very well. He can deal with that expectation as he gets older, and he's quite confident. He knows he might have to work hard, but he's patient if it's turning, and he waits, and he knows it will come if he keeps steady.
Well, myself and Leachy yesterday did some filming for Thatcher's. We spoke about that exact thing, actually, and it was a really interesting conversation. He exactly the same. You know, it's turning. I'm a spinner, and that, you know, that pressure. But he said also, before the wicket started turning here, he had to bowl and learn being metronomically accurate.
Yeah.
So he said the sort of transition from bowling on flat pitches, where you had to land it on a sixpence.
Yeah. And probably had to try and vary it more, which is more difficult.
Yeah, it stood him in really good stead for when he was on a pitch that offered. He just
did the same
executed the same thing. And it is actually phenomenal, because, you know, in the what was called the Hyderabad days with Bess and Leach bowling in tandem, I thought both of them, you know, stood up and counted time and time again, and Leachy's just continued that from a Somerset perspective. So I mean, I think from a character point of view as well, one thing that shone out, you know, he's Somerset through and through. He's spent his childhood here watching, and, you know, he absolutely loves it, and I think he relishes the opportunity to sort of, as he would probably see it, do it for my mates and family in the crowd and friends in the crowd. So Yeah, he's been a champion performer for Somerset, no doubt, but hopefully we won't see Leachy bowling for a while yet. 191 for 2 Somerset. The task is days 1.5 to put a nice sizable total on, get some batting bonus points on the board.
He's having to sweat a bit now. They're just making sure they give him no easy runs. He's been on 97 for a while now.
Well, Porter, in terms of his bowling figures, first 3 or 4 overs went for probably more than half of the runs that he's gone for. So he's really honed in and dragged it back, picked up that wicket as well of Goldsworthy. So he's done really well. This is exactly what you imagine from Porter and Cook when he bowls. Just that relentless nagging around the knee roll, off stump area. Josh Thomas just keeps his temperament here. He's batted beautifully. He's got all day to chalk off those next 3 runs.
It's interesting. I don't know what they're saying, but Henry Nicholls is coming down, and maybe he just senses that he's getting edgy. So you're doing fine. It'll come. Well, I guess that's the message.
Yeah,
I don't think it's get on with it, will you?
Normally, when you have an approach from the guy at the other end, he senses a bit of anxiety, and it's normally pearls of wisdom like watch the ball.
well, that's one more anyway.
Yeah, it's good that he's changed the momentum a little bit, a little inside edge.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. An inside
strike.
edge to 100 is perfectly legitimate. What we don't like to see is a run out 99.
No, we don't want to see
such a
anything
waste.
like that. Interesting that for quite a while now the keeper's been coming up to the stumps when Nicholls is on strike, suggesting he's batting a little bit out of his crease.
I think he's been consistently out of his crease, and Thomas hasn't bothered. He's been exactly in his normal spot. Oh, that's a bit ugly. He's still there.
Well, it's definitely pegging him back in his crease. It's nearly brought a wicket. We don't want any changes, but it looks like you're limbering up for a change in the commentary box.
Young Peter's coming in.
The 2 Peters. Yeah. Possibly go wrong. There's Tom Rue. I wonder if that bit of athleticism over the seats there is part of his rehabilitation. We hope to see him back out there as soon as possible. All the messages are that he might be struggling to make any of the rest of the season, but you never know. These youngsters, fit and healthy, hopefully he can get himself back fit as soon as possible. Simon Armour just paying a little bit of attention to those footholes that are no doubt pretty dry with the lack of rain we've had in the UK over the last couple of months. Welcome back, Pete.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Pete.
How are you, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, all good.
Well, what a start to day 1 for Somerset.
Yeah.
192 for 2. I think many a Somerset fan would have shook hands on that.
Definitely. Yeah.
At the start of play.
Good opening innings as well for Henry Nicholls into the Somerset team. So good to see another New Zealander settle in nicely in the West Country. And yeah, Josh Thomas as well, looking in fine nick. I hope I haven't sent any bad omens after the change of commentary, but
well, he's off strike now, so that's sorted. He moves
I
on
can
to
breathe now.
99. Yeah, I mean, I think echoing your point, Nicholls coming into the team, even though he's got the credentials, the career behind him, an international player. Whenever you go into a new dressing room, it's such a settler to show your teammates that you can perform and you're going to perform for them. And the earliest you can chalk up that first score, the better. It will really help him settle into the club and hopefully have a really strong run-scoring rest of the summer. To Nicholls, that's just a little bit too straight from Simon Harmer. Flipped off pads, and that's the 100 partnership for this pair. It's got a slightly more sedate pace than the rest of the innings, but you do kind of get the feeling that's more to the fact that the Essex bowlers are really locked in on their areas that they're bowling. They've been much better that first hour. A lot of loose deliveries capitalised on by Lammonby, Thomas and Goldsworthy. Josh Thomas on 99. Everyone up on the leg side. You must have the little man on the shoulder saying sweep. Will he go for it or just wait for that ball to tickle into an area for a single?
His short legs now moved into a sort of silly mid-on position. So maybe perhaps not so much on the sweep now. Change side. Silly mid-off.
Yeah, he's right in his eye line
yeah.
there. I'm sure he'll be having a few words. The sweep's even more on with him out of the way. Josh Thomas happy to stay in his own lane. That's the end of the over. Always a dangerous customer, but I wouldn't have thought on day one he'd expect to rack up 17 overs in the first 49 of this Somerset first innings. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their support here, keeping the wheels turning on the live stream. We very much hope you're enjoying wherever you're watching from. Please let us know. We always keep an eye on the comments. Somerset supporters watching from tropical locations around the world. Shane Snater replacing Jamie Porter at the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Keeper up to Henry Nichols on 44.
Seen that quite a lot today, that sort of inside edge to kind of a forward square leg. I wonder if Snater's sort of got a little bit of nip back, or if it's been the pitch. Or
Yeah, there have been a number of balls that you have to say have been very close LBW shouts. It's certainly the plan to hover the ball in and around off stump and just wait for that one to dart back. Certainly with the keeper up as well, just stopping Nichols getting down the wicket and outside the line, which looks like his preferred way of playing, right arm around the wicket. It can be a bit of a rhythm breaker really when you get set with the keeper back in a certain position and then the keeper comes up and you've got to get back in your crease and you feel a little bit stationary when the ball's released.
yeah, a little bit cramped for room is always a good thing for a bowling team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of it in the away Ashes series, didn't we, with
Yeah.
Nisa bowling with the keeper up, and really did throw the rhythm out of a lot of the England players. Even the great Joe Root really struggled, not doing what he'd normally do, which is a little forward press down the pitch. So good tactic there, certainly puts the keeper's skills under pressure. Matt Critchley just fielding the ball there, and previous to that ball he was going through what looked like a bowling
For
warm-up.
warm-up,
So
didn't it? Yeah.
he's his leg breaks. Simon Harmer has obviously done a fair old shift at the moment with 17 overs, so Essex probably feeling like the leg spinner might just crack it open a little bit. Big partnership brewing here between the two left-handers.
Josh Thomas just hoping Critchley can bowl one of his looseners to him for his first ball and knock one out. It's a deep square for a single perhaps, and
Well, it's one of the features of
3 figures up.
of 99.9% of leg spinners that have ever bowled. They do always have the ability to bowl an absolute peach of a ball, but
Yeah.
you generally get at least one or two poor deliveries that you can score off and over.
Yeah.
It's only been a couple, a handful really, I suppose. Kumble, Mushtaq, Shane Warne, obviously, Stuart McGill. You'd think were quite accurate in what they did, but yeah, most other leg spinners will give you a little bit of a few licorice all sorts to put away in between the jaffers. Plenty of other entertainment on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got a play by, he's quite a good playwright, wasn't he? William Shakespeare.
He was all right.
You look a bright lad. You probably know a lot more about that than I will. But William Shakespeare is live in Taunton, September the 13th at 3 p.m. The man himself. He was a Warwickshire fan, though, I reckon, wasn't he?
Yeah, it probably was. Yeah. It's got to be a nerve-wracking time, especially with a silly mid-off and their feet. How many times have you been stuck like this?
And that's the ball you want, short, wide, and dab down to the third man boundary for 4, Josh Thomas. Another 100 opening the batting for Somerset. Very, very well played, and what a great start or restart to the county championship by young Somerset left-handed opener. Another rubber stamp in the fact that he's found himself a spot at the top of the order. Brilliant knock. He bided his time there nicely. The pressure, the dot balls were building up on him. He's kept his cool and waited for that ball that he could score off. Straight back into his work. Outstanding. Yeah, a couple of 90s, a few 90s not out because let's just say a couple of the tail enders back in my day, they were there for a good time, not a long time. A few not outs, but yeah, it's always it's an extraordinary mindset really, because milestones, 0, nervous as hell. 49, you get a little bit nervous, not so much, but in the 90s, for some reason, there's obviously a flow to your batting, which is the reason why you've got to 90. But as soon as you see that 90 on the scoreboard, something changes, and you just try and battle your way through. It's almost like you have to restart your innings, really. But a number of times. There's a few of my old teammates used to say, just 2-hit streaks, just get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play with too many players that didn't quite obviously change their demeanour in the 90s, because like I said, it's such a achievement, isn't it? Really, hundreds in any format of the game don't come around every day. Unless you're a Trescothick or a Graham Hick or a James Hildreth, so it's something that you very much cherish, certainly post-career. It seems to be a question you get asked a lot: how many hundreds did you score? And to chalk another one up, awesome stuff there from Josh Thomas off 152 balls. He absolutely got out the traps with a bit of a flyer this morning, made the most of some loose bowling, but when Somerset knuckled down, so did he. Very deserved 100. A bit of a false start there from Shane Snater. Nichols just retaking his guards. We see footage there of Josh Thomas celebrating his 100. I'm sure he's got family, friends, teammates in the crowd that have enjoyed that.
Yes, it's been a while since the last county championship game, so kind of to get this third block underway with 100 for Josh is a very important way, I think, for him to start and get some confidence, because Somerset are in again with another title shout, and they haven't, as of yet, been able to get over the line. But we say every year, it could be this year, could be.
Yeah, well, they keep putting themselves in the frame, that's for sure, and they very much are for these last 6 games. And yeah, having players in form, and not that it's an exact science, but I think Goldsworthy, Lammonby and Thomas have carried on a great rhythm. They managed to pick up in the Metrobank as well. All played well through that series. Lammonby in particular scored runs in pretty much every game, so and that very much showed by the way he played. I know he only got 20. It was quite an unfortunate way to go out, but he was looking in prime form, and Josh Thomas again just growing in confidence. So yeah, brilliant way to start this bank of games, and hopefully they're going to be as important towards the last few. I think Surrey is the last game at home. I mean,
big game.
Yeah, we've had some massive games against Surrey towards the back end of the last number of seasons, so there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before then. In particular, the rest of this day, Somerset have forged themselves into a very strong position here, 199 after that run for 2. You think with the pitch offering a little bit of spin, a big score of 400 plus would put Essex under a lot of pressure.
Would you say now that Somerset are looking to bat into lunch tomorrow? First hour of the session tomorrow? Because I feel like with 4-day cricket, it's you want to give yourself a chance to win the game, but you don't want to give the opposition a chance to get back in it. And Somerset right now, 199 for 2, very commanding position, as we've said. And I feel you want to make sure you keep Essex on the back foot. And how do you think they go about that?
Yeah, I think that if you could almost blueprint a first innings, it would be a 450 plus. I mean, for a number of reasons, really. I don't know the exact stats, but I'd imagine if you score 450 in the first innings, your chance of losing the game are very small, barring a miraculous, change in the pitch. You always got to be slightly cautious on a wicket that might turn with someone with the quality of Simon Harmer, because he's shown time and time again he can bowl teams out cheaply when he gets on a pitch that suits him, and there is a potential this pitch could suit him at some stage in this game. But yeah, 450, 500, sometime around lunch. Obviously we've got a lot of cricket to be played. It's still, was it 44 overs of play tonight, so they could be somewhere near the 350, 400 mark by today. But you think on top of that, the fatigue that you're getting into the top order batters, time on the feet. They'd have spent 6 hours in the field today, another hour tomorrow. The last thing a team wants really is to field all day and then do a big stint the following day. So it wouldn't surprise me if things go really well and Somerset earn the right to declare at some stage. It would be somewhere between lunch and tea. Really try and grind the opposition into the ground. Not just the score, but again, that mental and physical fatigue that you can get into the opposition. We've got a change of bowling. Thane into the attack from the River End for his first overs of the day's play. Around the wicket to the left-hander. I mean, one thing that slightly surprised me in the tactic side of things, I suppose in a bowling lineup, perfect scenario, you'd have a right arm tall fast bowler, you'd have a right arm short swing bowler, you'd have a left arm bowler, you'd have an off spinner, a left arm spinner, so you can turn the ball away and in, so you've got massive variation. Slightly surprised all the seamers have operated to left-handers exclusively around the wicket. Not one of them has tried to change the angle to bring the slips into play, which I think is a missed trick, especially with now 200 on the board for a loss of just 2 wickets. It's great when it works around the wicket,
yeah.
but also with a pitch that's not doing huge amounts, the angle from over the wicket is helping the ball go towards the slips, and it brings the outside edge more into play. I'm amazed they've been completely fixated on this one angle that both left-handers have now, after so much time, looking quite comfortable facing.
Yeah, I think it's a conscious plan, right? They've obviously discussed it before the match, and they've said, okay, this is our plan. We're going to hammer around the wicket, and okay, I think multi-day cricket, it's important that you be boring and you stick to your plan because you believe that will work. But it is also a fine line because you have to. I mean, Somerset are now on the front foot. You don't want to search for a wicket necessarily because then that will really open the floodgates. But you need to come up with a compromise, I think. And as we're saying, I think around the wicket, over the wicket to the left-handers, you can try it. I mean, it's worth change your bowling now. Why not start your spell over the wicket and just see? You know, it's a different. You know, Thomas and Nichols haven't faced Thane today, so I think it's trying to get the balance. And as you said, I think is right.
Yeah, making the batter move around the crease and changing angles, I think is massively important. And yeah, for me, yeah, quite a high proportion of left-handers, yeah, their weakness is the ball moving away, nicking off, and it makes it a lot tougher from over the wicket. As Thomas plays a false shot but gets all the runs for it, top edge into the Trescothic stand for 6. Drop that one short. Thomas has given that the full Monty. Yeah, it does surprise me that they've fixated on that plan. Especially, I think the main reason, as a bowler myself, that would change that angle is if I saw a batter like Nichols has done for a lot of his innings, bat down the wicket and miles outside the line, you almost can't get an LBW, and that would instantly make me think about changing the angle, because he's obviously got a brilliant cricket IQ, a good technique, and he's positioned himself on the crease, which makes it almost impossible for you to get him out unless he misses a Yorker, which is probably quite unlikely. So yeah, maybe a trick missed there by the Essex seamers. Are we going to see that change from Harmer to Critchley anytime soon? Disappeared for 6. It certainly was a false shot. Snater's going to continue from the Trescothic stand end. 206 for 2, very much in control. Josh Thomas, another championship 100 this season. He's currently 109 not out. Henry Nichols, 46 of 109 balls, so playing second fiddle, but vital role at the moment from the new overseas player.
Snater's not changed, as we said. The Essex attack haven't changed much. Snater in particular he's come around the wicket, but he's staying very tight to the crease, and I think it's a bit something of nothing. If you're coming around the wicket, you want the angle, and so why would you not, come over the wicket? Because then you can naturally attack the crease with a bit of angle in your run and still attack the stumps fairly narrow to the stumps. I feel like, yeah, perhaps he's not got that quite right.
Well, it's one of the great things about commentating, Peter. It's very easy. Set
It's
up
easy.
here.
Yeah, it is very.
But yeah, I think if you watch, I mean, the hyper example is James Anderson. very, if he bowled, say, a 3-over spell, he would have multiple positions on the crease, would probably go over the wicket, round the wicket, back to over the wicket. He's constantly toying with the angles of the game, toying with the batter, making sure he thinks, and just hoping for a little lapse in concentration, sneak one through. And I think that's what the top bowlers do naturally, is just keep subtly changing the angles, because the difference between a ball that hits the middle of the bat and the ball that doesn't is about 2.5 inches, and you can actually make that angle in your landing position, your release point. You know, a lot of seam bowlers will slightly drop their arms, so it's a flat trajectory. Bowl one from up tall, so you get a bit more bounce. All these tiny little things that the real sort of students of the game are able to do. And like I said, I just think, as an observation, not a criticism, the whole plan from the Essex attack has been copy and paste. And once you get in as a batter, you've kind of seen it all. So everyone that comes on now, especially bowling seam, it's the same challenge as you had 5 minutes ago. And I think that's where the Essex bowlers, I think, need to react a little bit quicker, or just think a bit differently, because there's no doubt he looks dangerous enough, he could get a wicket, but it's been 53 overs now, and kind of the horse is almost 3 fields away at this stage. And I suppose from a Somerset point of view, they'll be more than happy for the right arm seamers to continue with the plan that they've put into practice. Players just taking a very brief little drinks break. The 12th men are out. Drinks for both the batters, and I think Josh Thomas a change of gloves. Always a bit of a rewarding moment, I always think, changing your gloves as a batter, because that means you've got a few runs and you've been out there for a while. The old leather palms get a bit sweaty and a bit slippery. One of those mentally tough times of the day if you're an Essex bowler, fielder. You've got to try and pick yourself up, and certainly from a bowling perspective, just try and create a bit of magic for your team. It's very easy after a couple of hours out there to go a little bit flat in your energy and your intensity. Thing to Thomas, and easily clipped out into square leg for a single. Yeah, you've obviously got tall Paul, who I think rightly so is probably a little bit tired after the celebrations from winning the 100. But he used to bowl his left arm overs. I was wondering if that might be a go-to these days, or is he just purely playing as a batter these days? It doesn't bowl as much as he used to. He's an absolutely enormous human. I think he must be 6'8" on the foot at least. He's huge.
Yeah, I think Essex definitely need to try and find something to break this game up and stop the flow runs, because Somerset are taking it along very nicely. Josh Thomas has now got over that milestone, so he can play freely until he gets to, if he gets to the 150.
It would be a bad time for me to throw the ball to your leg spinner, Matt Critchley. I know he's a very good bowler. He's certainly not the first spinner you go to. Simon Harmer's that man, but he's had a wicketless 17 overs. You always feel like a leg spinner could just create that little bit of magic. Noah Thane has started brightly though. He's bashing the ball into the surface. That one 1-6 that he did go for certainly wasn't a pure shot. Did force a little bit of an error out of Josh Thomas. He got away with that one. Certainly looking like a genuine all-rounder.
I like the way Henry Nicholls has gone about his innings today. He's looked very composed and patient, and he's on 50, and it's felt like he's not really scored any like boundary, any glorious cover drives or any lovely clips off the pads. He's just ticked it along, and as he does flash through, that's the cordon for foot.
Oh, that's your fault, that boundary, Pete. The flashing drive slightly skewed off the outside edge. And that's Henry Nicholls' first 50 in Somerset colours, 52 not out. But yeah, I think that's a feature of a good player. They sneaky accumulate. You sort of don't notice them doing too much, and then you look up on the board, 40, 50, 60. He's playing nicely, and a good guy, I would imagine, to have down the other end for Josh Thomas. You know, I think that's one of the really positive things about bringing in experienced Test cricketers. You know that when you're in a partnership with them, they're not going to let you down, and it's certainly a nice place to be when you put on a nice sizable partnership. This one already 119. Somerset 2-13-2, 4-2, taking full control here at day one, but we know this crazy game can turn around pretty quickly if you're not concentrating. You have to say, the way things look at the moment, Somerset look pretty locked in. Essex are battling hard. There's nowhere near the amount of what you call four balls being bowled at the moment. Unable to find a way through. I think I have to say though, Pete, I think in danger of getting a right bee in my bonnet about none of the bowlers going over the wicket. I think it's going to, now that I've started to think about it, it's going to bug me, that. If we had a window here, I might open it and shout, "Try over the wicket."
Sounds like dressing room wouldn't be very happy with
No,
you.
no, especially if it brought a wicket.
Yeah.
There's still a little bit there, though. That one just nibbled away. Lazy shot there from Josh Thomas, trying to run that down to third man. Trying to get a bit greedy with that one.
Oh, wow. Straight through the gate. Snater beats Josh Thomas with a pearl of delivery, I would say.
Well, the perseverance has worked. That's the third wicket down now. Snater looks like he's bowled a bit of a gem there. Just it's hard to see how that's got through, but it has. He's persevered with that around the wicket angle. He's picked up the wicket of Josh Thomas, who played magnificently well for his 110. He's getting a very well-deserved standing ovation from the Taunton crowd. Brilliant up from the young opening batsman. He will be replaced by Tom Abel, who've seen Tom Abel in action for a while with his digit. His training of quite a bit of intensity in preparation for this game, so we look forward to watching Tom hopefully find the form of early on in the season. Let's have a look at that. Was that past the outside edge?
It was. I think it was just past the outside edge. Just played a little too straight on it, I think, and he's just tried to work it through mid-on. It's looked like it's just.
Well, I just think it's lucky he persevered with that around the wicket angle.
Yeah,
isn't it?
We were banging on, and they knew best. That's why they're out there.
Angled in. Held its line.
Yeah.
Good delivery. Just slightly played down the wrong line there, Josh Thomas. But all in all, a pretty good delivery that clips the top of off stump.
Neville picks up 2 to get off the mark, off the legs. Always nice to get off the mark first ball, isn't it, Pete? Just to settle the nerves.
Well, it certainly helps. Yeah, I think there is a point of dot balls on naught that starts to get a bit uncomfortable. Once you get past 4 or 5, I think you start to think about it a little bit. The risk of running your mate out, taking a bit of a panic single, goes up a few notches. I think it became quite famous, didn't it? I think they called it the Red Bull Run. It was Kevin Peterson used to walk down the wicket to his first ball, just try and dab it in a gap and just yell 1. And the amount of times he nearly ran out his partner down the other end. Am I right, Vic? Do you recall the Red Bull Run? I'm not imagining that, am I? No, we've got the Vic Marks thumbs up. That means it's fact. He's more reliable than ChatGPT or Grok or anyone like that. We don't need AI when we've got just I. VI, we'll call it. Yeah, lovely start there from Tommy Abel.
Number 16, Sam Cook.
So it looks like a change of bowling. Sam Cook's on from the river end.
Yeah, changed ends a couple of times. Wesley just rotating around, different angles, different bowlers from each end. I thought we might see Harmer just stay one end with the seamers rotating, but trying a few different things. Yeah, it's unusual we see Essex sort of desperate having to try these things. Especially with Abel coming in and going 2, 4. Positive start from Tom Abel. Well, sorry, 3 then 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good running from Henry Nichols.
He's picked up 4 for a lovely dab through the third man region.
Yeah, well, Pete and I were saying earlier that it's not often Abel and Rue get to come in with a platform 200 on the board. Abel's so often in far too early. He'll be delighted to have a bit of a platform behind him. 213 for 3 was a brilliant entry for Tom Abel. Yeah, that ball Josh Thomas, whether it just stayed a little bit low or he just didn't quite get a bit of fatigue maybe.
Yeah, perhaps he just played a little inside of it, I think, and it just beat him. But he'll be more than happy walking off, and as we said, Somerset will be very happy with 222 for 3.
One each, isn't it? One of the seamers, they've all got 1 wicket each as well.
Yeah, they've shared it about.
I was saying all the time with Vic earlier on, when's Nur Thane going to bowl? 5th choice bowler today with his new hairdo. 2 overs for 12, 6 and over. Not a great start for him, but he's still got Critchley and Walter to potentially bowl. Better area for Sam Cook.
Yeah, I think Nur Thane got unlucky though, didn't he? He went for a 6, which bit of a false shot, flew all the way, and then yeah, did he bowl a couple loose ones to go for another 6? Yeah, potentially, but they've got the wicket now. They've broke the back of the partnership. Perhaps bring Cook back on. Yeah, mixes it up.
Still plenty of overs left before the new ball.
Yeah, it's still 40 remaining in the day, so Somerset will be really keen to just get a grip of this game.
Yeah, I think we should get those 40 overs. It's not been particularly dark, threat of rain, but not really seen anything more than a couple of drops. So yeah, fairly confident we'll get 40 more overs in before sort of 6:30 this evening. 3,000 or so strong crowd here, making the most of county championship, returning in the school holidays as well. Plenty of kids about, enjoying school holiday cricket. It's just a shame that the heat waves sort of ended as the championship returns. Yeah. Frustrated. Should have got a hand on that. Could have saved one run at backward point. Kind of wickets falling elsewhere around the grounds, but Somerset one of the better batting performances of this opening round of the last block of the championship. Panicked and looked straight to second slip, didn't he? The inside edge onto the tummy and then went down. He was okay.
Don't carry.
Yeah, he thought he was in trouble with that.
Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't say that did anything in particular, really. Just missed one. It's been out there for a few hours, so it happens.
He's nuggety, Nichols. We knew that before this signing was announced. He's going to hang in there, doesn't have to always look pretty. He'll find a way to make it work. Snater then from the Scottish Pavilion end for his 13th over of the day. I always thought Jason Royce-Cousins an underrated player for Essex. Gets wickets as a third seamer. You get through Cook and Porter, you think you're off the pedal a bit, then you've got Simon Harmon to come, but Snater comes in and hits good areas generally. A little bit short there, but Abel's going to steer it behind for a couple. Can they come back for two? No, good decision actually. Really good fielding to chase that down and launch it in.
Yeah, Snater's a very valuable member of their white ball squad as well, especially in the blast. Little keeper ups, very economical then. The ability to change the red ball as well as...
I do enjoy him in the blast when he comes in 8 or 9.
Yeah.
He hits funny shots in funny areas. You think you're through him, and then he have a little cameo, a little 30 off 10 at number 9 or so. Him and Harmer have bailed Essex out a few times, haven't they?
Yeah.
The bustling seam. The thud of Henry Nichols's bat, though, does look big and meaty, strong. So not long till tea here. Tea should be probably just before 4 o'clock. 6 and a bit overs to go. Let's find a way school runs, doesn't he, Henry Nicholls? Pen that's so soft hands under his eyes. Let it hit the face, let it run down for 1.
Yeah, it just keeps the board going. It's nothing worse than a stagnant couple of overs, and just then you might bring extra cover into catching extra cover and bring the field in, and then there might be a wicket, and it's subtly the momentum of the game can change. So Somerset doing a very good job at the moment.
Oh, you can't bowl there.
Just 2 straight.
Particularly not to Tom Abel, even with a fine leg back. That's a really poor ball from Snater. It sums up Essex really. It's like they've been searching for wickets too much. Those wicket-taking balls that Cook, Porter and Snater have all tried to bowl. But really, you think of those 3 at their best, they just hit that spot, hit an area, and they make the batter eventually make a mistake. They starve them dry, and then they get the wicket rather than looking for wickets. Been some of the worst bowling I've seen in Essex. You know, I must have commented on them, I don't know, 20, 30 matches the last 6 or 7 years in county championship cricket, home and away. I've not seen the 3, you know, their standard 3-seam
Made
attack.
seamers, yeah.
To bowl this loosely, really. I know they've had white ball for the last few weeks, doesn't help. Not really adapted. They've bowled good balls, yes, but not consistently enough. Normally you think of them bowling 5 out of 6 will be right on the spot. Crafton all 6 with maidens from Cook and Porter.
With the vacant third man, Tom Abel will be eyeing up the dab, you should think.
Leg stump delivery from Snater.
Yeah, I just wonder if maybe Snater's trying to bowl straighter here.
Straighter from Snater.
I wouldn't think is possibly the best way of going about it.
Bit of rain around up north. Rain at the Oval, rain at Derbyshire, rain at Leicestershire. We've had no rain affecting play here. They rain at Old Trafford all across this afternoon, but some pretty good stuff here. Good conditions. First jumpers of the summer have come out, but it's not too much of a problem. Played a ball at Lancashire Northants, but Derbyshire Durham was late start and off again. They're playing at Cheltenham College, a stunning Cheltenham College. Stephen Lamb's up there. I think he'll be back with us on comms tomorrow. I'm at a wedding tomorrow, but Stephen Lamb's in for me tomorrow with tales of Gloucestershire, Worcestershire from Cheltenham College today. Two slips into a little bit of aggression from the Essex field set. Could be that pocket for 2 there. Think about 2 now. Henry Nicholls knows his way around the cricket oval, knows where the gaps are and where he can get to. Carl Abbott earlier had figures of 3 for 3 from 10 overs. How impressive that. We talk about maidens, we talk about dotting them up. I think of Carl Abbott as being up there with Cook and Porter as the best championship seamers of recent years, but Abbott's right on it today. These guys haven't quite been their best. Better from Cook. So Cook's probably been the best of the 3 seamers?
Yeah, I'd say so. And we talk about it a lot in the white ball format of dots being so important, and I'd say, yeah, they are obviously more important in limited over cricket, but equally in 4-day cricket. Building dots, having maiders, the pressure increases, and it's about the long game in 4-day cricket, and that is undeniably a big factor in getting wickets.
The soft hands from Tom Abel. The Kane Williamson shot that Henry Nicholls knows pretty much as well as anyone in the world. Tom Abel showing how to play it late under the eyes, down to 3rd for 1. The strike rotation. Henry Nicholls is pretty good at it, but yeah, Kane Williamson's replacement at 3 for the Kiwis, the Black Caps. He'll probably have a black Somerset cap on in the field come tomorrow. Won't quite be the faded grey of James Hildreth that we likened him to earlier. Yeah, they're both trying to play that shot. Beat point for 1.
Yeah. Don't have a 3rd man for Henry Nicholls. So they clearly don't think that that's as much of an issue, but he's looking for it, Nicholls.
Whipple cricketer, Dumbleton cricketer Tommy Borman's got 50 for Gloucestershire. And a few youngsters ago. Up at Cheltenham, Phillips is playing, Middleton's playing, Borman's playing. It's that time of the year where some of the younger guys get a go. 21 years of age is Tommy Borman. Quite often lads will do well in the One Day Cup and then they get a go in the latter stage of the county championship. Particularly if there's not a lot to play for. Can't get relegated from Division 2 or if you're either division mid-table. I would like to see Matt Critchley have a bowl soon. from the neutral perspective, really. Quite sure why hasn't yet. 59 overs in.
He was warming up. We thought we were going to get a bit of Matt Critchley, but he's teasing us.
Oh, another wicket for Abbott. I was a bit behind with the Abbott update. Abbott 4 for 6. He took 10 wickets at Headingley, and Hampshire played Yorkshire up there. He's enjoying bowling against Yorkshire. Abbott, who got that, was it 17 or 18 for he got here a couple of years ago, I remember. I felt all I did for 4 days was commentate on Carl Abbott takes another Somerset wicket. He's cleaning up against Yorkshire again. Bit of a rain delay down at Southampton, though. Snates is very sort of over-the-top dramatic there. It was an OK ball, it was an OK shot. I don't think he needed quite the histrionics there.
Not much to say about it. I mean, but he'll find a way. It's not quite as grumpy, I don't think, as earlier.
No, he was.
Ian Blackwell didn't put the finger up, but.
Well, there's a bit of fire in the belly of the Essex. Like Porter gave big old send-off for Goldsworthy. Lewis Goldsworthy is about as quiet and meek and gentle as cricketers can come. He wouldn't say boo to a goose. For him to get a send-off, I was really quite surprised by it. It's not like he edged loads or anything like that to wind up the bowler either.
I just feel this time of the day gets a little bit cat and mouse. 5 minutes till tea. Just want to punish a bad ball, but you don't want to let yourself think too far ahead. Just get down, get back out for 4 o'clock.
No, I reckon we'll have a bit more than 5 minutes.
You reckon?
They've got to get 4.5 overs, isn't they?
Do you think? Yeah.
32 overs will be tea, so yeah, probably won't have tea till near 4.
No.
Final session will be sort of 4:15 till maybe 6:30 or so. Shouldn't be a problem with light, I would have thought. Still August. They might do that. Critchley over before tea, that might be a thing. So this has been the quietest period of play. The slowest scoring period of play. Josh Thomas was going so well. No one else has hit the ball like Josh Thomas today. He had a brilliant day early in the season, his first 100 here in the County Championship. Now his second here today, and he was just thumping it around. Lammerby got 20 off 21 balls and looked pretty good before that pretty unlucky thigh pad onto wicket. Goes down as bowled, but wasn't a straightforward bowled. But yeah, since Thomas has gone, I think Abel and Nichols have shown that it's not that easy to score runs as Josh Thomas was making it look. Yeah, 162 balls, 15 fours and a 6 for Josh Thomas. And you got 2 players of higher pedigree than Josh Thomas, let's be honest. Abel, nearly an England player. England lined out in Bangladesh before that injury. Henry Nichols, one of the best Test cricketers in the world at the moment. And they two are struggling compared to the strike rate Josh Thomas was easing along at.
The new ball as well, if you get a few off the bat early on with the new ball, it pings, doesn't it? So you can get quite a bit of confidence. You can hear the sound, the crack off the bat, and then you're into the innings. But yeah, like you said, Thomas is by far the most comfortable.
Patterson White is digging Nottinghamshire out of a bit of a hole. That's 95 for 6. Carl Varane is still there though. Talk about South Africans, talk about Harmer a bit. One of the best keeper batters in the world, playing for Notts, is a brilliant overseas signing as well. So he won't be happy until he's gone. And as I say that, he's gone. Varane caught Thomas, bowled Laws for 22. So Notts 98 for 7 now. There you go, curse the commentator, on a different game. So wow, that Surrey-Notts game is so important for the title matchup, really. Notts still at the top as it stands, but not going well at the Oval. The Oval that's normally like a motor, that's a lovely shot by Henry Nichols, just beautiful. Just going to tease the fielder and just go for 4. A thumping Gray Nichols punch.
It's the best way though, isn't it? Just
Nichols.
get them to run it a bit, just chase it out. Oh, it's gone for 4. Didn't need to run.
I watched Henry Nicholls quite a lot out in New Zealand at Mount Maunganui at the Basin Reserve, and he's just a proper test batter. No frills, no messing about. Doesn't always look perfectly stylish and elegant, but just hits the ball at the right time in the right place more often than not.
Grinds it out, takes up some heat when he needs to. It's the best way, isn't it?
Yeah, goes big. Once he's in, he's greedy, he's hungry. You've got to be a little bit selfish as a batter. Once you get past that 100 or that 50, or once you're in, make it count. That's what Somerset signed him for. He would have been a bit negative on social media about his brief Derbyshire stint. Well, that was even briefer than his Worcestershire stint, where he didn't do brilliantly, but he's got a first-class batting average of 42, 5 score of 226, 9,000 first-class runs, 3,300 test runs, and that's when he's been in and out the side, remember. Him and Will Young have sort of been, if Ravinder and Mitchell or Williamson have been injured, they've come in and out. It's not been an easy, you think of someone like a Cox, I guess, is one like similar. England haven't had someone recently who's been knocking on the door but not quite getting it. Maybe an Ollie Pope, I suppose you could say. But Nicholls is better than that. He's just not quite as good as Williamson, Mitchell or Ravinder, but still averaging nearly 40 in Test cricket. Higher than a lot of the England top 6. A lot of Plunkett Shield runs as well. There you go, just nudges it off the hip. Doesn't try and get greedy and pull it for 4. He knows the men are back, he can just take a 1. Didn't make his Test debut until 2016. Probably now has finally, at age 34, cemented himself as probably the number 3 for the next few years with Kane Williamson's retirement in England. He sort of gently drifted away, didn't he?
Yeah. That was strange. I didn't see that coming. I don't think anyone did, to be fair, but yeah, I think he still had a few years in him, but if you don't feel it's right, you don't want it.
Yeah, Tom Abel's going to go all the way for 4. Didn't look like he nailed it, but just punched. The timing was good enough in between point and cover, teasing away for 4. The run starting to flow a little bit more. I said it was a bit of a quieter, slower scoring spell as Abel got himself in, but he's already on to 20 now. Not far off 100 strike rate, actually, so he's got going quickly. Nicholls more getting used to different conditions. I say alien conditions. He's not played loads of cricket in England. Obviously not the Kookaburra ball he's more used to facing. Facing the Red Dukes. No Kookaburra experiment any longer in County Championship cricket. Fortunately, that's gone.
Yeah.
There are gaps all around for Sam Cook to be taken for singles. No, Abel looks in good touch. Obviously it's easy to say I like Abel coming in when there's runs on the board, but it's easier said than done. Should have a couple more overs before tea then. Some of the fans just moving around in the stand to beat the queues. Get their siders in.
Snater to continue. He's been grinding away today, Snater. Only 1 wicket to show.
Yeah, there's 3 maidens. Not been many maidens at all today. Keeps plugging away. Still no Matt Critchley. All those first-class wickets I was talking about earlier with Vic. Surprised he's not been throwing the ball yet. Solid again from Abel. In behind that one. Looking busy. Tom Abel's not played a lot of cricket the last 6 weeks, sadly. Good to have him back at his home ground and looking busy between the wickets.
Yeah, he was out with the Southern Brave, wasn't he? But didn't get a game. I don't recall.
There was talk of him playing here in the One Day Cup because he didn't play for a couple, and then I think he might have got picked for 1 just at the wrong time. But whether Somerset would really have kicked out. Wow. When there was talk of him coming back for the One Day Cup game, my point was Tom Abel is normally a 3, 4 or 5. And Goldsworthy, Lammonby and Thomas were our 3 best batters in the One Day Cup, batting at 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Lammonby opened a couple of games. Sav Pereira and Johnny Connell were a bit in and out and up and down. The 2 new signings were playing the 2s today, but yeah, I mean, would Abel have come and batted 6? Or would he have opened? It was a bit I don't know, in the end it didn't happen. But yeah, I should mention that actually. The twos were rained off in the end. Sav Pereira is still not out overnight. 3-4, 8-4 is how it stays. Play will resume tomorrow at 11. That's close to off stump for Mabel. Yeah, so Sav Pereira is 157 not out of 230 balls, with Ben Church alongside him on 17. Ben Church up at 6 in the twos, having batted at more like 7 in the one-day cup. But yeah, Cian Roberts, James Thieden, JT Langridge were all one-day cup players, and then Harvey Richards and Jack Blackwell, of course. Dad Ian umpiring here today. Son Jack playing for the twos. He bowled well in the game of the day and took 1 for 14 in the first innings. JT Langridge, the chief destroyer, with 5 for 50. That's a nice punch from Abel for 1. But yeah, great to see the Somerset twos going really well actually. Not a great first innings from them, being brought up for 213, but JT Langridge helping bowl knots out for only 131 is a great effort. Well, that was the last day of the heat wave before a bit of rain today. Somerset 2 leading by 430 runs with 6 wickets remaining. As much as you'd love to see Sav Pereira bat on for 200 or so, they might have to think about a declaration with today being rained off. Bit of a shame. That's at Lady Bay in Nottingham. Deep in his crease is Nichols there. Punching down the ground. Doesn't quite get the full middle of the blade.
Yeah, I think for all, Henry Nichols has done really well today. A couple times when Snater's overpitched, he's not quite cashed in.
But I think I said earlier, he's used to a bit more pace, a bit more bounce. The balls and pitches he's played on more in Test cricket and in the Plunket Shield, and he's been recently playing ODIs in the West Indies, so quite different. I think a lot of these lads have come from the One Day Cup into this, while Henry Nichols has come from ODIs in the West Indies.
Yeah.
So different pace and bounce. Well, thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much.
We'll do a Peter swap.
I'll see you soon.
Get Pete Chuga back in. Just a couple of overs now until tea. We're still going to see. McCorney's in the ground. Great to see Corney back after, was it a year and a couple of months injured, horrible injury. Brilliant features on the Somerset social media and YouTube channel worth watching. And what an emphatic win for Somerset yesterday. She was only needed for a few runs at the end. Sophie Luff and Bex Odgers, brilliant opening partnership. Both turning up. Record list day partnership for Somerset ladies. And yeah, Corney came and did the finishing touch. Great to see her back in action.
Yeah, super win for Somerset ladies, and Luffy continuing an unbelievable summer that she's had.
We should say it was against Essex as well, shouldn't we? The link.
Set the tone.
Yeah. The ladies doing the job yesterday. Somerset men doing the job against Essex today. Yesterday was at Chelmsford.
Oh, that last ball there from Sam Cook, just darting away slightly there from Tom Abel. He'll be looking for a big spell here. Sam Cook, an unusual set of bowling figures there for him. 1 for 59 off 13 overs. Leaked a few runs today.
Who have Burbage got on Saturday then?
Burbage, we have Thornbury.
That's Josh. Is that Josh Thomas's club?
He has played there.
Yeah.
I don't know if he
He's
still
not playing
does.
much this year, yeah. I think his brother's Bristol way. You've played against him maybe last couple of years?
Yeah, I've played against Tomo a number of times from when he was a wee lad up until probably last year, actually.
Yeah, went from Saints to up there in Bristol. Yeah, a couple of his brothers playing. George, of course, playing at Sussex and Three Bridges. Yeah, Weppel's looking tight, isn't it? Coming into the run-in.
Yeah, it's been quite the season, but it's been great that the players not involved for their counties have been turning out for their club. So I think a lot of club cricket in the southwest of England is looking pretty strong these days, which is good.
Yeah, I mentioned the likes of Borman and Daz Ahmed playing in the Weppel and Dumbleton. Some of those guys who've done all right in club cricket, the One Day Cup, are getting a go. Joseph Eklund, we've talked about playing here, Somerset, Gloucestershire. Some of these lads doing well for club cricket and in the One Day Cup. Then suddenly September comes around, the championship comes back, and they get in the Championship 11 as well. Someone reckons in the chat that you look like sound like Chris Broad, really? Not heard that before.
Chris Broad.
Yeah, that's a bit rogue. Not heard that. He's a match referee, isn't he? He was a match referee.
And more importantly, Stuart's dad. He was a brilliant player himself.
Yeah.
Chris Broad for England. He played quite a few Test matches, wasn't he, Chris Broad? I don't know quite how many, but he used to be my brother's favourite player when we were growing up, when we were playing the old backyard cricket. Sam always wanted to be Chris Broad.
I think I saw a picture of, but was there a Western family do thing the other day?
Yeah, there was a Western Supermare Legends match, and
That was it.
yeah, it was two teams playing against each other. There was all sorts of shapes and movements on the field.
You didn't get the call
There were
then?
a couple of young lads that were playing in, well, a couple of old men playing in their shirts that I think they probably haven't used since they were under 13. They were in their 50s, so it was a good day.
Well, I did call it earlier. Matt Critchley is going to bowl the last over before tea. I thought he deserved better than that. Myself and Vic went through his stats earlier. Comes on with first-class wickets. Surprised he not bowled more. Pretty sure he had a 5 for against Somerset early in the season and 100 in the same game. He's had some PCA awards over the years as well, but finally he's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, there's definitely a period in the Thomas Nichols partnership. I think maybe towards the end of Simon Harmer's spell that you'd think that giving the leggy a go might have been handy, and I think at the other end as well. I think there's a little bit more to operate with from a spinner's perspective. You always know that leg spinners generally throw up something, whether it be a flurry of runs or a couple of wickets. Matt Critchley is certainly a good leg spin bowler.
The right-handed Abel might tempt him a little bit more, but you can't bowl on leg stump with no one behind square on the leg side. That's an easy tickle from Tom Abel. Clever as well. Didn't need to hit that hard towards Dean Elgar on the boundary. Just tickle it down to the Glen Axon Pavilion for 4.
Yeah, nice bit of touch there from Abes, who's looked good for his first 25 runs. .247 now. Somerset closing in on that first batting point. They'll all count towards the back end of this summer.
Absolutely. Batting points are crucial. How many times has Somerset missed out? Jake Bull was the unfortunate man. I think twice in a row in May and April he was there and got out with a couple of runs to go. They're out for 247 and 248. Somerset only 3 down. Might even get there before tea. I can't remember Somerset getting a batting bonus point before tea on the first day very often. 2 balls left for 2 more runs.
Yeah, well, that run rate's actually starting to come down. It was somewhere in between 4 and 5 for the majority of the day. It's just crept under 4, but certainly a good run rate for Somerset. Good batting, combination of good batting and some loose delivery, certainly in that first session. I think the first hour Somerset had got 80 runs on the board, which is highly unusual for this Essex bowling attack that is known for its grind, grit, accuracy, and that ends the session just shy of that batting bonus point. Henry Nichols 60 not out and Tom Abel 26. Somerset 248 for 3. Final session will start in about 20 minutes time. We look forward to welcoming you back. 32 overs remaining in the day's play. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the final session of day one here in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Essex. The match summary as it stands. Josh Thomas with a magnificent 110 at the moment overseas. Newcomer Henry Nichols 60 not out. Tom Abel has started brightly for his 26. The umpire is in the middle, and I don't think it'll be long before the players stride out as well. I'll be joined for the first part of the afternoon session with the great Fix Marks.
Well, it's a joy to see the brown Quantox in the distance. There's been a few splatterings up there. Out on the pitch, while the umpires await Somerset, well, they're in a strong position at the moment. But you need a big score on this sort of surface. It's behaved pretty well, and batting has not looked that difficult. The odd ball has seemed, but not very many. No great pace in this pitch, I don't think. The odd ball has turned. But you never know here, do you, whether these pitches deteriorate or not. They don't always. Sometimes they get better. So you need the insurance of a big score, but they've got the foundation there. Thomas, second century, very impressive, very uncomplicated. Looks like he's got a sort of free mind. He just goes out there. If the ball's in his right slot, he tries to smack it before. He does sort of smack it. He's not the most elegant player, but he does time it well. He hits the ball hard.
Yeah, he's a good striker, and I would say I agree with you. I think there's enough out there for the bowlers to take wickets. I just think that it's what you bowl in between the good balls that counts, and I think rather unusually Essex strayed a fair bit, and the Somerset batters played well. Henry Nichols has donned the maroon, and it suits him well.
Well, he's done exactly what I'm sure Andy Hurry, Jason Kerr, Lewis Gregory wanted to. A sort of great stabilising innings. It's not been memorable particularly, but it's been mighty efficient. And, you know, there is, even for a 34-year-old, but you start at a new club, fresh faces, and it's not exactly pressure, but you do want to, you know, they know about him, but you do want to demonstrate, you know, that it's...
Yeah, I think we're of the same mind. We spoke about that earlier. I think it was probably on around about 40 at the time, and no matter what you've done in your career, again, new dressing room, you want to, I think there's that personal pride side of things, isn't it, that you know, you want to show your new teammates that you're a player.
I mean, you must have found that when you went up to Notts, having been in the Somerset dressing room for goodness knows how long.
Yeah, I think you can actually care too much. Again, you move into a new dressing room. The lads know you can play. You know they know you can play, but you still want to show them and show that you're committed. And the knock that he's played and has been magnificent up to this point, 60 runs. And I always think that's a sign of a good player as well. Those sneaky accumulators who don't.
How's he got 60?
Yeah. Oh, he's on 80. It happens. Do that? It does happen. Yeah, I think from my time of playing, Ramps was that man who would bat in quite a sedate fashion. He'd obviously play shots that were easy on the eye, but nothing particularly memorable. And then all of a sudden, he's raising his bat for a half century, and you think, how's that happened?
Well, it's a sign of being really top class. But I mean, actually, in the current England setup, Joe Root's the best example, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't necessarily hit a whole succession of boundaries, but he scores off a high percentage of balls, and away he goes. And he hasn't played a shot, and he's 35 not out, so it seems. Anyway, Harn's back. And Abel's in. Abel actually hasn't played much cricket at all, but he started very sweetly in this knock. See whether he can keep going.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Oh, that's spun. And he's got away with that one. It might be an inside edge onto the pad, I think.
Yeah, that was a wide, loopy delivery, and that's often the line that Harmer bowls that can be quite challenging.
Yeah,
because you get one that turns sharply from that wide, and you lose confidence of leaving it. And certainly brings the short leg into play. Let's have a look there. Yeah, turning sharply back in, nearly found the gap there through the gate. Bit of everything stopped that inside edge onto the front pad.
The brave off-spinner bowls that line. Graham Swan would bowl that line quite often. Because the downside is you can concede runs if you're not absolutely pinpoint accurate with that width, but there are benefits. And Swan, I think, compared to some of his predecessors, like say John Emily, who's conservative in his mind, wouldn't give you that width. Brings in slip as well.
That was the 250 up for Somerset, registering their first point for the game. Nice ripple of applause from the Somerset fans. Yeah, certainly set fair here. Somerset 250 for 3, but they'll be looking for something considerably bigger than that. Abel down the wicket.
Yeah. Actually, earlier this summer, that mid-on is quite deep actually, but earlier this summer, more often than not, I saw Abel use the aerial route fairly early on against spinners. I'm not sure he will here, because mid-on is quite deep, but we've seen him hit a few sixes over long on mid-wicket, haven't we?
Yeah, well, the way that he's sort of evolved his game to be a very attractive acquisition for T20 cricket as well. He's clearly worked on the more loftier shots, let's say. He's got a very all-round game, you know, in all formats now. He's become a very complete batter. And like I said, it's with all that time on the sidelines with a broken digit, he started this innings well. I said it a number of times today. I was watching the lads train yesterday, and I think the nets had pretty much wound down, and he was striding out to have more hits. You know, he's a very much a true professional. He's very diligent with his practice, and he's hit a lot of balls in the time off.
I got a stat. It's not mine. It's courtesy of Anthony Gibson, but Steve Pittard. Tom Abel, having gone past 25. Has had 15 consecutive innings in the championship over 25. And the last person to do that was Graham Gooch in 1990. It's a slightly convoluted stat, but it's one I've just remembered.
But very, very good company.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to you both.
He's probably also converted a few of those to quite sizable scores off memory as well.
Yeah. Well, he had a terrific. He's only played 6. He missed 2 championship games, I think, and he's averaging about 80. Don't know whether it's going to be the case, but it's. Hello, here's the old reverse. It's the first one we've seen today.
Well, it's been about time. 4 runs.
It's a pragmatic one. There's a huge gap down there.
Towards the Woollands magic hole. I'm not sure if that's in play for the charity donation in red ball cricket as well. It didn't see any white balls go through that tiny little hole. So the Woollands charity donation is registering a 0 at the moment. Maybe they could extend that for championship cricket as well. The Woollands hole, I've been told, is in play for championship cricket as well.
But it hasn't been very costly for Woollands so far.
No.
That hole's not big enough for any.
They've made it quite the challenge, haven't they? I'm sure we'll get to see one go through before the end of the summer. Nice little £500 donation to Children's Hospital, I believe. I'm sure Woollands will be itching to get the checkbook out.
Dead of night, you could make that hole a bit bigger.
Yes, needs boring out somewhat, doesn't it? Double spin here at Taunton, which has been seen a number of times, maybe not too many times, starting the 3rd session on day 1.
Well, I think I was with Harry, and we were examining Critchley's bowling record. He's taken 231 first-class wickets. It's quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed over the last few years his bowling frequency has started to drop, whether that be a lack of confidence or rhythm, but you know, often see him picking up fifers and making the headlines.
Yeah, well, I wonder whether that's because at Chelmsford they tend to play on quite spicy pitches, so it may not get round to the leg spinner quite so often. But
and this man up the other end, Harmer.
Yeah.
Normally, if there is spin on show, Harmer's quite prolific, isn't he, wicket-taking wise?
Yeah. But it's not vicious spin, it's occasional spin here at the moment. He's also, I think it's fair to say, he's got two very capable batsmen against spin at the crease. We spoke about Nicholls, and we know that Tom Abel actually is a very good player of spin. And a good player of spin doesn't necessarily mean they smash it all around the ground. It means that they don't get out even when it's turning a little bit.
Well, I think everyone that's walked out to bat for Somerset has showed a pretty good temperament. Nicholls in particular, I think, with Josh Thomas picking up quite regular boundaries. He was happy just to bat down the other end. 67 off 146 balls now, and hasn't looked in too much trouble. A couple of balls from the seamers just pinching back towards the pads. I think that was looking slightly more effective with the keeper up, because with the keeper back, he was instantly a foot or so down the wicket, standing miles outside the line. Kind of feel that the back end of the summer, with it being so dry, we'll probably see a lot of seam bowlers bowling with the keeper up to the stumps in the closing games.
Well, that's trending, isn't it?
It's definitely trending, yeah, since the Nisa Ashes performances.
Yeah, well, it's a standard procedure against Root and Brooke, in particular in the England team when the Kiwis were here. And I like this, actually, partly because it kind of highlights the need for a really good glove man. So the stoppers, I mean, there are a few stoppers around. The converted batsmen who think, well, I can stand back and take it as well as anyone, which they often can. But it's a different. Have you ever tried keeping especially up to the stumps?
I kept in a benefit game years ago, and it was really,
Chaos.
really good fun for 4 overs, and then the worst last 16. Yeah, anything up to the stumps. I mean, it takes some skill, obviously, but then also, getting used to the flashing blade that you can feel the wind of the toe of the bat going past your head when you're stood up, and there's a lot going on before the ball hits the gloves.
Yeah, if you're standing up, it is. Yeah,
definitely a serious skill. Was there a little bit of glove on that?
I think there might be. I think that might be runs, and he's got it beautifully fine, and I think it'll go for 4, and we'll see 4 signalled by the impeccable umpire Blackwell.
Yeah, Nicholls showing good experience there, just making sure the umpire saw him checking out the under edge of his bat, so he'll get credited with the runs.
Well, he's just helping the umpire out. You get a bit stroppy if you knew he hadn't hit it, and he does that. But I'm sure that wasn't the case. That's a poor ball, and he's got away with it a bit short, but got to be a bit careful sometimes with what you think is the long hop from a leg spin. It just sometimes fizzes on, caught mid-wicket. What's gone wrong? How could I get out of that?
Well, they're always good to have in your team, aren't they? They often, I think I can use the phrase at times, a luxury bowler. You know that they're going to bowl the odd drag down or loose delivery, but leggies just have a knack of producing wicket-taking balls. That's certainly what Essex are hoping for. Yeah,
I mean, I think they won't bowl him for a very long time, because he's not someone you want to sort of contain with. But you're right, they sometimes conjure a wicket, and he's not the worst, Pritchie. His figures tell us that, apart from our eyes.
Yeah, it looks like his sort of trajectory, his release point is quite a bit out the front of the hand. Doesn't look like he's an enormous side spinner of the ball. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. But I'm sure he's got one that goes the other way. Part of the art. I'm just trying to think. You wouldn't have played with many legs. Was it Michael Monday? Did you play with him?
Yeah, he was a huge spinner of the ball.
Slow. He was slow through the air.
The creature. Yeah, he got a magnificent 8 for 50, I think, against very good Nottinghamshire here at Taunton.
Right.
Many moons ago. I think that was probably his career best. He was a really talented leg spinner.
Very bright bloke too, as well, wasn't he?
Very, very clever.
So you needed to get a lot of wickets to keep playing.
We used to have some amazing conversations.
Really?
Myself and Creature, yeah. Believe it or not.
Well, no.
Well, because he's. I think I'm right in saying he was one of those. Well, he's obviously super bright. I think, A stars in all the GCSEs when he was about 10, right. A level A stars 2 or 3 years early, and an extraordinary academic. I think he ended up doing. What would it have been? Physics and maths.
Sort of scientist.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking's level stuff. I mean, it's way outside
way
of
beyond our understanding.
Way outside of my scope of knowledge. And we'd be playing, sat on the balcony watching a game, and a train would go past, and it would, toot the horn and ooh into the distance. I said, Creature, can you just describe to me that sound that sort of, when it's near you, it sounds really loud and gets less and less as it goes into the distance. You get a piece of paper out and there'd be sticks and bubbles and all sorts going on. And he'd do this enormous maths equation for me. And I'm sure he was mocking me, but it was good fun. Another beautiful cut shot there from Nichols. Simon Harmer just dragging that one down and made the most of that. Another boundary.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a bit short, but he took full time. So yeah, I remember. Well, I remember watching him, and it was always exciting. He didn't play for that long, did he? Probably. There you are. That's gone past the outside edge.
He was the spin bowling equivalent to Andre van Troost.
Okay.
I think managed differently. I think he'd have been a really useful player for longer, like Rooster with his speed and someone just getting hold of him and just honing him a tiny fraction. I think he could have been a very useful player. Like I said, he used to spin the ball miles.
Do you have googly? Had a googly?
Yeah, had it all. He really did have it all. He was a brilliant bowler. I know he went out to work with Terry Jenner, Shane Warne's bowling coach, that had the opposite effect that Somerset had hoped. Let's just say. And
I think, well, I shouldn't. They're both no longer with us, but I think others have observed that in some ways Shane Warne it was who made Terry Jenner a much better coach than perhaps the other way around. I think they got on very well. They're both larrikins. Anyway, that may be unjust, but Shane Warne did as much for Terry Jenner as Terry Jenner did for Shane Warne.
Sure. Yeah, he was quite the bowler, was Michael Monday. And I think actually I saw a post. He just passed an enormous amount of wickets for the club that he plays. I think he moved down in the Sussex area. I think is where he lives and works now, and he's taken hundreds of wickets.
Well, I
down
bet.
there.
Yeah, a good wrist spinner in club cricket. Well, his real gold dust. Very good wrist spinner. This sort of cricket is pretty handy too, but they've got to be pretty good. Haven't been many.
Slight change of tact here from Critchley. He's going round the wicket now to the left-hander. Hoping there's a little bit of rough outside. Nichols is off stump. Did I say Matt Henry then? I think I did.
I don't know. You might have said you had a Matt and you had a Henry.
Yeah.
He smacked that. You get a couple there, I would have thought. Yeah, if not 4. Anyway, it's just a 2.
Turned out to be a good save out there from Dean Elgar. Every limb used.
All right, you played with him, of course, didn't you?
Yeah, Dino was with us for a while. Very good player. Good chap. Have around the club. Was part of that remarkable one-day partnership with Rolf van der Merwe.
He
if
was
you
at
remember.
the other end. Well,
Yeah.
I remember the Van der Merwe bit. I'd forgotten the Elgar bit.
Yeah, I think Dino got sort of 80 when Van der Merwe was
Went
playing
berserk.
pull shots that were going over backward point for 6. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but that was
That was against Surrey, wasn't it?
yeah, that was quite the day. Nicely bowled there by Matt Critchley, just trying to sneak one through onto that front pad of Tom Abel. This partnership is now worth 58.
Were you here when? Sorry, I'm on the theme of leg breaks now and the wrist spinners. Were you here when Rosie brilliantly?
Saqib Mahmood.
Well, no, I was thinking Mendes. He's Sri Lankan.
Ajantha Mendes.
Yes.
Yes.
I think what Rosie forgot to put into his computer is how well he bowled in 5 degrees at the beginning of April.
5 degrees with a Duke's ball with 4 jumpers on.
That's right.
Do you remember he bowled a ridiculous amount of no balls?
Oh,
He was
right.
good. He was
Yeah.
good in one-day cricket for us.
Yeah, yeah,
With
yeah.
the Kookaburra, but
Yeah.
he was saying I can't hold this ball. It's,
Yeah.
it's quite waxy, aren't they, compared to a Kookaburra?
And it was, and he was right at the start of the season. I mean, it was freezing.
Well, the other Rose, Graham. Oh, lovely shot there from Nichols. Short, not wide, but great use of the crease there from Nichols. Just to create himself a bit of room and belt that through the offside. Another boundary.
I think the Critchley experiment might have to be shelved, but carry on.
Yeah,
Graham Rose.
Graham Rose played a benefit game somewhere London way, and this young Asian spinner apparently in the benefit game bowled unbelievably well. So Somerset signed him on the recommendation of Graham Rose, and he played in the New Zealand game and literally couldn't land it. And it got to the stage, the Somerset fans, took him to heart, and they were making songs, and it was, it was the one and only game he played.
But they do excite people.
It's a tricky art, leg spin, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, we were lucky, Somerset, just after I'd finished, but Mushtaq Ahmed here was a magician. But it's hard to be very, very good, or good enough. And you find actually at Test cricket, Test level, there are very few wrist spinners nowadays. They're gold dust in the short formats rather than the long ones.
Yeah, definitely a massive asset, spinning the ball both ways. A bit of mystery to stop the old T20 sloggers going after you. Nichols on 84, Abel 31. Essex probably quite keen to see the close of play at some stage. The way things are going, I think you're right. Will Critchley continue, or one of the seamers going to have to put in another shift?
They're starting to pick him off all too easily, I would have thought. One of the seamers might have a go. He doesn't miss his sweeps very often, does he, Nichols? I'm just going to whistle Harry in so I can have a quick chat to very important people. And I'll come back later.
Can't wait. Nichols been very happy to go to the sweep shot as soon as he sees Harmer drift slightly in towards leg stump. That ends Harmer's 22nd over, wicketless for 73.
22 overs on day one, Pete. Still got 25 overs to go.
Yeah, there's a few things that weren't on the scratch card this morning, and I would imagine that would be one of them for Harmer. 80 runs in the first hour against the relentlessly accurate wicket takers of Porter and Cook as well was a little bit of a surprise. I have to say, if there's one thing that I did or could have predicted, it would be a middle order partnership, a sizable one. the way the top three played. I think just took the wind out of the sails of the Essex bowlers, and the way that Nichols, Josh Thomas and now Nichols and Abel are playing did look very loaded. Somerset's middle order, if the opening partnership could see off the first spell. They did that well.
So, to me, Henry Nichols looks like he's looking for a reverse sweep occasionally on line here. That ball there could have been the same shot, but has he got time to go to the reverse after Critchley's bowled it?
No, a reverse sweep is absolutely premeditated, absolutely premeditated. But I think, I would imagine that Henry Nichols may or may not have seen much of Matt Critchley bowl, may have worked out that there's going to be enough loose deliveries that he doesn't have to risk playing the reverse sweep. Not to say he won't play it again, but they've kind of plugged that spot now, and with first slip in place, there's a bit of risk associated with playing it, so it wouldn't surprise me if he put that down the list of shot priorities for a while. I think that's what he's looking for, that short ball that he can cut away and try and beat Dean Elgar's left hand.
Well, I was just working
on the boundary,
because they both played for Derbyshire in 2018. So I was just trying to work out how much of Critchley, Nichols, I mean, it was only a short stint in 2018.
Yeah, I suppose probably the top class players do when they get this deep into an innings is really lock down the low and high risk scoring options, and I think there was a reverse sweep that he did get hold of, but one that sort of clattered around the pads and stuff, and I think he got a short wide ball that he put away for 4, and maybe just thought, let's just hang around and wait for a few more of those. That partnership is now 65 off 99 balls. Abel's looked really solid his first innings in quite a while here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 278 for 3. 24 overs remaining in the day's play. Harmer continuing from the river end.
Abel looking to get outside off stump here. I think the tactic, bat on off stump, and the off spinner's going to find it hard to get your LW then.
Yeah, that's ever more a very comfortable position for Tom Abel. He pretty much stands there against every type of bowler, certainly right arm seamers that, like your Porter, Cook types, he bats in that position, trying to get himself outside the line, backs himself to hit that ball in straight. In the last couple of years, it's hard to say he hasn't done that incredibly well.
What I struggle with is, in club cricket, you can't really just bat on off stump. Is that because club cricketers aren't good enough to not miss the straight balls on their pads, or because the umpire's going to trigger you because the umpires aren't as good?
Well, I don't think you could ever go into an innings assuming the umpire's going to make a mistake. But if the wicket's spinning and the ball's spinning into you, the best position to be is outside off stump. And I think one of the pitfalls is, maybe through a lack of confidence, is they will go kind of onto off stump and not quite get outside the line. What you really need to do is make it very obvious you're outside the line. Now, Abe's, as soon as he makes that step now, he's covered all the stumps, so the umpire will know that anything hitting him on the pad is outside the line as he uses that position there. And brilliant use of the feet again. Depth of the crease opens up that gap through the offside, picks up a boundary. It will force Simon Harmer to bowl wide to him.
Yeah.
I think the risk is, from what I see, Simon Harmer will be hoping for turn and bounce from that wide position and short leg to come into play. I don't think he'll try and get him out LBW. He knows Tom Abel's too good for that. That's the sort of delivery I think would excite Simon Harmer.
I just find it fascinating. I mean, you're probably as good an example of anyone, having played pro cricket for years, now playing club cricket. Do you see an offie come on in the wet ball and bat on off?
Yeah, straight away. And
you take the off stump guard, and then every ball you're starting off?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not giving away secrets here. But
No, it would be
yeah.
pretty obvious, yeah. And against seam bowlers, probably about 2 feet outside the crease as well.
But on more middle for seamers?
Yeah, probably in an orthodox position in terms of
Yeah.
line, but showing the umpire that I'm going to be a long way down the
Yeah.
wicket if it hits the pad. Because one of the difficult things, no matter how good a player you are, is club pitches aren't to the standard of a first-class pitch. So you get the ball that nibbles around and holds in the surface. So it's actually quite challenging. It's nice, I think, for young batters listening as well. It absolutely isn't an exact science. But you find through talking with either good club cricketers or good first-class cricketers, test cricketers, whatever the level, when you go out there with a plan of how you're going to play, your outcomes just generally become more consistent instead of just, I'm not adverse to a watch the ball kind of mentality, but I think if you've got a really assured game plan, as it's called by the coaches, I think your chance of success are a lot higher when, right, off spinners on, I do this, left arm spinners on, I do this, left arm swing bowlers, I stand here. And I think it makes you feel quite comfortable at the crease when you have a plan.
We think, I guess, left arm orthodox like a Jack Leach could be similar to an off spinner in that you're trying to get outside the line of off stump, even if it's turning the other way.
No, that's the opposite.
Sorry, I'm getting this wrong way around,
So the ball turning away, I would take a leg stump guard and hide my pad, and this sounds really obvious, but play with my bat to make sure that the left arm spinner can't skid the ball back onto my front pad. And focus on hitting the ball through extra cover.
It's interesting, I'm watching Nichols and Abel here really closely, two mighty fine players of spin, and we're talking about left arm spin, taking it away, a bit like a leg spinner here, I suppose. You've got two quality spinners turning it different ways, a right hand and a left hand is a perfect example for it. And there's different approaches here, the sweep, the use of the feet, or where they're batting. That nearly hit the helmet, nearly 500 runs.
Oh, is that an under edge or buys? Buys.
I think that's the first buys of the day. Not easy for Pepper. Stay a little bit low maybe at the foot marks. Not that we've got that many foot marks yet on day one.
But, they're with the coach's hat on, they're fascinating conversations. But part of building up a cricketer's cricket IQ, as you would describe it, is making them aware of having options. Because every pitch has a different characteristic. Every bowler will do something different with the ball, and it's nice to have a default plan to make you feel like you're in control a little bit.
Yeah, I just think it's fascinating, the angles we talk about. We had our diagram last year you were talking through with the angles of over and round and right arm and left arm and what's actually hitting the stumps and what's not.
It'd be interesting to see Nichols' position against Harmer with the ball turning away. Will he? I very much doubt he will stand in the off-stump position. He'll probably show his stumps a little bit more and just have a focus on not getting hit on the shin.
But if Abe's gets hit on the shin now, it's going to be turning.
It's different. Like Harmer going around the wicket to Abel, if one pitches on, say, off-stump and comes back into him, that's when LBW becomes a real threat.
But I don't think Abel's changed, has he? For over and around, he's still batting on pretty much off-stump.
Not really, but it's just having an awareness of what the threat is.
Yeah.
But Abe's always backs himself to hit straight balls.
Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? I think at this level, they're not expecting to miss straight balls. Whereas in club cricket, you might see a bit more, like you say, pitches vary a little bit. Batters don't hit as many balls a week. Again,
I think Harmer's he's a fantastic bowler, super experienced, and I think he's bowled enough balls to Tom Abel now, and he's comfortable, and he's just changing the angle just to try and force a mistake. As Abel plays that beautifully.
He almost hit
the pads through mid-wicket.
Harmer almost hit Saggers as he comes in. Watch the way he comes into umpire Saggers and almost elbows him. A little slalom jog into his delivery stride. So let's look at Nichols now, how he's playing. We know he can paddle, he can slog sweep, he can hard sweep.
Yeah, there we go. Feet. You see all three stumps.
Yeah.
And he's making sure he's keeping his pads leg side.
So we can't be LW.
Theoretically, but it's not. It isn't exact science, but it's
the plan, though, isn't it? Yeah,
it's good to have a.
It's so easy to be in the same position for all bowlers.
Like in the A team, mate. Love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah. He's not worried about being bowled through the gate because he backed himself to hit the ball, I guess. They're both batting in enough calm, controlled manner so far. I think this is the most fascinating battle of the day, though. As I say, two quality spinners turning opposite ways to each other. Right, left hand batters who are very good at playing spin.
I think also as well, to add on for young batters or cricketers that might suffer or struggle against spin as well, is you'll probably notice that not only has Tom Abel got the position that he's batting on the crease, when Harmer's bowling, he's looking to beat short mid-wicket. If Harmer bowls his good ball, I think Tom Abel will hit every single one of those deliveries towards mid-wicket, like the one that went slightly to his left hand and got one. And he won't deviate from that. Unless he gets a short, wide ball that he can then use his feet to and cut, he will just continue doing the same thing. And if a left-arm spinner was bowling at him, he would be trying to hit every single ball to short extra cover, and he won't deviate from that plan. So he's playing with the spin.
Yeah.
So again, it's through experience he's learned, through talking to great players of spin, which will undoubtedly echo those thoughts.
So here he's looking mid-wicket most balls, the odd straight ball he's defending. And the air on line.
Well, where leg spinners become slightly more difficult is you know that they've potentially got one that goes the other way, which an off-spinner doesn't have. I know Harmer could bowl an arm ball that would sort of swing in, but you're not going to get the ball spinning into you or away from you unless he's got a carom ball, which throws all plans into mayhem when bowlers can do that.
Yeah. Sway ball back on off to the leggy.
Yeah, it's always a great contest watching good spinners bowl to good batters.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And you don't see it as much in white ball cricket because the spinners are just trying to dart it in. You don't see the art of getting it up and down in aggressive fields. And sadly, with so much championship action in April and May, this is probably the first time all season you and I have got to commentate on quality spin from both ends against quality players of spin.
I mean, I know certainly the players in my cohort, all of them that have made themselves into good players of spinners. Abe's clips that full delivery through mid-wicket, picking up another couple of runs. He's on to 39. Most of them would have seeked out a conversation with either an Indian or a Pakistani batter.
Yeah.
Because to survive and to get to professional level in the subcontinent or a Sri Lanka batter, you have to be a great player, not just a good player of spin, you have to be a great player of spin. And that's one of the great things about the cricket family, whatever you want to call it, is, even if it's an opposition player, and I can remember years ago speaking to Rahul Dravid, just like picking his brains, and he was absolutely cool with
you asking those questions.
Me asking him how he sees playing certain types of spin, and he was more than happy to give advice. I think that's always been a generational thing that that wealth of knowledge is always passed on and shared.
Yeah, I remember Sussex had Pujara and he scored 100 here in the One Day Cup a couple of years ago. It was great speaking to him after play. The modern great players of spin. Michael Godin asked, no, Will Smeed's playing for the twos today. They were rained off today. Will Smeed wouldn't get into this Somerset 11 today, but is playing for the twos. Twos I mentioned earlier, playing against Notts 2. Smeed had 33 in the second innings, 35 in the first innings, so starts in both innings. Farhan Ahmed got him in the first.
Vic, one of our listeners, Chris Nicholson, you know the train noise thing, the Doppler effect, he's just let me know. Thanks, Chris Nicholson, 7269.
20 overs remaining in the day. It's a healthy run rate. Should be done soon. Oh, around 6, actually. Healthy over 8 first game. of the final block of 2026. And Essex won't be too displeased how the last little passage has gone. They'd rather they'd taken more wickets. But they're not allowing Nichols and Abel to score that freely. New ball not that far away. You'd expect them to take it straight away, give Cook and Porter a second go today. That's a lovely shot, Tom Abel. At his best, they've got mid-off in at an almost extra cover with Harmer turning the ball into Tom Abel, who's back on off, as Pete and I have just been talking about. Then he gets the half volley just outside off stump and just leans on it. Times it beautifully.
Yeah, what a shot that is from Tom Abel. Slightly over pitched. Abel doesn't miss out.
Goes again.
And again. Wow.
Close as the fielder this time. Maybe could have stopped it, but 8 off 2 for Abel. Just as I say, they tied him up a little bit. Getting a bit slower. That's really good timing, punching down the ground from Tom Abel. Big stride. Somerset looking very good here as they get their second batting bonus point. The most important thing about that, 4 from Tom Abel. Cheltenham play ended early before 4 o'clock. Gloucestershire 107 for 5 against Worcestershire. Not far from here. The next nearest championship game to here off really early. That's where Stephen Lamb went today. Shame for them, but I guess it's been so dry. It's not going to drain through the rock-hard outfield. It's going to sit there as puddles. More mud than grass. Good signal from Tom Abel. Happy to call Nichols through.
Into the 90s. Will there be a change of demeanour? Myself and the younger version of Pete were discussing earlier.
Does he want to get there before the new ball? Don't you thinking? Probably might have been a single there for Abel, but doesn't want to risk it.
Well, it's just one of those psychological things in cricket that seems to affect most, doesn't it? You get into the 90s and you start thinking about taking your helmet on and raising your bat.
He wouldn't mean to go aerially then, but big old gap at cover. Only had to be left of extra cover and it's fine.
I mean, what a change of momentum if you think about the life of a professional cricketer these days. You've got Tall Paul standing at first slip, and he's literally walked 30 yards from first slip to first slip, and a few days ago he was lifting a trophy in the 100, playing a pretty high octane version of cricket. What a difference a few days makes. We want to see him get into his stride here at Taunton. He'll be a key wicket at some stage this game.
A bit short from Critchley as well to save a single there.
Oh. That's the first bit of action for Tall Paul there. He stopped the ball and crushed the helmet. That could have been painful, that. Poor helmet.
He's done well there.
He's as big as a couple of those rugby players that played yesterday.
God, they were some big lads. It made me laugh them bending down to pick the ball up. That was the struggle, was their hamstrings. I mean, they're professional athletes, but it's a different kind of bending down, isn't it?
Well, there was a couple of chases to the boundary for the lads that were backs, and they looked proper athletes. But
yes,
but a lot thicker set than certainly a cricketer or a footballer, obviously. But you could pick out a forward for sure. They're just built differently. They train differently. You know, their sort of game on a field is pretty much 5-yard bursts of extreme power and
ruck to ruck,
size and mass, and doesn't transfer to chasing a cricket ball around and diving on it, that's for sure.
I did enjoy you and Hartley at the end. You were stealing the strike, taking one last ball for a few overs. Then at the end, you were trying to get him to keep the strike. And Ollie Hartley taking one last ball. I did enjoy. Then He wanted a single, and you're like, no, 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 don't take the single. Let him have the strike.
Yeah, it was all part of the plan, Harry.
Yeah, it's very good. I was trying to work out. I enjoyed the way you got that free hit from Dean Saunders, and it's the most chipped, gentle 6 I've ever seen you hit. You got a filthy full toss, and you.
Well, Dino's such a good mate. I didn't. You know, he was having such a great day.
You could easily have got caught there. I thought you've tried to do it so gently for 6. You sort of blinked it a yard over the rope perfectly. There's got to be an art to hitting a gentle 6, isn't there? You've never tried to do that before.
No, that was. Yeah, I didn't want to get out to Dino, but I also wanted to have a good day, and it was funny actually. Obviously, scoring so many goals in his brilliant football career that he had. He came into bat for the last ball of the game, so I walked out to meet him as he was walking, a little bit nervously out to the middle. I said, Dino, 90th minute, you're through on goal. Have you got the minerals? And then he whacked that ball straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Fair play.
4 from 1, wasn't it?
Right, Tom Wesley into the attack for his first over, round the wicket. Bowling his off breaks, giving Simon Harmer a break.
1 over break, you think, maybe?
Abel just tucking that way. Well, we've got
New ball.
1 more over, then the new ball after this one. I think Jamie Porter and Sam Cook will be starting to limber up in the next couple of minutes. And the game changes, definitely. It's probably quite an important period of the game. Somerset can get through the new ball, and 2 in batters batting tomorrow morning. Somerset are set incredibly fair for these next 3 days of this 4-day game. 307 for 3, Somerset. Another batting point secured. Was that one just skidded on and going down the leg side? So this would be the equivalent of a right-hander facing left-arm seam. You see plenty of space, and if it doesn't turn, it's going down leg. See all 3 stumps. I think he knows what he's doing, this Nichols character.
I think he does. On 92, does he try and knock a couple, get to 100 before the new ball? No messing. He's pretty calm.
Well, it's not a feat to be underestimated. A debut 100 for a new club, and he's knocking on the door of it at the moment on 92. Another milestone creeping up for Tom Abel. He's on 49, and the partnership is in the 90s too. It's on 94, so we've got celebrations galore potentially in the next few minutes. That new ball is due very soon though, so Essex will hope that the party could be spoilt somewhat.
So the last over of spin, we're guessing, from Matt Critchley from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Then we will probably see Cook and Porter. Could well take his few to close. It might give Snater a little burst. Or Harmer might even fancy a couple of overs with the fresher cherry. Deep square leg is not really looking at Michael Pepper's gestures to go a bit squarer. Distracted by stewards behind him, but don't think he's too bothered. Oh, it's a bit edgy from Abel, but in enough control. It's going to be his 50. Beautifully played, Tom Abel. Since he came in early in the day alongside Josh Thomas, just stroked it around, played calmly and controlled. 50 off 81 balls without really taking a risk. He's run hard, a couple of straight drives off Simon Harmer. Beautiful Tom Abel batting. Great to have him back here in a Somerset shirt.
Yeah, last number of years now, the consistency he's got in his run scoring across all the formats now, absolutely tremendous from Tom Abel. Like he never left. Oh, beautiful push down the ground. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Long on fielder. He's raced round and Stop the boundary. That's Captain Tom Wesley doing the work out in the deep.
Fetch that from outside off. When it's full enough, get on the full toss.
Yeah, I think Essex need this new ball. They've got a little bit raggedy the last 10 overs. The body language has been good, actually. In fairness, it's one of my things I like to monitor when fielding teams are going through periods of big partnerships. You know, the out of the shoulders and the bottom lips looking. Essex have been really good. They have been really good. They've kept what looks like quite a good team spirit, even though it's been tough for them. Still look very much involved in the game. And here we go. 80 overs gone, and the new cherry has been tossed from Blackwell to Saggers, and soon towards Jamie Porter. So that nice little beagle there is having a right day out. Desperate to get on the field and do some fielding, chasing after that ball, no doubt.
Delay, just sorting out the field and the protection needed.
A little bit of a delay here. I think some light refreshments are coming out to Henry Nichols on 95. Josh Shaw's just bringing him a drink and maybe a change of gloves. I think potentially as well the groundsmen are bringing out the old-fashioned tamper. Simon Harmer, with his great big size 15s, has dug a hole where Jamie Porter wants to land, so old ground is going to give that a thump down and make it a bit flatter for him. One of the challenges this time of the year for the bowlers, the ankles in the footholes. If you land on the corner of a off-spinner's spinning landing foot, you can roll your ankle, so very wise for Jamie Porter to opt to have that repaired. Slight break in play, but because so much spin's been bowled today, there's plenty of time in the bank to get all the overs in. 16 remaining today. Nick Pepper's on his way out there. He's got a mallet with him. So here we go. I think we need to zoom in and watch these expertise. Be all sorts of thumping going on, I reckon.
Kev Pitts and Nick Pepper being pressed into action. They had their selfie with Dean Saunders last night. Big delay. I was just saying how good the over rate's been. This big delay for what looks an absolutely minor. Is it a hole? There's a bit of dust. And Pepper's now on his knees. You can see, I can't work out what's he doing, Vic? Is it a hole? Is it the white
Well,
line?
He's hammering a sort of spike
Is it
into
a
it,
chisel?
like a chisel, around the popping crease. I suppose if it's a bit loose, the soil, they don't like loose soil bowlers, so they're getting rid of any of the loose soil. They've got a brush. Can't see a dustpan, but they might have.
Yeah, Kev Pitts has got the dustpan
Yeah,
brush.
he's got a dustpan. So they're chiseling away what must be regarded as loose and therefore slightly treacherous, dusty soil. A bit what?
Dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I remember it can be tricky. The person I remember in regards to footholds was Colin Dredge. Because Colin Dredge got his front foot very close to the stumps, almost in front of the stumps. So when he went out to bat, I remember, because I was facing Colin Croft, it was terrifying. Just where your right foot would be, there's this sort of canyon, this hole. And I thought, well, it's just behind the popping crease where you would normally put your right foot. And I remember dilemmaing, I don't want to go back because I'll probably be too close to the stumps and I might tread on them.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go any further forward because there's Colin Croft leaping at me.
Yeah.
I don't think I actually resolved the issue very well. I didn't stay very long anyway. But Colin Dredge used to dig a pit very close to sort of leg stump for often.
British workmen at their best, 2 working, 6 supervising, says a live chat. And is that Tom Wesley? No, Critchley with what's he playing cricket shots with the heavy dampener thing?
Oh, yeah.
This is brilliant. Entertainment. County Championship cricket at its finest.
He's going to take his time. They're taking their time. I mean, if it hadn't been a drinks fake, I presume people would have just carried on. Anyway, they're now admiring the work, and I think it's that Jamie Porter up that end, just putting his foot down and saying, well, I don't know. I'm not sure that's any good at all. So what next? He's asking for more help. Why don't he bowl over the wicket, is my suggestion. We assume it's been made by Harmer, who will be the sort of, bowls quite a heavy ball, so he'd slam his left foot down and pivot and twist a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. But all that, why was it fine with the old ball and suddenly...
I don't know.
I'm thinking it's got to be a seamer's thing. I think it's because his right arm round the wicket.
No, that's, yeah. Have we got a left-hander in?
But we saw Harmer bowl right arm round the wicket. It was more, so it didn't bother the spinner. No. It was going to bother the seamer.
Well, I think...
Is it Cook or Porter? It's Porter.
Yeah, it's Porter.
Isn't it? All that. Right, we're happy now. Let's get on with it.
Well, I mean, there's a few Essex players at the other end who are reclining as if they're at a sort of picnic.
Yeah.
They're just having to get up.
4 ground staff are jogging off. 2 of them did very little.
Well, they were learning, observing.
BV's having a little stroll off.
Have we had the message that the new ball's been taken?
Yes.
We have. And now it's a little challenge.
Well, I'm giving you it now. We've not had it officially. I'm telling you the new ball's been taken.
Okay. A little challenge for batsmen. I mean, I didn't watch that much of the 100, but it seemed to happen. They would have these timeouts. And a wicket would fall straight after the, whatever they call it, tactical timeout.
They have a tactical timeout in a 16.4 over game.
They do, yeah.
Why do they need one in that?
Well, good
it's
question.
Not long enough to...
Good question, Harry, but they do.
You shouldn't have thought it's long enough to need tactical timeout. I'm sure a T10 they don't bother, they just crack on too.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen a bit of the 100, and I'm not going to have a rant, but there are 2 things in the 100 that I don't really like.
Only 2?
Well, I could think of more, but the 2 that have come to my mind are these tactical timeouts, which just seem a bit of a waste of time, although it doesn't seem to get the odd batsman out. Because I
thought the point of the whole tournament coming in was to make it shorter than the T20 blast.
Well,
to make it quicker for screen time.
Yeah.
So with the tactical timeout, doesn't that make it the same length as the T20?
Yeah, but if it's not on BBC, you can get a lot more adverts in, I suppose. Perhaps they should only have tactical timeouts for Sky
Sky,
only
not the
games.
BBC.
Anyway, but
Yeah.
moving on. The other thing that I really don't like, because we keep getting told how important these matches are, whether
Yeah.
the Super Giants beat the Rockets or the other way round. I mean, this is life and death struggle. And yet, we have microphones tied up to players in the middle of this life and death struggle for a little chat with the people in the commentary box. Well, I'm not sure that happens in a real life and death struggle or in the middle of a test match or a rugby international. How do you think it's going, Jamie George, up in the front
Yes.
row? Is there some argy-bargy going on? Goodness me, I could do without that. Anyway, enough of that. I don't want to be too grumpy. It's 312 for 3. Nichols is 4 away from his 100. Ooh, and that's a very fine delivery. I think Tom Abel thinks I haven't done much wrong there. It's moved. We'll have another look. New ball. Porter, Dink, has just left him a little bit, I think.
Dink. I like the word dink there. Is that the dink off the pitch, was it?
Well, I think so.
Was that the noise of the groundsman with his chisel? Nick Pepper's dink.
That's it.
Oh, deep third is back. Deep fine is also back.
Well, Tom Abel scored a lot of runs down to third man at the start of his innings, didn't he? And I think he's a very mature cricketer now, and I think these touch players, they revel in the big gaps at third man. You think Joe Root in particular does that. I think Abel's, he's not Joe Root quite, but he knows the value of the offside glide.
Indeed, we were talking about that quite a lot earlier, myself and Pete. The offside dab glide behind point on the offside.
Yeah, you've got to be able to play late to play that, and with maybe soft hands. But
Good strike rotation, isn't it?
yeah. Or it's a boundary if you haven't got a third man. Anyway, so far, it's been a very satisfactory day for Somerset. It's the sort of surface where you think you do need to get a big, big score and then try and control the game from there. In the knowledge there'll be a lot of hard work if you're trying to win it. In a curious sort of way, I think the main one concern in the Somerset dressing room is the possibility that this pitch is a bit flatter than they want to win games, but there's a long way to go yet.
Well, that relates to my next question to you. It's just come up in the live chat. We mentioned it a bit earlier, the bonus points, how important they are in any title race, in any position in the Championship. Somerset have done well, of course they have so far, but often have missed out on batting bonus points.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think 400 should be in the bag here, all being well. Do you think they could push for 450? They've only got 29 remaining overs to get 140 runs.
Yeah.
It's doable.
It is possible.
2 set batters.
Yeah. I mean, my other gripe, I suppose, since I seem to be in a
I
griping
never said you're in a gripe mood, but
is that you could have, it's possible that you could have a very dull game here because so many runs are scored. And just say Somerset got to 450 and got their bowling points, and the match was drawn. You get 16 points. Okay.
that's a big appeal for Edward W. He should have got outside the line of off stump, I would have said just.
So you could get 16 points for a dull, high-scoring draw.
Yeah.
You could play on a spicier wicket in which, in the first 2 innings, both sides get bowled out for 249.
Like when Somerset played Essex and Pete Siddle was playing that Saturday morning.
So no
Yeah.
batting points accrued whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you could win a very tight, very dramatic, worth watching championship match, and you get 19 points.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
Where are we going with this? The points for a draw are too high.
I think so.
I think we've had this conversation before, but
I think that's also happens quite often in this box.
We're all guilty.
Anyway,
yes.
and someone pointed out to me that they should just emulate football, where the draw, you get 1 for a draw, don't you, and 3 for a win nowadays. So that should be the same quotient in cricket, perhaps. What would that make it?
Oh, yeah, I don't know how
Work
you
it
can go.
out.
You can't scale 3 for a win, 1 for a draw down.
No, but you scale it up. 1/3.
Oh, you're just going to... Okay, you're just doing the basic
A
maths.
third of 16, so 5 points then. That would make it 5 points for a draw, essentially. If you had the equivalent.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
The
Yeah.
the 3 points for a win in football, which they changed from years ago, was just 2.
Yeah.
3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. The differential equivalent would be, if you like, 16 points for a win, and a third of 16, which, for sake of argument, is call it 5.
Yeah.
It's only a small tinker, but I would think I would be in favour of that. I'm now not going to be grumpy for at least 10 minutes.
You run your train in 10 minutes. Oh, he's bowled him. Henry Nicholls will not get 100 on debut. He's gone for 96. The new ball and Sam Cook, after big delay at the other end, the ground staff just tinkering with a bit of the wicket. They have got another breakthrough of Essex. We talked about Nicholls and Abel getting Somerset through to further batting points. When they talked about Derbyshire and Worcestershire not getting many runs out of Henry Nicholls, well, his debut for Somerset, most people would take 96, but he's perfectionist, he'll want his 100.
Yeah.
He's disappointed.
Well, it's not 100, but it is a pretty fine start. Quite a handy delivery. He was looking to play that square on the offside, but the new ball zipped off that pitch and came into him.
Sharply. Only top of leg bail as well.
Yeah, well, it took the inside edge, I think, on the way. So it's not the worst piece of batting, but it has got very close to him. He's taken the inside edge and onto the leg bail, and he's got to go. But nonetheless, a highly satisfactory start to his Somerset career, and he might have another 10 innings or so this autumn.
And another left-hander replaces Henry Nicholls. Alfie Ogborn's carrying the drinks, and James Rue is carrying the next bat to be used.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite rare to see so many left-handers in the
very rare,
top order. And it's quite rare to see James Rue come to the wicket with 300 on the board.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that's ever happened before.
No, I don't think so either. 4 out of the top 6 left-hander. James Rue, who's very positive scoring, particularly this year, batted at 4 all the time before the white ball break.
I suppose he's not batting at 4. I think he was batting at 4 partly to try and demonstrate his England credentials. Yeah. Of course, he's got to keep wicket in this match, and he wasn't keeping in the last couple of games. I
think this is the perfect order for Somerset. I think their top 6 is bang on. Whether Archie Vaughan comes in next, I think they could push Lewis Gregory up ahead of Archie Vaughan next.
Well, they could do, but they won't, because I just think Lewis Gregory, he likes to give
other people
a chance to prosper, and particularly in this situation. And also, he's going to have some bowling to do, as is Archie Vaughan actually on this game. But I think he wants to give opportunity to Archie Vaughan, who's tantalised us with the bat this year. Really, he's made a few good knocks, but he's also
none of this Somerset
not quite fired.
Lineup really scores slowly, and I'm thinking of Greedy getting batting bonus points here. Can they get to 450 now, Somerset?
Oh right, yeah.
And a pretty flat pitch. That's why I was thinking. But an inside edge first ball will get James Rue underway.
Yeah. Well, he's got the new ball to contend with, and Cook has looked quite lively.
It's funny that we've just been talking about James Rue never coming in at 3 and over 300, and the one time he does, he has to face a new ball. Well, he faces the new ball at the start, and the one time he gets the platform, he's still got to face a new ball.
Yeah. Well,
that's cricket.
It's all grist to the mill, isn't it? Maybe. I imagine he's looking forward to some significant white ball cricket. He didn't play much in the 100, did he? A few games, but not all of them. Abel, I think, only played 1 game, which Southern Brave won, I believe, as it happens. Amazing, really.
Ambitious leg side appeal.
Yeah, not really. He recognised that, didn't he? Still, he's got a couple of wickets. Cook now 2 for 60. In reasonable rhythm. Signs that the new ball will do something. But Somerset do have 313 on the ball, but they will want to, regardless of the bonus points, they will want their total to start with a 4 for certain. And preferably a big 400, but can't take anything for granted. No.
Three slips in place then for Porter. both seamers have bowled 15 overs, but Cook's gone for 60. Porter's only gone for 38. That is a massive contrast. Both bowled 15 overs, both taken both have 3 maidens to the name, 1 wicket and 2 wickets for Porter and Cook respectively, with a massive contrast in runs conceded. Not often you see 22 more runs coming off the same number of overs from Cook as Porter.
Lammerby kept hitting him for 4 before he got out to him, didn't he? Had a little
20
flurry.
of 21 balls, yeah. Lammerby looked in golden touch again. Just down at the top of the order against the red ball. It's almost like it looks too easy for Lammerby sometimes. Often.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean. Albeit at county level, he's a bit like Gower, really. You know, he plays sweet shots, and therefore it's always sort of seems frustrating when he gets out. I mean, today he was very unlucky. Actually, it was freakish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Freakish dismissal. The ball flicking his thigh pad and then dribbling onto the stumps.
James Rew, who of course was in action last night, bowling his left arm spinners.
I didn't see that. What are they like?
Bowled to Pete a little bit in the second innings. They're all right. He's bowled him a bit for Taunton St Andrews. If him and Thomas, which isn't going to happen very often now with England and franchise call-ups, but when they both played club cricket last summer, James would bowl. A couple of games he'd bowled 10 overs of not quite Jack Leach stuff, but that action. Left arm spin.
And they'd land. And
They landed okay, yeah.
And what sort of pace?
Not much turn. Reasonable pace.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Well, it's
Jack Leach went to slog sweep him first ball.
Oh, yeah, missed it.
It's quite funny. Left arm keeper bowling left arm spin to the actual left arm spinner.
Oh, and he's disappointed. He's disappointed he hasn't got that. Look, that's turned square.
Yeah, that was the only one that did turn square. No, he's not a terrible bowler.
Well, he's not.
You know what he's like. He's a talented sportsman. Can
Yeah.
try his hand.
Well, when Tom Rew comes back and is behind the stumps, he could get a bowl now and again, perhaps.
Jack Leach, Lewis Goldsworthy and Josh Thomas all bowl left arm spin. It could be the 4th choice left arm spinner, yeah. Or 5th choice spinner after Archie Vaughan as well. Well, Lewis Gregory got Miggy Pretorius out last night with his offies. Not that getting Miggy Pretorius counts for too much this year, dare we say.
No.
Lewis Gregory had a few wickets with his offies, actually.
You think his off spinners are quite good too, as well?
Yeah, they were. A couple of the wickets were pretty poor shots, but he had a hat-trick ball. He also dropped Jamie George at short extra cover. I'm not sure if that was deliberate as part of the charity ploy.
You can fetch that back without running.
That's the thud of James Rew's bat.
Zipped out. Yeah, zipped off over the rope. Crunch. Hits it hard, doesn't he?
Nice plonk off the middle of the bat there. Yeah, good wrist and bat speed whipping into that.
Yeah, I mean, his bat is actually quite crooked, but it's half volley anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Have a look where his bat is. Boom. It's hit the middle of it. So he's off and running now. He's on 5. Here's Lewis Gregory's off breaks. Can this prolong his career? Well.
Got Jack Leach. Although, can I tell you, this
he's
stumping,
not in great form either, actually, I don't think.
Not as bad as Miggy Pretorius. I think this stumping was a no ball. I think the gloves take this. There you go. I think he takes it in front of the stumps.
Who's keeping wicket?
Is it Jamie George or Ben Hell? I can't remember. One of the big rugby lads.
Well, I think it'd be a controversial call. No.
Well, I texted the umpire, Ben Osborne, and he said, would you like to tell a rugby prop that he's no ball?
I told Jamie George you were denied that stumping because you were a millimetre in front of the stumps when you took the ball.
But then when you watch it side on, he's quite a long way in front.
Okay, well,
we'll let him off.
I think it was quite a neat piece.
Jack Leach had already walked off, so he wasn't worried. Lewis Gregory with the backward cap. I think he might have taken 4 for.
Well, maybe he's
talented.
Maybe he is talented. He's had a good 100 too, hasn't he? As ever.
Here we go. I'm going to give you the exact figures. Jack Leach had 1 for 8 off his 1 over.
Right.
But we really want to know about the non-spinning spinners. James Rew, 2 overs for 19. Went at 9.5s. Did bowl 1 over at tricky time. Right. Lewis Gregory, 3 for 16 off 2 last night. Dean Saunders, 1 for 11 off 1. Jake Ball went for 13 off his 1 over.
What did he bowl? Seamers.
Him and Jamie Overton just sort of bowled 3-step right arm Meadows.
Okay.
Although Jamie Overton's Meadows were a lot quicker. Jamie Overton didn't, you know what he's like, competitive, couldn't really bowl slowly. He only went for 3. He bowled the most economical over the game. Yeah, they used 11 bowlers.
Good. So a little bit of in-swing there, but he's played it well.
So Jack Leach had 43 off 25. Josh Shaw.
Oh, Leach got runs then?
Yeah, over the batting.
Oh, right. Well, he's due.
Before he was bowled off. It was Phil Brantingham, the keeper, who stumped him.
Oh, right.
The Saracens prop.
Well, I keep hearing what a good night it was. Perhaps they'll do it again.
Even Killer Cadmore took a wicket. He had 1 for 11. He got Jake Ball out. That was the funny one.
Oh, he's man, he's got the protection there. He doesn't miss them very often.
It was a brilliant evening. The only 2 not to bat in each team were James Drew and Tom Killer Cadmore. They were the 2 non-batters at 12.
Right.
Yeah, not as quick an over rate now as the new balls come on and the seamers are in action. Not going to finish before 6, but
Yeah.
it's still okay. God, there's an early substitution. You know the substitution rule changed a little bit coming into this second block. They've got to be made before the 3rd innings. Oh, sorry, I've already made one. Josh Blake, wicketkeeper bat, who was playing out in Perth in the winter. He's come in for Ryan Patel for the rest of this game.
So
injured, taking a catch, a leg slip.
Injured, taking a catch. Okay.
Yeah, so the new rule is you can't make an injury sub in the 3rd or 4th innings, basically, which makes sense. And there's a bit more common sense coming into play with like for like. Do you remember that farce at Lancs when Tom Bailey wasn't allowed to be swapped
for another pace bowler?
Because they played more games or something daft. It got a bit of a joke, really.
So that's been tidied up.
It's now like right arm seamer replaces right arm seamer, irrelevant. And they got Ollie Sutton in a 4-hour, £500 Uber to play, but they couldn't have the guy who was also a seamer who was there. Yeah, that was daft.
Yeah. Right. This will work well until we smell skullduggery.
Yes.
Someone who's bowling total rubbish suddenly.
Fielder's scattering a little bit, just a fine leg and deep 3rd still, but Portal, there's all arms and legs action. The most frog in the blender action you see amongst seamers these days, I'd say. No longer get to see Jack Shantry bowling, he's now on the umpiring panel. Not that we get to see Jack Shantry down here too often. Surprised how much rain's around the county grounds and the other games.
Well, I think it's up north it's been raining, isn't it? Although there was rain at Southampton too.
And Cheltenham and the Oval.
Well, we're lucky here then.
Yeah.
Lucky or unlucky, depends how you view it, because everyone's
And at
dry.
Leicester, yeah, not just at North, pretty much. Every other ground except here has been rain affected today at some point. The only game to have no
interruption.
Yeah.
There was a sharp shower next to around about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock this morning. That's about it.
There's rain as I drove up this morning at the M5. It was raining. Somerset claimed the first Division 1 batting bonus point. Kent also getting Division 2 batting bonus point before tea, but a lot of the other games, the ball is dominating the bat.
Suddenly the wickets are falling at the Surrey, aren't they? Because they've had some flat pitches, haven't they? The knots all out? Or is it raining now?
I'm just trying to find... Rain stopped play at Middlesex. Northwood they're playing Merchant Taylor. Sorry, what do you want? Knots?
Knots and Surrey. Knots,
yeah.
Knots are the...
That's the important...
The current leaders of the championship.
No, rain. 172 for 9 and knots. Rain delay there. Got to talk a wine list behind the commentary box. What's going on behind us?
I don't think it applies to us, Harry.
No, I'm not sure it applies to many. On a Thursday in the County Championship. Tom Abel at his best. Don't need to run them. That's going to be 4. Even with mid on, half-heartedly chasing after. Who's never going to catch that? A lot of straight drives today, Vic. We saw Josh Thomas, Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Abel have all played straight drives down the ground. Is that the style of bowling, trying to pitch it up and nick them off, I guess?
Well, I guess if Porter over pitches, and he bowls pretty straight, I mean, that's the place to hit it. That's what the coaching book tells us. And also, if you hit it straight enough, you beat mid-off and mid-on. If you were playing against a side that had real express bowlers, I'm not sure you see quite so many going past the stumps. But it's also the sign of good batsmen, I think, to play that shot. And we've seen Rue do it in his brief innings. He's hit one down there off Porter. Porter has overpitched a bit more than you expect.
Yeah.
Today, even though his figures are totally respectable, 17 overs he's bowled, 1 for 46. That's not off the middle of the bat, but he'll take 1 for it.
I was just thinking back. Do you remember the delay with the repairing of the footholes? I wonder if that related to Jamie Porter's first ball of the match of the County Championship resumption was a no ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The LBW appeal. I wonder if that was anything to do with the footholes and him slipping and not being happy. There wasn't much of a fuss. He bowled that no ball, but then first ball with the new ball, he wants to sort out is around the wicket to the left-hander, wasn't it?
Well, maybe.
Round to Josh Thomas.
Your fertile mind is never rests.
No, quite. But I'm just surprised that he didn't make a fuss at all while he was bowling for most of his spell. We bowled a no ball at the start, and then as soon as the new ball came, he wanted to sort the footholes out where his landing foot was. Whereas normally, if Craig Overton's upset by something in his run-up, it would be a problem throughout.
Yeah, well, you may be right.
Or wherever it is, I just couldn't quite recall what it was. It wasn't really a foothold. It didn't seem to quite be the line on the popping crease, but something down there. We'll have to ask the ground staff afterwards.
Like Pete, I am surprised with all these left-handers, all of whom have looked pretty comfortable, that none of the bowlers, it seems, have even contemplated bowling over the wicket.
Yeah.
I find it, I understand now that it is the current mode. I mean, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, it was very rare for a right-arm seamer to bowl around the wicket to left-handers. In particular, Stuart Broad has revolutionised how they go about their business, and Anderson as well.
Yeah.
But I can't help feeling that on a surface where it's a struggle, there wouldn't be some scope to try that different angle. But I mean, you've got Cook here, who, well, he can just get that ball to shake back into the left-handers, but he's also more likely, I think, in a way, to find that outside edge from over the wicket. I would certainly give it a try. I think what happens too is this, if you rarely do that, you suddenly don't feel confident about it, and you feel you might lose control because you haven't practiced it or done it much. But I really do think it would be an asset to be able to switch from one to the other.
Bashir's having a bowl for Derbyshire. Not had much action in the Derbyshire-Durham game.
Any wickets?
No. 60 for 1. One of the most affected days play up at Derbyshire. And they've already called it Edgbaston. Sussex 99 for 3 after 30.
Well, Somerset's opportunity to make the good weather count.
Yeah, absolutely.
It seems like this is the most benign pitch around, because I think Yorkshire are 9 down wherever they're playing.
Yorkshire at Southampton all out, 173 all out.
Right.
Hampshire 7 for none with Ali Orr over the batting. Just got him off the mark.
It always gets, I mean, if the weather stays fine, it'll be a fascinating last few rounds, because we'll be urgently scuttling around the country to see who's doing what where.
Yeah.
How's that going to impact on...
It's so open, isn't it?
Yeah.
So open. I can't remember such an open...
No, I mean, it might be less open by the time we get to the last round, but who knows? Who knows? It could
Top
be.
7 are still in it, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Who's your next bowling change then? Are you going to Harmer or Thane or Snater next?
Well, I would think it would be Snater and Harmer.
Yeah, I agree.
Just trying to think. I mean, they bowled 15, didn't they, before the new ball? So they're still...
Yeah, I mean, one of these two could change ends, but I feel like at this stage of the day, they've got their preferred end, and they're a bit knackered. You're probably going to go Snater and Harmer. Snater bowled 15, Harmer 25. Square him up a touch. Maybe with enough control. So 9 overs left after this one. So Cook definitely bowls one more. So they could have a maximum of... Yeah, Snater and Harmer could have a maximum of 4 each. Seems about right. If one of them doesn't bowl particularly well in the first 3, you might give Critchley an over before close.
Maybe. I thought they enjoyed facing Critchley mostly.
Yeah, I think Nichols played him particularly well.
Yeah.
One maiden, 9 overs for 37, no wickets for Critchley so far. Don't expect Wesley to bowl again. Used to bowl a bit more, did Tom Wesley? I guess before Critchley joined.
Yeah, bowled his off breaks.
Dean Elgar used to bowl a fair amount more, but yeah, Wesley has never got a Test wicket. Did bowl 4 overs in Test cricket, but he's got
how many Tests he played?
He played 5 Test matches.
Okay.
Bowled 4 overs in 1 innings. But in first class cricket, he's got 63 wickets. Best of 4 for 55. Didn't bowl at all in the One Day Cup. Oh, sorry, in 1 game. Didn't take any wickets. In 1 game, he had 0 for 14 against Sussex at Arundel.
I think Somerset are too worried about batting points. They just want to make sure they get a big score. So Abel just playing everything on its merit. Rue's played one crunching straight drive, and that's about it so far. Up against the new ball, of course. Being a little bit cagey, and of course Cook and Porter are not bowling any garbage.
Yeah.
So the game is sort of creeping towards the close. Quite high quality stuff, but not spectacular. Bring a slip out for Rue on the leg side. I think, if anything, that means he's going to bowl. He's going to bowl out the stumps. And round the wicket, you see, he's less likely to find that outside edge. I keep thinking, unless he can really get it swinging away from around the wicket. I haven't seen him do that much.
We haven't seen a massive amount of swing now.
No, the one ball that swung was to Goldsworthy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A big appeal for LBW, and Cook got a late in-swinger at him, which looked a good shout, but he just managed to...
Was that the one that went for 4-leg buys?
Yes.
I think Goldsworthy got a couple of decent deliveries, actually. A couple of decent LBW shouts as well. Late period here.
So what have these two players got in common? Cook and Rue.
Been in and around the England squad, but not...
A bit more specific than that. Harry, come on. Unless I got it wrong.
Test match debut together? No.
Maybe I'm talking rubbish. How many tests has Cook played?
Sam Cook, I don't know, I don't think they did play together. I think you're linking something to the England and Test match, but...
I'm thinking...
Sam Cook played against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, I seem to remember.
Yep.
That's the only match he's played.
Well, that's what they got in common. They both played once for England and no more. Yeah.
Right. Sorry, I thought that was too obvious. Vic, I thought we were going...
Well, yeah, but that was the cunning plan. If I throw
Sorry.
you an obvious question, you're obviously not going to get it right.
Sorry, I thought we were a bit more niche than that.
No,
I was going to say that it wasn't the same game, no.
No, it wasn't the same game. That's what I was aiming at.
Because James Reed played against New
They
Zealand.
are both currently one test wonders.
Okay.
Although
Wonders is your description.
Well, there is a little phrase. There is a
There
group
is,
called
correct.
One Test Wonders.
I'm not sure.
And I don't think there's a fair chance that neither of them will be able to stay in that club or want to be in that. They certainly don't want to be in that club, and I don't think they'll stay in that club because I'm sure. Well, I'm pretty sure Rue at some point will play some more. Could be next year. It could be in a
I
couple of
think
years'
Sam
time.
Cook might get his chance in the next couple of games. Remember, this is a 3-match series.
Yeah, well, he
Brian
was.
Cast is coming back for Durham today, but you know that Jofra Archer's not going to play 3 test matches in a row.
Probably not. No.
Robinson probably won't either.
So
Tongue might.
there's every chance that Cook will. You don't want to be a one.
He's
test
in the
wonder.
squad, isn't he? He's in the squad. For
Yeah, he was
Pakistan.
in the squad and he was bust down quite rightly.
And you're on comms next test, aren't you? So I reckon you might be. That could be in common. You commentating with myself on Sam Cook today, and you might be on TMS next
with Jonathan Agnew. With Sam Cook.
See if Jonathan Agnew remembers that. He might be listening. He might be doing his prep research in case he's going to commentate on Sam Cook next week.
He might be, but I
In a rain delay.
wouldn't bet on it. Well, he's up at
Doing his
at
prep.
Headingley, and I think are they still playing up at Headingley or not?
There was a rain delay, but they might be back on
There's
that.
an early rain delay. I don't know if there's been another one.
So I've had more focus on the County Championship, to be honest. I've barely
Yeah.
looked at a test match today.
Well, we need to know what our country.
They are playing. 264 for 4.
Right.
You're worried about your prep for next week now, aren't you?
Well, I know Cox and Root were out for about 60 and 70 apiece.
You just ruined my highlights. Vic. I was going to watch the highlights.
Oh
when I
no!
get back.
Oh, but who knows what's going to happen in the last? They'll probably play quite a lot because they're making up for lost time. So there'll be some imponderables for you when you get back for the highlights. Snater's going to have a go.
Yeah, we said this was coming. Makes a lot of sense.
But he is bowling at the end, preferred by Harmer, so who knows what that means.
Yeah, that does. Or does Harmer just change?
Well,
a
he
couple
could,
of overs
yeah,
at the close? 8 overs remain. I said 4 apiece. Was my guess.
Okay, well, Harry, I'm going to leave you in the hands, the capable hands of Pete Trigo. And do I see you see you on Monday? No, Sunday.
Day 4, yep.
Sunday. I think we'll still be here on Sunday.
I think we will.
Hope you have a good wedding. It's not yours, is it?
Not mine.
No.
It's been there, done that.
And you are in action for Columpton this weekend?
Yeah, playing at Torquay on Saturday.
Oh, well, give him hell.
Thank you. Do my best. Yeah, we're near the bottom and Torquay near the top, so bit of an issue. Gordon Avery, Somerset fans, excited for that one. Been texting me across the day, looking forward to meeting at Torquay. Oh, that's a beauty from Shane Snater. It's a Devon day tomorrow as well. Devon are playing in the T20s at Wormsley in the Minor Counties, or National Counties Association they call it now, Cup final. Later in August as well. I mentioned Sher Bashir earlier as well. Sher Bashir went for just 3 runs from his first 2 overs, but he's come off. Durham 60 for 1 in that one. Old Trafford is at the close of play now. Only 18 overs they faced. Northants 56 for 2. Proctor's 26 now out in that one. Hampshire is still going. 14 for none against Yorkshire's 173. And they've got 20 overs remaining, so plenty of action down in Southampton. So Snater into his 16th over. Nice to have Vic back after his white ball siesta for a few weeks. Red ball specialist.
Four runs.
Lovely shot. Tom Abel punching through covers again.
Oh, glorious.
Off the front foot this time.
What rhythm he's looked in. He hasn't missed a beat today. Hasn't played much cricket due to the broken digit. He's clearly hit a lot of balls in practice. Looks in great touch. Tom Abel on 60 now. Making the day as tough as possible for this Essex 11. 328 for 4. 8 overs remaining. Be lovely to see these two stride out in the morning. There's a fair bit of tough work to be done to get there, but that'll be quite the day for Somerset here on day 1 in the Rothesay County Championship.
Yep, Somerset quite happy so far. Closing in on that 3rd batting bonus point already. Another beauty from Shane Snater, skidding through a little bit.
Well, good signs, I think, for the game, that this new ball's produced some deliveries that are nipping off the seam. That one that got Henry Nichols out certainly darted back on him. He got to bowl a pretty good ball to a Test cricketer on 96 to get him out. He would have been desperate to get those extra 4 runs. So bar potentially a little bit of pace in the wicket, because a number of sort of thickish, thinnish edges haven't quite carried to slip a number of times today. Bar there being a little bit, the pitch being a little bit down on pace, which you can understand with how dry it's been. Very good pitch. Signs of a bit of spin on day 1 as well. But Somerset sat pretty fair.
Yeah, they'll be pretty ecstatic with this close of play as it stands. The ideal first day for Somerset with their return to County Championship action. Bowling down the leg side. He's got away with it. James Drew's missed out, but not ideal line from Sam Cook.
I just worry with those, a little thin scratch that you can occasionally get with the ball down the leg side. That would not be part of the plan for the rest of the evening. Sam Cook has got those couple of wickets, 2 for 63. Hasn't quite been in full flow. But after the start, has dragged his figures back in terms of going for runs back and has looked dangerous. Another thick outside edge, frustrating the bowler. Races down towards the Colin Atkinson pavilion for another boundary. Bowlers really, really don't enjoy those.
There's been a lot of runs scored in that area, often soft hands, a couple of edges, but running it down there, they've not got a third man in place, still 2 slips.
Some tired bodies out there now. 6 hours out there in the field. Fortunately, the temperature is quite a bit lower than it has been here in the UK. Won't get any change for bowling short here at Taunton. Ruby's just swept that almost round the corner for a couple.
Yeah, easy 2 to the long boundary. Very different boundary dimensions to what we saw last night. The rugby players having to run a long way if they hit it to the wrong side. And not have to run at all to the short side, but we're fairly central today. The billowing white sheet in between the Botham and the Colin Atkinson pavilion.
No expense spared.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely shot. James Rew at his best. Doesn't need to run them. Timed, and Sam Cook, 2 short, pulled, 1 ball, 2 full outside off, next ball. Not been at his best today.
I don't think the surface is ideally suited to Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, but they have strayed a number of times. I don't think that's a bad ball there. It's just a very good shot from James Rew on the up through the covers. He's probably battled a little bit for rhythm at times, Rui, being in and out of test squads, and I think he got 40 against that Pakistan team in the week, but
Beckenham, yeah.
Normally that season when you're full of consistent matches and runs, and it's been a little bit stop-start over the last few months, but he's started brightly here. He's on 17 and looks like as a batter, if you had your greedy head on, you'd really, really want to scrap through these remaining 6 overs and have another go at it tomorrow. Yeah, I do remember years and years ago when that Lordie and Botham stand went up, Harry. One of my favoured quotes by one of the coaches at the time, Pete Robinson, when they were building it. I forget exactly how much it was. I think it was like £1 million to build it back in the day, and that would have been 1997, somewhere around there. And they were building it, and obviously it was starting to take shape, and I think we did our first pre-season. It was something like a shell. What do you reckon of the new stand there, Robbo? Bloody expensive sight screen, that.
Well, we haven't got an expensive sight screen anymore, so you might approve of the nice white sheet.
Well, if you play in the middle, a number of the seats, you're not able to sit on them, but one thing you have got up there, a fantastic vantage points for the old hospitality boxes. Was there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up there, and the score is in the corner.
I never really
Great
seen the
view.
Botham stand, actually. It's one of them. It's the opposite side. To get round there in a commentary break, it's a bit of a trek. Yeah, never really sat there. Quite often have to shuffle across depending on what wicket we're on. A few seats are lost down below as well to the bed sheet. And that's
Nice.
a beauty from Slater.
Nice delivery, that. Just a bit of tennis ball bounce on the pitch, and another one past the outside edge of Tom Abel. Lucky to survive that one. Good delivery. Yeah, nice bit of nip and bounce there from Snater. Yeah, one of my Pals from Western Superman Maz has had a box up in the Botham stand for years, so I often shuffle around there. It's very similar to the view we get here.
Yeah, I've seen you side around there a few times. We can spot you on the camera sometimes. Crane your neck as a 6 goes over the Ian Botham stand into the River Tone.
Yeah, I'm only there for the free coffee, Harry.
2 balls remaining then, and there'll be 5 overs left in day 1. Probably the only game around the grounds that will get 96 overs in today. More runs through third. Can he even get round? It's going to be 4. Now that's frustrating for Essex. They've got 2 slips and a deep third, and yet still Abel finds a way to get 4 through that area.
Yeah, never easy those, but looks like Harmer had a chance of stopping that, but just slid underneath him, and another boundary and another boundary that seriously frustrates the bowler. You've beat the batsman, you feel like you've done everything you can, and still 4 runs against your name.
Tired fielding, I would say.
Oh, another good delivery there. Number of balls beating the outside edge from Snater. Certainly putting a shift in for his team late here on day 1. Yeah, tired minds, tired bodies out there when it's not going your way. If you are around in Taunton, John Bishop is on his way. A host of other very funny and talented comedians. Over 50% sold out so far, so check out if you are free on Friday, September the 11th at 6 p.m. Get yourself down here. John Bishop and a couple of others. Should be a great night here on the, or certainly a different night out here on the ground. Open air comedy. I've just had confirmation it's about 80% sold, so if you do fancy something different for your Friday night, don't wait too much longer. I think there's actually going to be, I'm assuming there's going to be people on the ground as well watching, so yeah. Awesome.
I believe they're going actually on the square, I believe.
Now, what about that for pressure? You know, you go out there as a batter or a bowler, you're under a bit of pressure. Just imagine trying to make thousands of people laugh without tripping over.
I thought you meant the pressure of not damaging the wicket.
No, the pressure of being funny. That takes some kahunas for sure.
Just like you doing in your stand-up gigs.
Oh no, I'm not.
Your presentations.
Not a funny man. Accidentally funny, maybe.
Any of your Whipple dinners or whatever dinner. What do you do? The Somerset one in the Connaxonville. Are you doing that again this winter?
Yeah, me and Andy Caddick are going on tour this winter.
Oh.
Caddy Intrigues are going to do a few presentation nights in the local area. So if your club want me and Shaq to rock up, shake a few hands, give a few prizes out, tell a few stories, and absolutely, I will be getting my own back on Andy Caddick with a few stories from our time playing together.
Had any take-ups yet?
Yeah, we've got a couple of bookings.
What, Somerset League clubs, I guess?
Yeah, I think Purnell's Cricket Club is one.
Didn't know that one.
That's sort of Bath way.
Somerset League?
Yeah, good bunch of that. Joe Tucker's old club. Yeah, good bunch of blokes there, so that'll be a rowdy one.
Okay, yeah, Purnell Polton way. Yeah, okay, got you. They turn 100 years old this year. Have you done your research? Their centenary year, there you go.
I will be doing my research on the drive there.
There you go, there's one bit done for you. Purnell Creek Club, yeah, near Polton, Bath. Just this side, just there, yeah, Bath side of the Mendips, lovely. Near Midsummer Norton. We've got a question. Do we know if there's going to be a groundsman day this year? Yeah, there should be, normally. Well, Ben Warren, do we know if there's going to be what day the groundsman day is this year? Pass. That might be a Nick Pepper question. Normally we have the ground staff up here on a county championship day and they get to look at the pitch at lunch and tea. We have some demonstrations and some Nick Pepper talks. Normally a great day out. Sorry, Doc Davies on the live chat. I have to get you a proper answer. Or next time you're up here. Or someone better informed, but yeah, they normally do at least one a year. his caddy providing the helicopter transport.
Wouldn't that be good? We'd love that. Yeah, and the second booking is at Huntley Cricket Club, sort of Gloucester way. So that'll be dangerous for me, Kate. We might need security.
Don't know.
Being Somerset players.
Huntley Cricket Club. God, you're educating me on new clubs I've not heard of now.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that might be another centenary, you know. Well, Caddy's nearly 100 years old.
1787.
Right, so that's fake news. Oh no, so that'll be, so next year will be the 150, is that?
250.
Two. Wow.
That's good going. So you're doing their 249.
I mean,
One of the oldest grounds in the south of England. Apparently. Huntley CC. Near Gloucester. I mean, I'm trusting the internet here. There might be better sources that tell you differently, but I bet that'd be lovely. I played up near there. Ashton Ingham, I played up for the MCC t'other week. Beautiful ground up nearly Wales. Lady B was the same as me, thinking about the wicket. Yeah, plenty of cricket going on this year here. The bonus charity game last night, all the normal games, plus a couple of extra days like the club cricket day, the comedy. Nick Prepper's kept busy.
we've got the old Soul to Soul. That's a
Yeah.
little music festival going on there.
Is that on the grass or is that
I think that's going to
behind
be outdoor on the grass as well.
us? Is that the same? Oh, that's alongside the.
There's a
yeah, the
stage
comedy.
being built on the ground for that one. I'm assuming that's probably after all the balls are being played.
So they may as well make the most of it, get a few days in a row. We had the darts thing, didn't we, in the marquee? That was more of a winter thing with the Winter Wonderland.
There we go, Soul to Soul, the brand new heavies, Norman J. MBE and the Beatles Dub Club. Norman J. MBE, goggle that, Ariel.
That's the day after.
I've never heard
Yeah.
of Norman J. MBE.
Do I need the MBE bit? Norman
Yes,
J.
the MBE bit. I'm assuming it is relevant.
DJ. 68 from Notting Hill, London. Unlicensed warehouse parties in the early 1980s. Maybe that's what Vic did in the 80s.
That sounds like a bit of me. Unlicensed warehouse. That would be
That,
some
yeah.
drum and bass.
Lockdown New Year's Eve party online, apparently. Norman Bernard Joseph. Norman J. Why did he get an MBE? Because of his services to DJing and music.
For illegal parties during COVID,
Yeah.
I think that was.
A pioneer of the rare groove genre. Apparently he was a vital figure in shaping London's pirate radio and club culture. Presence at the Notting Hill Carnival.
It doesn't shout out MBE, that kind of carry on, does
No,
it?
it doesn't.
Pirate radios,
It sounds more
underground, but big fan of it.
credit for, yeah, being different.
That's Saturday the 12th.
I think because Somerset are away at Grace Road and Henley, so a couple of weeks without any cricket on here. So, bit of music for those fans not going away. Oh, another beauty start.
Snater has bowled some absolute gems these last few overs.
He has
Look at
beat the
that.
bat a couple of times, hasn't he?
Well, I mean, that's genuinely nipped as well. I think probably adding slightly more gravity, the fact that Essex with that first new ball just weren't quite on it.
So, 3.1 overs remaining. Day one of the County Championships return. We're all set for a cracking few weeks into September. Used to be playing for clothes, really. What a day, though. Pretty rare that Lewis Gregory has been able to not have to bat in a whole day's play, where his side have batted from start to finish. Gregory and Vaughan, as it stands, not needed. Maybe Jack Leach is padded up as a night watcher as we speak, so maybe those two aren't even in their whites and pads now.
That would make me so happy if Leachy comes out to bat.
Yeah, hopefully it'll do better than Matt Henry did as a Nighthawk. Who's that? That looks like is that Archie Vaughan?
Yeah,
Vaughan's
Vaughan's
ready.
ready.
Kit off though.
Vaughan's ready to go.
Has he just been given the 3-over nod?
Looks like he's just running off for a nervous wee.
I reckon last 3 overs you go Jack Leach. Unless his right arm sore from you bullying him last night.
Well, that's why I'd be happy to see him stroll out.
Yeah.
I'd be happier if he didn't have to stroll out, actually. Jamie Porter placing Sam Cook at the Marcus Trescothick stand end.
Cool, just like that. As you and I talk about Soul to Soul, an email comes out from Somerset CCC advertising Soul to Soul.
Yeah, you've
The
got
powers we have.
You need to close your cookies. They're listening to you. Ben and the media team spying on you, Harry.
Yeah, scary that. Solid from James Root.
Yeah, Porter's really dragged it all back. Been probably one of the standouts, 18 overs, just going for 46, and a lot of those are off his first 3 overs. So a really good comeback from him. Oh, close.
Tom Abel ran halfway down as well. He's hit the stumps. It's all going on. Wasn't run out. Wasn't LBW. Wasn't a run. Dot ball, but a dramatic dot ball.
Let's have a look at that one. That darted back. Gut feeling was it looked like it hit James Root up towards the midriff area. Looked like it really bounced on him.
Yeah, it's popped a bit, isn't it? More bounce we thought it'd be.
That's.
Good shout.
Oh, I think that's. Going to be objective there. I think he's unlucky there. I think that's out.
You think that's salmon and trout?
I think that's that. I don't think it's the classic salmon, but that's really close. He's unlucky not to get
Top
that
of
one.
mid and leg.
Yeah, I think the bounce and the way it reacted off of the pad going upwards has probably got into the eye of the umpire. But yeah, fair's fair. I think he's very unlucky not to have that one given out. I mean, it did bounce, but what do we think, live streamers? Are you giving that one? Even if you're a Somerset fan, let's just be honest. I think good decisions have been made all day, especially that early one today from Sam Cook to Goldsworthy that hooped in, caught him on the front pad. I think it was a great decision going down, but that one looked really close, even though James Root, as we see, is just batting a touch outside his crease. Let's have a look from side on. Oh!
What do you reckon?
Well, it's hit him on the pocket. It's on the rise. And that's why my old roommate is a first-class umpire and I'm sat here. Enough doubt. But one of those ones that if it was given, I don't think you'd complain if that was given. Does that make sense?
Sliding, it says on the live chat.
Don't subscribe to that one.
Was a long way outside his crease, says another.
Yeah, I think it's just height. Yeah, it's not sliding, but it's on the high side. But again, I just think if maybe a bit outside the line. I think if you get given, I don't think you complain too much about that one. Anyway, we move on. James Root is still there, 21 not out. Porter just almost when it nips, it does a bit too much. Another one sharply coming back into James Root. He'll be very happy. That over is over. Yeah, another one that's just pinched off the seam back towards the pads. Yeah, I think that's a really good shout, Ian McLaughlin. I think Somerset fans would be quite keen to see that given if it was the other way round. Yeah, he's been good, Jamie Porter, since that first initial opening spell from the other end. He's looked much more comfortable bowling from the Trescothic stand end. Snater's bowled a number of balls that have just narrowly missed the outside edge of Tom Abel's bat. There's a good little scrap going on out there. Somerset batters will be desperate to be walking out tomorrow morning. And again, testament to what I mentioned about the Essex body language. The bowlers have, it's not for lack of trying.
I'd say they bowled better in the spell than second new ball, actually, than their spells with the first new ball this morning. All three of them. Snater's been probably the most threatening this afternoon.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you just look at the run rate was over 5 and over at one stage, and it slowly but surely crept down. It's always going to be on the high-ish side, countrywide, against other grounds. Here at Taunton, we know it's a good pitch and a quick enough outfield, but they've dug in against some batters that look in pretty good touch. Some of them carrying their form from the Metrobank series. Oh, and that is an absolute beauty. You have to say, Shane Snater's deserved that. That's angled in, nipped away and clipped the top of Tom Abel's off stump. And that is an absolute jaffer. He's bowled a number of absolute peaches to Tom Abel, narrowly missing the outside edge. I have to say that looked like it was coming, angled in, straightened. Tom Abel can't do too much about that. That's just clipped the top of the off bail, and he's gone for a well-made 65. But another one of those dismissals, Harry, when you look at that on replay and you're not that disappointed with how you've tried to play that. That's an absolute beauty. And the Night Hawk, Jake Ball, strides out to the middle to try and see out these last few balls. That's a very good delivery.
Maybe
Well
Jack
done.
Leach is still too injured from last night, but we'll see how Jake Ball wants to play this. Only 9 balls remaining. Yeah, Tom Abel averaging near 70 in the county championship this year before today, so you think he's done pretty well to get 65, but actually, by his great lofty standards of this championship season, he'll be slightly disappointed.
Well, it's not a bad season when you get 65 and your average drops.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's back beautifully there, Tom Abel. Jake Ball out there now with James Rew to try and see these remaining 9 deliveries away as best he can.
Jake Ball could get Somerset to the 350. Think how many times we talked about it earlier that he's not got them to that batting bonus point.
Well, this is the danger time for Jake Ball, and Shane Snater has got the ball talking. And again, looking forward, for the rest of the game, there's definitely enough to encourage the Somerset bowlers when it's their time to bowl. This second new ball has definitely started to move around a little bit, so the pitch is assisting. 3 slips in, Jake Ball on strike. Will he carry his form from last night's match into today's innings? Nice and solidly in behind that one.
Talking of Henry Nichols earlier on today, getting 96 on his Somerset debut. Well, another Kiwi overseas of Somerset and Derbyshire in recent years. Brett Randall's got his first Derbyshire wicket, just been called up. He's been playing at Honley in the Huddersfield League and has got called up as a Derbyshire overseas for the remainder of the season. He was a September Championship overseas here, don't forget. That Somerset-Surrey game, that incredible game where Leach and Vaughan bowled. Ben Folkes, Jason Roy, Tom Curran all played in that incredible, incredible game. Brett Randall, I think, was the only non-Somerset born player in the 11, I think, that day. Non-Somerset Academy, anyway. We could see him and Sherbashir doing all right for Derbyshire. Durham 75 for 2. Jake Ball, solid. That could be the last ball Jake Ball has to face. Depends how James Rew does at the other end. The last over of the day.
Solid as a rock, Jake Ball. think the ideal scenario there was a cheeky little single and get Jake Ball to face this last over. Porter, as always, often looked quite dangerous, darting the ball back in off the seam towards James Roux stumps.
Five overs bowled. Kids are ready for their autographs. Great to see kids in the school holidays. Also, I wonder who's their first choice autograph. Could it be James Roux as he walks off with his pads? And his bat still with him. Could it be international spinner Simon Harmer? Dean Elgar? I suppose Dean Elgar's career is probably the peak of it in his Somerset days, a bit before some of these young lads waiting for the autographs though. Porter then with 5 more balls now to try and break through one more time. The rule's going to change in about 6 weeks' time. So currently, I believe, if a wicket falls, we'll walk off. That's been the way it's been for years, isn't it? Last over, I'm pretty sure from October the 1st, the new rules. So for next season, for the Plunkett Shield and the Sheffield Shield, Australia and New Zealand for their new season, from October, you will bowl the whole over. So you don't get to walk off if there's a wicket early on in the last over. Slight change in MCC laws.
That's a big lunging forward defensive there from James Roux, showing that bit of desperation to see out these remaining few balls here. 4 balls to go. Essex, as I mentioned, have been very good. They've stayed up. Body language has been good. There's been lots of sort of laughing and joking, sign that players have kept each other going. Jake Ball's trying to run himself out. Get back, Bally.
Yeah, he's keen to get on strike, but James Roux should be all right. Having a little giggle and chuckle with a couple of the fielders. Gonna have a chat with Jake Ball, is he? Both played against each other last night in orange and blue for the rugby clash of the captains.
He's probably saying, "What are you doing, mate? Get back."
3 more balls then, halfway in the final over. Sorry, I've got 14 more overs to play at the Oval against Notts. Late finish on the cards there. Notts were 41 for 5, then they were 98 for 7. They're now 184 for 9. Notts showing what champions do when their backs against the wall. They bat deep, they work hard. They don't give up. Don't get many genuine tail enders these days. They all bat deep. Guessing Josh Thomas will be put up to the press shortly. Just to hear him talk through his second 100 in the county championship this year. Got his maiden one early in the year. More runs against Essex today, having scored nice runs in September at Chelmsford last year as well. Been nice to have Vic Marks back with us. Myself and you have probably been voices you've heard all year. One Day Cup, T20 County Championship. I think Stephen Lamb's back. I'm at a wedding tomorrow. Stephen Lamb's here tomorrow, I believe.
Lamb marks Trigo tomorrow.
There you go.
Lammy's sailing in from Gibraltar or something like that.
No, he's at Cheltenham actually.
That's the way I'm going to visualise it anyway.
Cheltenham Festival for him today.
Yeah, we often race each other down the M5 on a morning's play. So yeah, coverage will start from around about 10 to 11 tomorrow morning. Got a great day lined up, and for a Somerset fan, that has been a superb day one. 348 for 5 off of the 96 overs. Essex have stuck to task and clawed back certainly the run rate to their credit, but that slightly loose, uncharacteristic start from the Essex opening bowlers just got Somerset off to a flyer, and a magnificent first-class 100 by Josh Thomas. Very well supported by the new man, new overseas player. What a signing that looks, Henry Nichols with 96 to his name, and Tom Abel 65. Got an absolute jaffer towards the end of the day from Shane Snater. But James Roux will be coming out again with Jake Ball in the morning. We will see you all soon. Hope you've enjoyed today's coverage, and we look forward to welcoming you back in the morning. There is the summary of the day. Snater 2 for 68, Cook 2 for 77, Porter 1 for 46. A number of close LBW shapes throughout the day, but Somerset have played well and certainly take the Lions' share of the positivity into day 2. We'll see you in the morning.